Just move them off.
What's going on with that PPP? You done a lot of talking, not a lot to see. Up in the millions like 2.3, but you all got it all getting off scot-free. Try to talk tips like we're talking about stock, but you're talking about men printed on cardstock. When you open your mouth, I take it with a grain of salt. Cause the market's down and you're down, it's all your fault. You ruined the hobby I love with the bullshit. Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit. Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. Did you dip me out? I think you dipped you out. What you talking about? I don't think you did. Yeah, it was just shaking shit like a GOBs, like it's wholesale thing with the mid-FTs. Taking money from the people that pay. Most them are broke, but that's okay. He's getting money, even better tax-free. Loving all stimulus, the PPP. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit, Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit, Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson. What's going on with that PPP? You done a lot of talking, not a lot to see. Up in the millions like 2.3, but you all got it all getting off scot-free. Try to talk tips like we're talking about stock, but you're talking about men printed on cardstock. When you open your mouth, I take it with a grain of salt. Cause the market's down and you're down, it's all your fault. You ruined the hobby I love with the bullshit, Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit, Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. Did you dip me out? I think you dipped you out. What you talking about? I don't think you did. Yeah, it was just shaking shit like the GOBs, like it's wholesale thing with the mid-FTs. Taking money from the people that pay. Most them are broke, but that's okay. He's getting money, even better tax-free. Loving all stimulus, the PPP. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit, Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit, Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson.
What is going on, everybody? Hopefully, guys are doing well out there. It is not another Thursday night. In fact, it's another Wednesday night. It's a hump day, baby. We know you all humping and bumping the Sports Card Radio. We got a lot going on around the sports world. You got NBA. You've got the NFL in full swing. We'll be talking about the quarterbacks that are dropping like flies, quitting mid-game. Quarterbacks that some of you guys watching, some of you guys that are fans of these influencers have spent thousands, tens of thousands of dollars on. Could have probably had about 30 minutes with a young lady that looks like Kristen Uchek, but instead you bought an Anthony Richardson Prism Refractor Card PSA 9. Now those things, you can't even give them away. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. We got to talk about some influencers on tonight's show. we got to talk about these card values. Despite the popularity of sports and athletics getting higher and higher ratings and becoming more and more popular, despite, Ryan, I'm sure you saw over the past couple of days, Bitcoin achieved a new all-time high. Bitcoin, folks, is at an all-time high. Stocks like Meta and Apple and Microsoft are up big time. Just over the past week or so, Tesla stock is up over 20%. Everything is just popping, not just Miss Kristen Uchek with her little spray tan there. It is all popping except for sports trading card values. And we'll discuss some of that on today's show. It is a special Wednesday night edition of Sports Card Radio, given that Thursday we'll be going around trick-or-treating, trying to get some of that candy. Super producer Tim is not in the building and will likely not be joining us on today's show, but never fear, we do have Ryan here tonight. How are we doing tonight?
Everything is amazing as the Yankees are up 5-0 against the Dodgers. So get your parking. It looks like for a pivotal game 6 out in LA. Wow. So the Yankees have come roaring back. The pride of Linden, California, Aaron Judge, finally has woken up. He's got a home run tonight. Game's not over. Plenty of time left in the game. Get Garrett Cole out of the game, and Lord only knows what's coming in for the Yankees in the bullpen. They've already blown some games, as we've seen, if you've been watching. The Lakers were getting blown out. But we have a plethora of topics to talk about in the sports card world. First of all, shout out Slab Frames. Michael Fairbanks out here in Northern California. If you go to some shows, be sure to check out some Slab Frames. Colin, didn't you get a gift from Slab Frames? Did you give it out, or like some 49ers?
Yeah. So Slab Frames hooked it up. As most of you guys know, I'm a Rolex guy, and you got to take care of your Rolex guys, and Slab Frames hooked it up, and he was the customer was very, 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 very happy. And very nice piece, high quality, and came in handy. Thank you to Slab Frames. Thank you to Auburn Trading Card Show for hooking that up.
Yeah. Hanging out at a card show over the weekend. Maybe we can get into that. Talk about the market. We'll be definitely looking at some prices. We'll be talking about these NFL quarterbacks who are benched or cooked or gone. We'll also look at some vintage cards. Have these cards moved at all in the last year? You'll remember famously Jeff Wilson told you that the bottom was in. That was a year and 10 months ago. We'll take a look at the charts. We'll take a look at some key cards. And we'll definitely be talking about these NFL quarterbacks who are cooked. Aaron Judge saved his market at least a little bit by hitting a home run tonight. Lord only knows what would have happened if he kept striking out, and they would have lost. We got some clips to play. Backyard breaks. They were doing some breaks at the PSA headquarters, and they have pissed off some people on social media. And so we'll play those clips. We've got some breakers calling it quits. We have a card cleaner. We have a little bit of an update to that card cleaner. We'll also probably take a look at some cards that have also been probably and likely rubbed down with the juice. Now that we found out a Jackie Robinson card has been rubbed down. So we got a clip to play there. I don't know where you want to start. Oh, we have massive updates to the hobby elections. You can vote for Denny cards. You can vote for Jeff Wilson. You can vote for Hobby Hero Mojo. Over on Sports Card Radio, I'll drop the fucking link in the chat. We have over 25,000 votes cast, believe it or not. 25. There might be more votes cast in this thing than many counties in the United States here in a few weeks. So we have a highly competitive race, highly competitive election, and we can update you there. Colin, 15,900 people have voted for Hobby President over on sportscardradio.com.
Really?
That's really good clicks. That's some very, very good clickage. In the lead right now, John Mangini. You remember last week that Vintage Sports Shack had taken the lead.
He did.
Well,
Wow.
yeah.
John Manzini coming back.
Incredible get out the vote effort. He is now has a small lead over Vintage Sports Shack, who have distanced themselves from the field. The Sports Car Dad is in third, Jeff Wilson fourth, Brian Gray, Mojo Sports, and Shine 150. Also on the podium. Hobby First Lady, 9,900 votes. This remains relatively similar to last week. In the lead, Alex. Second, Christine. Third, Rhonda. Fourth, She Breaks. Fifth, Sarah Rips.
Wow.
Colin, your thoughts on the 25,000 votes cast over on sportscardradio.com?
Well, I tell you what, Vintage Sports Shack, was in the lead last week. Mangini making a little bit of a comeback. I don't know if either of those guys are kind of pushing the vote button themselves, pushing,
Doesn't matter. It's
doesn't
allowed.
matter.
No,
it's allowed. Well, of course.
No burned votes over here. There's no ballot boxes burned.
I saw that Mr. Shack was posting videos again. I did see one in my feed. And I will tune in and watch that relatively soon. Mangini, who I think we're subscribed to, but for whatever reason, Google just picks and chooses, who they want to promote. And it's their platform, it's their choice, it's their algorithm. Mangini just doesn't seem to come up, but that doesn't matter. He is a man of the people. He is speaking the language of the collectors, and he is on top right now in Hobby President. He is going up against the establishment. The establishment, I would say, is led by Jeff Wilson, Brian Gray, Mojo. I would even put Sports Car Dad in the establishment category. He might be in the cabinet of the establishment, but he's definitely part of the establishment. But leading the way are two outsiders that are not as well funded, that are not have the political media or the sports card media behind them. So these guys are getting out the vote, and it's impressive. It's very impressive. And I think we're, a week away or so to seeing not only which one wins, but what kind of changes and what kind of agenda do they have for the hobby as we make our way into 2025.
What do you think that says about the hobby that two outsiders have taken? I mean, there are 15,000 votes. Maybe we'll look at the exact vote totals in a little bit, but I think John Mangini has, 7,000-8,000, and Vintage Sports Shack has, 7,000-8,000 as well. They're kind of running away with this. What do you think that says about the hobby that two relative kind of outsiders are lapping the field of some very well-known and established candidates?
Well, I think it's, as this election goes, you kind of have state by state election. And I would almost look at what we're doing here as kind of a state election. Like if Jeff were to put this up on Sports Card Investor, I think you'd have a completely different crew leading. The outsiders like Mangini and Vintage Sports Shack put this up on traditional hobby media onto a Hobby Heroes website. And somebody like Card Collector 2, Jeff Wilson, Brian Gray, Mojo, one of those guys would be leading, because those guys cater to the low IQ collector. And there's a lot more low IQ collectors that have boxes full of Anthony Richardson, Will Levis, Desmond Ritter. They have boxes and boxes of these guys' cards that they went to Target, bought a blaster, opened it up, sent it into PSA, got an 8, and they put it in a box, and it's still there. Those are the kind of people that are tuning in and are absorbing the content. And there's a lot of these low IQ people in the hobby. The hobby, in fact, relies on low IQ people. When a new set comes out, like Topps Chrome Baseball or Topps Fire XYZ Baseball, the hobby relies on these low IQ people being sold by the different breakers out there to run out and pay $200, $300, $400, $5,000, $8,000 for a box of these cards that will likely have very little value inside. Whereas if you took that $5,000 and this time last year you put it into Bitcoin, probably be up a lot. I was doing videos today. If you'd put it into fucking Facebook, Ryan, we're not talking about Bitcoin. Forget Bitcoin. We're talking about Facebook is up. How much do you think over the last 365 days, Ryan? How much do you think Facebook, now known as Meta, how much do you think Meta stock is up?
Probably a lot more if he didn't waste it all on the metaverse and
Well, of course.
the little headset. Good Lord, he probably wasted like 50 billion on that. But tell me, how much is Facebook up?
Facebook's up about 94% over the past.
Ooh.
So it's almost doubled. Meta, Ryan, we're not even talking about, how about NVIDIA? And we're talking about over the last year, everybody knows NVIDIA's the shit. NVIDIA's product. NVIDIA's like the new Wembenyama. NVIDIA's like Shohei Ohtani. Everybody has known this. Okay. Fucking NVIDIA stock's like up 200% just over the past year, let alone fucking 5 years. You could have taken your money and done any number of different things. And the high IQ people, this is what they actually do. But the low IQ people that are attracted to the Jeff Wilsons, the influencers, the card collector twos, the hobby needs these people. And we don't cater to these people. In fact, we talk down to them and we turn them away. And that is the beauty of our audience. And that is the beauty of Sports Card Radio. And that's the way it's going to stay, Ryan, because we don't need the low IQ people here. In fact, if you're low IQ, get the fuck out of here. If you're buying this crap, get the fuck out of here. Go watch Jeff Wilson's video. Keep wasting your money. And then when you fucking grow a nutsack and you actually want to make a nickel in this hobby, you can come back here and we'll show you how to do that.
Tell you what, hard to make a nickel right now on these NFL quarterbacks, and we'll get into that. Might be able to make a nickel off Freddie. Why they keep throwing inside fastballs to Freddie Freeman, I have no idea, but it keeps happening, and the Dodgers have tied the game. So hold the phone on the parking for Game 6 out at Chavez Ravine. So,
oh boy,
hold the phone on that one. So
refund.
Yeah, Yankees fans. They're already doing wild things. Imagine if they blow this game. You want to get the Dodgers out of there quick. That's for sure. Don't be wearing Dodgers gear probably either. Maybe old Yankee Stadium you had to worry about. Maybe the new building. It's not. I've never been there, so it's maybe not quite a concern. But it's exciting to see that two hobby outsiders, John Mangini, Vintage Sports Shack, are at least leading our little county, our little state over here at sportscardradio.com. 15,900 votes, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, you couldn't go wrong with any of the first ladies. I mean, let's be clear. Really couldn't go wrong. 10,000 votes there. Alex, I mean, come on. She's everybody's favorite. She's in the lead. Any other thoughts on the voting over on Sports Card Radio? 25,000 votes deep.
No, here we are, what, 6 days away, and so, get the votes in, and we'll be back next week on, I would assume, on our regularly scheduled time on Thursday, and here we go.
And we will at some point. I think this is when the voting will cut off, is when in the regular presidential election, when they decide who wins, when they count up all the votes. I think last time that took weeks, but when they count up all the votes and they announce a winner, either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, that is when the voting.
Okay.
Because I don't want to set like a date and a time, because it's almost like you could sit there right at the end and try to game the system or whatever it is.
Right.
It's almost like kind of a fluid time. So you still have, when is the voting for? Is it next Tuesday? Or I guess
next Tuesday.
We got another week. So we'll probably announce the winner, like you said, next week. Very exciting.
Sometime next week, I would assume.
It's not Thursday, but here's a throwback Thursday to 2019. Hobby hero Jeff Wilson. Here is his list of quarterbacks that he was buying. This is the video in which I believe he made the famous call about Will Grier. You can see. I don't even think Jeff could explain this chart to you, so I won't even begin to try to explain it and what the numbers mean. But you did. I think the key is the names. This is just a few years ago. Kyler Murray, Will Grier, Ryan Finley, Jordan Tamamu, and R.I.P. Dwayne Haskins, who's unfortunately not even alive anymore. But that segues perfectly to today. It's almost like history has repeated itself. Now look, Kyler Murray's good. No disrespect to him. The other four guys, one for a very unfortunate reason, are not relevant in the NFL any longer. And this has been a trend. I took this from a tweet from an NFL guy on Twitter, so I apologize I didn't include his name. But you can see Anthony Richardson, 22 years old, benched. Bryce Young, benched. Trey Lance, benched, traded. Justin Fields, benched, cut. Benched again. Benched twice. Wow. Justin Fields has been benched twice.
Wow.
Will Levis has been benched. Zach Wilson, I don't even know how many times he's been benched, but he's still banging MILFs. Mac Jones, he's the backup to Trevor Lawrence, who maybe will eventually get benched. Kenny Pickett, benched, cut. Maybe he's selling insurance. But your thoughts on, and look, you could go through these guys' prices, and they're obviously down anywhere from 50 to 80 to 90%, especially in like Trey Lance and Zach Wilson's case. I want you to talk about this, but I also want you, let's be sports card investors for a minute. Let's put on the Jeff Wilson hat. Who out of this list would you invest in?
Here's the deal. You've listed there 8 quarterbacks or whatever there is there that clearly their career has gotten off to, at the very least, to a slow start. For many of these quarterbacks, their career is over. Their career in the NFL is over as a top end quarterback, because we'll roll into next year, Ryan, and there'll be 4 or 5 other quarterbacks picked in the first round. And we'll be moving right along. Year after that, you'll get another 4 or 5 I watch a ton of college football. There's a lot of really good quarterbacks in college, and there'll be 4 or 5 every single year that are drafted. And then every once in a while, you have like a Brock Purdy, or even like an Andy Dalton was like a 2nd or 3rd round pick. You have some of these quarterbacks that are picked either lower in the 1st or 2nd, 3rd, 4th, even the last pick of the draft, make an impact. here's the thing, Ryan. You could have a list up there of Joe Burrow. You could have Justin Herbert. You could have Jordan Love. You could have, name your quarter, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, even. You could put those quarterbacks up there, Ryan. What do you think's happened to Joe Burrow? Joe Burrow's having, believe it or not, a really, really good season statistically. The Bengals have lost a couple of close games. Their defense isn't very good. They're not that good of a football team. So their record isn't good. The fan base isn't overly excited. But for the most part, Joe Burrow's having a great season statistically. He's a top 4 or 5 quarterback statistically in the NFL. I don't think anyone would argue that. Patrick Mahomes is undefeated last time I checked. And the parking over in Kansas City is selling fine. So Justin Herbert looks okay. He has never won any significant game, but he continues to perform. He's not being benched. But didn't somebody pay like $100,000 for like, or $1 million? I can't remember what the price was. But somebody paid like this crazy price for one of his black cards that was cleaned by the juice.
Oh,
I think
Justin
our buddy,
Herbert.
Justin Herbert, our buddy AIH, covered that relatively extensively. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's had multiple $1 million cards. I mean, this is like a second tier quarterback in the league, which is a good place to be. He's going to be a very rich man. He already is probably. Said multiple $1 million sales on his cards.
Couple private sales in there. So just keep that in mind.
But you could have bought Justin Herbert. You could have bought Joe Burrow. You could have bought the guys actually that were successful. You could have avoided all of the guys that you listed, Ryan. And you'd still be shitting the bed. Still. And the reason because of that is they're making way fucking too many of these cards. Some people, just buy high end. No. They make plenty of the high end, guys. There's plenty of the high end. And very few people actually want to buy this stuff and hold it. I mean, look how many $100,000 cards.
Look at the dates. They're nothing recent.
No, of course not. Of course not. There's nobody that crazy that is going to spend $100,000 on a trading card of an NFL quarterback these days. So, I mean, that's the state of the hobby. And the sooner the hobby starts to realize the reality of the situation, instead of treating everybody like they're an idiot. And we see this in politics, right? Where the both candidates will talk to people like they're idiots. But maybe there's a strategy that, Ryan, maybe we should just be on here talking about the kid from Washington that's having a good season, the kid in Chicago that's having a good season. Guys, next week, Topps Platinum comes out, and oh my God, you got to get your Caleb Williams. Even though we were saying that, or we weren't saying that, but there were people saying that last year about Bryce Young. People were saying that last year about Anthony Richardson. People were saying that 3 years ago about Trey Lance. People were saying that about Will Levis, Zach Wilson, Mac Jones. As quickly as you can be a top quarterback in the NFL, you can quickly become a nobody. And as quickly as you're a somebody in the NFL, like Pat Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Jordan Love, et cetera, your cards could be worth jack shit. Your cards could not actually go up in value. The sooner, Ryan, we start addressing that this hobby is not an investment, that basically all of these cards lose their value, that they're being overprinted and they're overpriced. Once people start addressing that, then we stop buying into the breaks at the current price. Because at some point, if the price comes down enough, then there is value. Then it is worth going and going to Target and searching for the blasters. It's worth going to Costco and going through the line 8 different times and getting pallets of this downtown shit or whatever they're selling. It is worth, hey, when there's some rookie quarterbacks that come out, it's worth collecting or trying to get Caleb Williams cards in the first year. But we keep doing this over and over and over and over again, where the hot rookies come out, they're overproduced, and they're way too expensive. The products are way too expensive. I mean, like we're talking we're not even close. You could go 50% off on most of these products, and it's still too much money to make it a collectible. We're fooling ourselves by looking at these cards like they're, quote, collectibles or that it's a hobby. No, this is lighting money on fire is what we're doing. It's not fun to light money on fire. It's not a hobby to light money on fire. The only people that will consistently do that are the super low IQ collectors. And eventually these low IQ collectors, number one, they run out of money, or number two, they take their low IQ and they go, it's like you, Ryan, on the dating app. It's like you swipe once, the girl messages you, you're kind of like, ooh, I'm going to get this one. But then, you swipe right again. And then another girl fucking hits you up. It's the same type of thing. These low IQ people, some of them have stuck around since the pandemic, but eventually they're going to move on. I mean, some of these dumb fucks collected Funkos. They collect whatever is like pushed onto them.
Well, some of them clearly I mean, look, Justin Herbert is a great example. I mean, like you said, he's not horrible. He's not on this list of people who have been benched, but you can't find a card that's been sold really in the last year on here. I mean, his prices have tanked. Like you said, everybody has pretty much tanked across the board, unless your name is Mahomes. Take a look at some vintage cards a little bit later that haven't quote unquote tanked. Is it on Fanatics to print these cards responsibly, foster collecting and or investing? Or is it just these low IQ people who are to blame and who are just stupid? And there's no helping their stupidity.
Ryan, this is like, I think we can all sit here and say, if you're from a middle-class family, a Honda Civic is a very appropriate car to drive, Ryan. Honda Civics, I don't know what the going price is, but let's say they're like $35,000 these days. That might be a little too much, might be a little too less. I don't know. I don't drive Hondas. So here's the deal though. These low IQ people in the hobby, they're paying Lamborghini prices for a Honda, because that's what these cards are, right? These cards are selling for Lamborghini prices. I don't care if it's Joe Burrow. I don't care if it's Justin Fields. I don't care if it's Justin Herbert. I don't care if it's Patrick Mahomes, who's actually had a fantastic career. That's an understatement. I don't care if it's Kenny Pickett. People are paying Lamborghini type prices for Honda Civic players. And so do we sit here? If people are doing that, Ryan, let's just assume people are doing that. They're going to the Honda dealership and they're saying, no. I don't want to pay $30,000 for that, a base model Honda Civic. I'm actually going to give you $75,000 for it. Are you going to blame the dealer or Honda for being like, you want to pay $75,000 for a Honda Civic? No, it's how stupid these people are to spend your money and disrespect your money in that way. That's what's happening. That people are willingly overpaying for the unopened product, the breaks, the repacks, these cards. $100,000. $132,000 for a trading card of a guy that's never done anything in his life. He didn't even do anything in college. It's not like he won 3 national championships in college and he can go back to campus and he won Heisman and he can go back to campus and he's always going to be the guy. Like, he didn't even do that. He was lucky to get drafted where he did. The Niners made a mistake. The Niners looked at him as like a Lambo when he was just a Honda. So no, I don't blame Fanatics. I don't blame Tops, which is the same company. I don't blame these breakers. I don't blame these influencers. These guys are just there again. This hobby, we talked about it on last week's show. When you're a collector and it's your money and you're buying these cards, you're the sheep walking through the field. You're the deer walking through that hunting, that hunting field. And the breakers and the Jeff Wilsons and the Michael Rubins, they're up in the trees with the shotguns and the rifles, and they're just picking you guys off. At some point, you have to say, well, I'm just going to be a sheep my whole life. And I'm just going to say, I'm just going to, every time a new product comes over, I'm going to pull down my pants, grab my ankles, get some Diddy lube and pass it back to Jeff Wilson, pass it back to Backyard Breaks, pass it back to Tops and say, yep, keep fucking me in the ass. Tops Chrome was $80 and then it was $120 and now it's $400. $400. We were at that fucking Fanatics Fest a couple of weeks ago, weren't we? And it was like, we could walk and go get 2 boxes of Fanatics Fest Chrome. And I was like, what the fuck is this Fanatics Fest Chrome? Then somebody told me, yeah, it was I didn't have any interest in it. And then somebody was like, oh yeah, you can buy it here and then walk over to DA Cardwell and they'll give you $100 more. And I was like, well, where's the fucking line to do that? This Travis Scott fucking Chrome bullshit or whatever that shit was. Bought it for $300, sell it for $1,000. Hey, I'll do that all day long. I'll do that all day long. But I'll also get on here. I won't be like the Jeff Wilsons that'll do that all day long and then just lie to everybody in the face and be like, oh, the bottom's in. Oh, Jordan Tamu has a 98% chance to be a fucking great quarterback. 72% a chance to be a great quarterback. That's like saying, Ryan, I have a 72% chance of making the PGA Tour next year. I mean, come on. Just because a guy's in the NFL doesn't mean he has any chance to be a good quarterback, let alone his cards go up. Those are 2 completely different things, and they're not mutually exclusive. You could have a great career and nobody can give a fuck about your cards. We need to just start being honest about this shit. This shit is, these are not collectibles. These are, we're well past the point where we look at these as an investment. These aren't even collectible, Ryan, at this point. It's not even collectible. Like, why would I buy any of these guys when, from an NFL standpoint, they're quick to bench these guys in year 2, year 3. And it's not like behind these guys is fucking some stud quarterback. I mean, they're benching these guys for fucking Joe Flacco and Andy Dalton and Russell Wilson and nobody's. Like, literally guys other than Wilson. But I mean, look at Wilson. Wilson's had a great career. His cards, are his cards worth anything? Not really. I mean, are they collectible?
70 racks 5 years ago.
I mean, you're probably lucky to get 7 for that card now.
Right.
And that you can't collect if this is the case, Ryan. You can't collect. You just can't collect this stuff. If that's the case. This is like buying a car. This is like a car, Ryan. Like, we don't sit around, and I'm not talking about like classic cars or shit that's actually like a car that's worth money, and that is rare. I'm talking about, this is your car in this shit is like the car in your driveway. You don't buy the car in your driveway for any other reason to get from point A to point B. Maybe safety plays a little bit. Maybe you buy a fucking whatever to flex a little bit. Maybe you buy one because it's a little faster than another car. Maybe you buy a truck because there's some utility. Maybe you got a family of 5, so you need one of these, 3-row SUVs or whatever. But you're not buying a 3-row Suburban because you think it's a great investment and you want to collect them. And that's where we're at with these trading cards. Why would why buy a Russell Wilson card? Why buy I don't even buy Joe Burrow cards. Like, it would make sense for me to buy Joe Burrow cards. I have the money. I don't have $100,000 to spend on a card, but I could spend $1,000 a month on Joe Burrow cards. In my whole life, I might have bought like 5 Joe Burrow cards in my whole life to sell. And I've never actively gone out there and tried to actually buy Joe Burrow cards. And he's actually good. I actually like him quite a bit. He's taken my team to the Super Bowl. So I'm a huge fan of him, but I don't buy his shit. It's overpriced, overproduced. It's not collectible. I'd rather go buy another fucking depreciating automobile. I'd rather go buy a Cybertruck. Instead of spending the money on Joe Burrow cards, I'd rather have a Cybertruck. I'd get way more enjoyment out of that. I'd look way cooler. I'd feel way cooler. I mean, how do you feel, Ryan, when you buy a Joe Burrow card? Fuck these ones that sold for like $1 million. This was like when people were stupid. But let's say this card is $50,000. I buy the Joe Burrow for $50,000. Who cares at that point? Like, what does that do for me? The Joe Burrow,
the little simps on Shine's page, maybe his followers.
Who cares?
They like that shit.
Oh wow, they like that shit. Wow. I mean, I don't spend more than 10, 15 minutes a week on Instagram. So, that to me is a different world. But as soon as we start addressing this, then the hobby could actually become a hobby again. Then these cards could actually become collectible again.
Do they want to address it though, or do they just want to pick off suckers and the stupidity and blow 1.7 on a Joe Burrow card?
I don't think anybody really even thinks about this shit. They're so busy hawking the next product that comes out.
Dude, our boy Valor's on TV right now. Our boy Valor's on. They showed a clip of Valor on the Fox broadcast right now. I swear to God.
What was he doing?
He's at the Yankees game. It's 5-5 at the Yankees game.
Thought he was a Mets guy.
He's we'll have to get we'll have to see if he's gonna have to clip that and put that on his Instagram. But you were saying that we don't even think about this in this hobby, and that people are too busy chasing clout, worried about themselves. We know the management at Topps and Panini used to be a bunch of morons. I mean, that's why, the hobby stagnated from 1999 to whenever, right? When Jeff Wilson told you guys to buy cards, 2017, 2018. But should fanatics even be concerned about this, or just, hey, like you said, there'll be 4 quarterbacks next year.
Yeah.
Dion's kid and a bunch of other guys.
Yeah.
Just keep cherry picking these idiots.
Like I said, if Honda Civic is advertising Hondas for 30,000 and people are coming there and paying 60,000, that's not Honda's problem. It's not the salesman's problem. If anything, it's a great problem to have if you're them. So, and I think that some of this is the reason why, Ryan, I think you talked about it on last week's show. You're not really interested in promoting this hobby. People ask us all the time, right? Oh, well, you don't collect. You don't do this. You talk about your fucking Rolex and your fucking this, that, and the other. Well, yeah, fucking yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, of course. Of course I do. Because at least fucking a Rolex is worth something. least it makes me feel good. It would not make me feel good buying, my favorite player, Joe Burrow, and then he has a great season and the shit goes down. That fucking make me feel like shit. At least with the Rolex, I walk around, hey, nice watch. Ooh, it's like people talk to you about it every day. Whereas like, oh yeah, I share the one Joe Burrow card on Instagram. Ooh, yay, like, cool. And then Joe Burrow's not the guy anymore. And now I got to go out and buy another one. Whereas I can wear the same fucking Rolex every single day and get the same compliment. And then you're going to have some bombs like fucking Desmond fucking Ritter. $12,000.
I don't even think they put Jeff's cards on here. $11,000 from this year. From this year. $11,000 from this year.
There it is.
What was the other guy? Sam Howell?
I didn't even know who these guys are.
Almost 10 racks. At least B. John Mustard scores a touchdown every once in a while.
What's B. John's stats? I haven't checked in. Do we need a card collector?
He's decent.
I mean, obviously, he better be. How much did he pay for his card? He better be decent. Oh my God, he had a 100-yard game, Ryan. Oh my God. Oh, he has 100-yard game this year. I mean,
he's okay.
He's okay. Oh wow,
great.
Yeah. I'm gonna pay $10,000. What did he pay for? What did fucking card molester to pay for his card? $10,000.
You know what? Speaking of card collector 2, can we talk about card collector 2 for 2 seconds? I think we need to, maybe even reach out to him, because think about what Kentucky Cards did to card collector 2, Colin.
Molested him, or?
Thank you. He basically diddied him. Kentucky Cards basically diddied Card Collector 2. So I think Card Collector 2 is a victim. So I think anything that Card Collector 2 does, maybe wasn't thinking in his right mind when he bought the Bijan Robinson, because he was diddied by Kentucky Cards. So I'm starting to think differently about Card Collector 2 after that photo of what's his name? Kentucky Cards leaked out. Here, I'll show it right now.
Yeah, please do. Goat says, I haven't watched a football game all year, bro. I buy NFL League Pass and fucking give the password out to like 3 different people. So I'm helping other people watch the NFL.
Card Collector 2 is a victim.
Card collector. You think so? Wow.
He's a victim.
Wow.
Look at this. He's a victim. This is like Diddy and one of those people at the mansion.
Yeah.
So what should the hobby do, Michael? What would you advise Mike Rubin to do if he called you and was like, "Yo, yeah, I heard you and talking about being the hunter and not the hunted"? Would you just advise him to stay the course, keep the hype train rolling? If it's not Wimby, it's somebody else. It's Shador Sanders. It's whoever.
Hype. That's all you gotta do.
Low IQ.
Yep.
Customers.
Yep. Because you can always revert back. You can always revert back. But while the hype is there, while the low IQ people are there, why the gullible and the Harris supporters are out there that'll just believe anything that any of these influencers or breaker says, or that, we've been told so many times about the different whales that, like, look, most of these quote big breakers have like 2 good customers and that's it. It's not like they have like 500 people in the chat. They have like 1 dude in there that has a lot of money. And they're the ones buying all this shit. Yeah. Milk the fuck out of these motherfuckers. That's what I would do. It's not Michael Rubin's job to like smack some sense into these people and to actually create a product that's actually collectible and worth something. It's on the people that are trying to actually collect. Michael Rubin is not trying to collect cards. His job is to extract your money out of your wallet and put it into his company's balance sheet. That's what he's trying to do. And he will do that whichever way it seems to be the most effective. And the most effective way to do that is hype this shit up, make it seem like, oh my God, this is what everybody's doing. Everybody's buying this. Oh my God, Anthony Richardson. Oh my God, Bryce Young. Oh my God, Trey Lance. Oh my God, fucking everybody. People are getting rich buying this shit. That's how you just hype it up. That's how you hype it up.
Well,
Just
and
keep the hype train going.
by checking all these sale prices, it looks like they always dangle like a private sale carrot out there too. That's always literally the top sale. Bryce Young,
course.
Joe Burrow, the Justin Herbert was a private
course.
sale. So they always like dangle a private sale carrot, get market movers and card ladder to put it up there, and then it just gets you guys chasing that 1.7 and the cards underneath it, and on down to the base rookies and the Chronicles and the XRs.
Yep. Yeah, because if the top card's worth $1 million, well, his base score rookie probably should be worth $5. And as long as you believe a picture of a man that has been printed 5 million times is worth $5, well, that seems like a great business to me, Ryan. Seems like a great business, you know?
Yeah, it's very interesting. So I think this will just continue on because, like you said, there's going to be another crop of quarterbacks. Everybody's going to get hyped about it. You're going to have a whole hype team. I mean, when is a breaker not hyped a rookie or not hyped a product? Consistently.
They can't. Well,
they can't.
It's only going to get worse, Ryan, because we'll talk about maybe a story this week. These guys are like in a chastity belt when it comes to Tops. Tops have these guys by the balls, and wait
breakers
until they get
talking about.
Yeah,
breakers.
wait until they have all the licenses under one roof. I mean, when your whole business, if you're relying, we're not talking about like the Burbank cards, which are, selling fucking like, $1 trading cards or whatever. We're not talking about these guys, which is like almost nobody. We're talking about the guys that rely on, we're talking about the guys that rely on this unopened wax, which is the vast majority of people out there. The guys that are breaking. This is the vast majority of people. Wait until Tops has everything under one roof. We already have a major slurp fest. It is just going to become, if you guys think the media coverage in the United States as it relates to politics, the CNNs, the MSNBCs, the ABC News, the Huffington Post, on and on and on and on and on. If you think that's biased and it kind of only gives you one side of the news, even Fox News, throw it in there. You think they only give you one side, the Tuckers give you one side of the news. Oh my God, the sports card hobby is going to make that shit look fucking like CNN's unbiased all of a sudden. Because when Tops gets full allocation on everything, you're not going to be able to say one word negative about any of the athletes, the products, the pricing, anything. You're not going to say nothing bad. Now, that's in public. Ryan, how many times have we been around somebody that has an allocation for Tops and they're talking shit? I mean, I would say it's damn near 100% of the time.
Oh, it's
yeah,
100% of the time.
100% of the time. When we talk to dealers at these shows, when we talk to breakers behind closed doors, 100% of the time, they give it to you straight. But then, when the camera's on and the whatnot stream's going, Ryan, let's get in, let's fill this break, let's do this. It's the most disingenuous shit I've ever seen in my life. Most disingenuous shit. That's why when we show up at these events, people are like, oh, well, why don't you want to slap ass? Why don't you want to do this? Why don't you want to do that? I can't respect somebody, Ryan, that sells a product that, but in one side of their mouth, behind closed doors, they're like, this is dog shit. I have to buy this. I can't say anything negative about this company. I can't say my true feelings. But then all of a sudden they're on CNN and it's, oh my God, let me open my mouth. How great this is, how great the hobby is, how awesome it is. It's fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. That's why we need to continue to enjoy the hobby however you want to enjoy it. If you do want to dust your money off on the fucking Mercury boxes, when they supposed to be $1 million fucking dollars by now? How much did Jeff pay for 30 of these things? The motherfucker just posted an Instagram video about how he bought 90 of these boxes for $250,000 or something. You know what I mean? These guys time and time again are just pumping this shit. Here he is. Am I crazy to rip all this? Yeah, you are. Yeah. What's Wemby done this season?
Not if you scan it.
It really doesn't matter. I mean, what is this? What is this? We're opening boxes on an airplane, right? What is this?
These are love letters to Michael Rubin and Fanatics. You have to do this to get your score up, your hobby score up, or your social rating up, so you get allocation. These are just love letters and little tags to Michael Rubin and Fanatics. That's all this is. Does he do it with a Panini product?
No. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think Panini only pays attention to backyard breaks and the guys that give them kickbacks. I mean, we went over that on last week's show. Panini's taken more cards out the back door than, Ryan's been, with girls over the past week. I mean, these guys fucking going crazy with that.
This will just continue.
It's going to keep going on and on and on and on.
What if you want to become smarter? Maybe you listen to Jeff Wilson. Maybe you bought into the Bijan Mustard hype. Maybe you bought into any number of quarterbacks over the last few years. But you want to become enlightened. Are there steps you can take? Is there somebody you can listen to? Is there a course you can take? Is there a God you can pray to? Is there somebody you can vote for in our hobby elections? What is it? Because we probably get that question too. Or people who have converted.
Yeah, I would say convert yourself to an alpha male. Stop being a beta male where you have to rely on Jeff Wilson to tell you what to buy. You have to rely on backyard breaks pressuring you to buy into the next flamethrower fucking repack. You have to rely on Card Collector 2 telling you Dijon fucking Mustard Robinson, who has 100-yard game over the past fucking 20 games he's played in, is somehow going to be a good quarterback. A real man doesn't watch CNN. A real man doesn't watch Fox News and is like, oh yeah, thank you, Jake Tapper. Oh my God, Jake Tapper is so smart, Ryan. Oh my God. What a smart guy, man. Ryan, Rachel Maddow is so intelligent. No, yeah. Rachel Maddow knows how stupid everybody watching her is and how she knows how she can pull all your, and look, Sean Hannity's the same way. Tucker Carlson's the same way. He knows what he can say to pull your little puppet strings. Ben Shapiro. And I'm saying this out of respect to these people, because these people have millions.
Rush Limbaugh was the goat.
Rest in peace. Rest in peace. These people have millions of dollars. These people are rich as hell. They don't have to get up there and do anything. They could actually tell you the truth. But they know they get up there and they pull your strings, just like a breaker pulls your strings. Oh, guys, Topps Cosmic Fire Sapphire Chrome with the Kaboomies is out this week, Ryan. Oh, and it has Bryce Young. Oh, Bryce fucking Young. Oh, my God. Got to get in. Get in quick. Oh, my God. Mercury, an unlicensed basketball product with one player in it. is out. Oh my God, we got to get in there and do that. The way, Ryan, you asked, like, hey, is there a course? Turn all this shit off. That's what you have to do. Put a 5-minute limit on your Instagram. Put a 5-minute limit on your YouTube. Put a 5-minute limit on your Twitter. And stop paying attention to this. Stop paying attention to the cards. Stop paying attention to the hype. Stop paying attention to what's said. Like, if you know what set is out today and this week and what set's coming out next week, you need to quit that shit. Like, stop that shit. If you know who the number one pick in all 3 major sports was over the past year, stop. Just stop. Just stop. Stop.
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell you who the number one pick was in any of the sports. Any of them. Any of them. Any of them. And I guarantee you, yeah, I mean, there'll be a random guy in our chat like, oh, he's fucking stupid. Guarantee you, bro, I got higher value cards just sitting on my desk. I got way higher value cards sitting in my safe. I got a bunch of cards listed on eBay. I guarantee you I've made more in this hobby in the past 30 days than you've made in your entire life. And that is because I turn all that shit off. I know what a good price for a Ben Roethlisberger refractor is. I know what a good price for a Lionel Messi sapphire card is. I know what a good price. This is actually your card. That's going to PSA.
Really?
Know what a good price for a Kobe Bryant card is. Deion Sanders refractor card. I know what the good price is for those. I know what the good prices are. And when the good prices come up, I buy. And when I can turn around and sell, I sell. And every once in a while, I end up with a card that I put in the collection, like a Michael Jordan EX card. It's a nice card. It's not one of these fucking cards you're going to post this on Instagram and get a bunch of likes. But this card, whatever the value is today, I'm pretty sure next year it'll be very similar to whatever the value is today for this card. And that's the kind of shit I like to buy. And I actually got this card in a lot, so I'm into this card, even with the grade, for maybe $20. I probably paid $2 for the card, is call it 18 to grade. I'm into this card for $20. This card raw would sell for 20. And that's the case with basically all the cards that I'm sitting over here. All these Kobe's. I'm into these Kobe's for almost nothing. Because I'll have bought them in a lot. I'll have bought and sold 19, 20, 30 other Kobe's. Probably sold 30 Kobe Bryant cards this week. These chromes, I'm into these for like nothing. This is when the hobby gets more enjoyable. When you're not looking out in your driveway, Ryan, and you've got 5 Honda Civics that you paid like $3.2 million for. That'd make you sick. Just imagine how many people look in their hobby boxes, Ryan. They're like, well, I bought Bijan Robinson cards at the top. Doesn't look like he's going to be Emmitt Smith anytime soon. That's a bummer. That's such a bummer. I bought Will Levis cards at the top. That's too bad. Yep, I bought Trey Lance cards. I bought fucking all these guys at the top. Stop buying this shit at the top. Actually buy this shit 10 years after the guy is done playing, after the motherfucker has died. Mojo Sports checking in. Maybe he's trying to get some votes here, Ryan. He donated the $19.99.
There it is.
Go to Sports Card Radio and vote
You're right.
for Mr. Mojo.
He needs to catch up. He needs some votes.
He needs to start ballot stuffing. Is that what you're saying?
Ballot harvesting. He needs to go and burn the other ballots. And
this was criminal. PSA 8 on a Rolando Blackman.
Oh, man.
Just absolute criminal. I mean, how do you get a PSA 8 on a white bordered? I mean, there's like PSA is the biggest scam, but it is, it is what it is. Literally a
Necessary
PSA 8 on this card. It's just like, how do you not just slap a 9 on this card? It's fucking Ronaldo Blackman. It's not fucking, Luka Doncic. Just criminal. Absolute criminal. PSA 8 on a Kobe. I mean, these guys fucking butt raped me.
They know it's you sending it in, so you're not.
I think
you're not
so.
gonna get
I
any
really
chance.
think that's probably it. Yeah, that probably is it.
Did you send them to Kurt beforehand? Did you rub
I
them
did
down?
not. No, I did not rub them down, but I did examine my cards very, very closely. This is a nice Jordan. I got this for like $2 out of 500. Ended up getting an 8. I thought I was going to get an 8 on it. Thought there was a chance I could get like a 9 on it, but the guy literally sent it in a plain white envelope with like 5 other cards like wrapped in paper. So the fact that it got an 8 is damn near a miracle. But like, this is the kind of stuff I'm buying. Like this Jordan card's probably, 70, 80, $100 card or whatever. And it's like, you get it for like $2. So it's good. It's good. So turn on my advice is, hey, if you want to get out of the hobby doldrums, stop watching. You can stop watching this show. Turn off Instagram. Turn off your Twitter. And really, I would just hang out on eBay and just start looking for good prices. It's all about price. Because if you're buying hype, then you're going to get screwed.
Seems to be a common trend year after year after year after year. We see this all the time. Whether it was Kyler Murray, Will Greer,
it's never changed.
But we could go back even further than that. Now the prices of the boxes were cheaper.
Right.
Topps Chrome wholesaled at $56. A Bowman Chrome baseball box was $56 wholesale. Sometimes dip below that. So the prices were cheaper. But maybe this is a smart move by Ruben, Fanatics, the manufacturers, to just hunt these low IQ people who buy these cards, go strut on social media how they're, oh, guys, I personal collect Anthony Richardson, Will Levis, Wander Franco, Bijan Mustard. Used to be Tatis and Vlad Jr. and all those guys. Got a whole new crop of quarterbacks coming in next year. So if you had to invest in one of these guys, who would you invest in?
This group right here?
Yeah, you had to spend the money on it. Had to.
I think I would go with probably Trey Lance. Because I feel like he's going to get one more shot. He's going to get one more shot. Actually get his shot. Whereas the rest of those guys, I didn't think anything of Bryce Young when he came in the NFL. I didn't get why he was drafted so high and why people were all on him. I saw him play in college, was never impressed by his play. The rest of those guys are clipboard holders.
Yeah, and Lance's cards may have even bottomed out where we're still, Anthony Richardson was just benched.
Right.
Bryce Young, there's still a little bottoming out on his pricing. He's going to change teams most likely. They'll draft a quarterback here and he'll be elsewhere probably next year. Still young. You start looking at Mac Jones or Kenny Pickett. These guys, you're going to blink and they're 30 and they'll be selling insurance.
Well, yeah. In next year, there's going to be 3 other white quarterbacks that are as capable as Mac Jones and Kenny. That's the thing. The same thing is true for like a running quarterback too. There's going to be like 2 or 3 black quarterbacks that come out next year that are, that are the next Lamar Jackson. So with all these guys, there's always, 3 or 4 guys coming up right behind them.
It's interesting. Chat's fired up tonight on a Wednesday watching this baseball game.
Yeah. What's happening in the baseball game? Oh boy.
Yankees 6-5, top 7. They
Top
just took out
7.
Cole.
Wow.
So here comes the shaky Yankee bullpen. We'll see what happens there. That'll be interesting. They're gonna have to they either need some more runs or lock this game down. Ohtani's 0 for 4. Ohtani's hurt. Ohtani's struggling. Judge was struggling up until tonight. The pride of Linden, California.
Yeah, you just need one hit in the World Series. You don't.
That's right.
Nobody knows your batting average if you make that one hit. So
that is correct. Chat's fired up though. Christine, yes, you're going to be able to call in here pretty soon. Rick Galvez, KK, Snow Dog, Hobby Rants. That should be a YouTube channel. Timmy, Jeff Guy, Sports Card Queen, David Snyder, the real David Snyder, is in the house. And of course, Mojo Sports is in the house. Jason from Attleboro representing.
is she pregnant? AOC, is she pregnant?
I hope so. Yeah, the other night when I was over there, I was trying. That's for sure.
you and everybody else.
AOC pregnant. I mean, regardless of your politics here, I mean, come on, this bitch is a smoke show.
Like certain angles, yeah, it looks great.
Let's be real. Regardless of how you feel, bitch is a smoke show. Come on. But yeah, I have no idea. I don't know.
I'm actually one of these people. I don't have a problem with her at all. I like politicians where you know exactly where they stand on everything. Whether or not I agree with it, I don't mind. The politicians I hate are the ones where it's like they flip-flop, they say one thing, they do another. This girl, you know exactly where she stands. So I respect that. I think we actually need more people like this in politics.
Right. It's crazy how things changed. I was thinking about Bill Clinton the other day, and one of the big issues was don't ask, don't tell in the military. I was thinking today, I was like, could you imagine if a Democrat was like, oh, don't ask, don't tell, and it was like,
well, I think at the time it was controversial. It was mildly controversial at the time. I think, like that. I do recall that issue being controversial even at the time, but not nearly as obviously,
well, having that stance as a Democrat, being able to have that, being able to, that was the stance.
Well, Ryan, I get asked all the time, well, how can you vote for Trump? This, that, and the other. It's like, guys, do you realize how much the Democratic Party has changed over the past just 20 years? 25 years?
Trump's super liberal compared to Bill Clinton.
Trump's a 90s Democrat, guys. And the Democrats running today, I have no idea what party this is. Fucking trans and abortion and all this fucking illegal immigration. I mean, goddamn, look at like a 90s Democrat, how they talked about immigration. Fucking make Trump look like fucking a sympathetic motherfucker. I mean, that's what people don't realize. The shit has swung so far to an outer space universe that I don't even recognize anymore.
Sports cards doesn't even make sense. Sports cards have stayed the same, and politics have changed.
No, yeah, I mean, yeah, nothing in this hobby has changed because we were here 15 years ago talking about this exact same shit. Like, hey, don't buy the new stuff, guys. My advice was always be 2 years behind everything. Your favorite player, your favorite set, just collect 2-year-old shit, 3-year-old shit, and you'll save yourself a ton of money. You'll have the same enjoyment. Understand that when you buy a card, the same signals go off in your brain, whether it's a $10 card or a $1,000 card. So just send the signal to your brain that a $10 card is just as good. And get off fucking Instagram. If you're buying cards because you want to post them on Instagram or because you want people to like that shit, get off that shit.
Yeah, you can buy some cards for me on checking my cards. That's what you
there it is.
Your $10. Probably don't have a card over $50 on here. I have no idea. That's
50
correct.
bucks.
I
There
don't
it is.
I don't even have a card over $50. So there you go.
It's probably
Spend your
probably
money.
overpriced.
You're damn right it is. Absolutely nothing's changed. And one thing that hasn't changed is Mr. Jeff Wilson. Year and 10 months ago, he called the bottom is here. Why cards will soon go up again. And I think in the last couple of weeks, he was kind of like tooting his own horns, kind of claiming how cards had gone up. I don't know. I'm a subscriber to Market Movers. Take the comments off for a sec, but you can see this price period is from when Jeff called the bottom on January 8th, 2023 till today. His old SCI 500 is down 10% from when he called the bottom. His new hand selected chart of cards that, frankly, most people don't own is up a measly 3%.
Since how long? When did he put the new one into place? What's kind of the starting date there? Early 2024?
January 1st,
Okay.
2024, he
Okay.
came out with his new thing. So from
So
January,
that's up
so in
3%.
10 months,
10 months. It's up 3%.
it hasn't moved.
But you're saying, so he had an old index
Correct.
that probably had like Zion and fucking Trey Youngs and shit,
Kobe White
and
and
Kobe Whites and whatever people were pumping at those times. But now he has a new one where he's
a
only
new
put
index.
like actual, players that have actually done something in their career.
Colin,
So
it's a bunch
this-
of cards nobody has. These are pop like 200 cards.
Yeah, these are cards that are not actively traded.
They may sell once a month, if that. Most of these. These are not cards people own.
Yeah.
Where's
Right.
Anthony Richardson and Will Levis and some of these guys? These are cards with very low pops that don't get traded. They get traded amongst the good old boy network a lot of times. The prices can be easily manipulated. And despite all of that, the thing's up 3%.
So yeah, that's not a lot, obviously. I mean, year to date, the purchasing power of your dollar has probably gone down 3%. I think inflation's still running at 3%. So it basically means, if you would have bought all those cards, you could have put your money in a bank and earned, Ryan, you could have just put your money in like a SoFi account and earned 4%. SoFi can call us if they want to sponsor the show or something. So to me, I'm not, oh my God, the bottom is here. Cards will go up again soon. Are we really jumping up and down about 4%? When the value of your house, Ryan, goes up 4%, which it probably has over since the summertime, it might have gone up that much. Do you make Instagram videos about it? Do you get really excited when that happens?
Well, if you're Jeff, you remember he did a video about $144,000 gain on a card that he didn't even own.
Right.
Maybe he took the video down. I don't know.
I don't know.
It is interesting. No card is safe. Even the guys who talk about vintage. Kenny had an auction the other night, vintage auction. Bunch of cards sold. This was the only one where I saw like major moves or a little bit of a move. A centered up Hank Aaron rookie card, PSA 7. Sold for $24,000, well above a lot of the recent comps. Although not the highest on the list. But when you start getting into these other cards that some might say are safe investments, no, they're not. Bill Russell rookie card, PSA 7. Like one of these sell per month. Well, it's down considerably in the last year or two.
I mean, but it's more or less looks like, well, even over the last year, yeah. I mean, you had that 129,000 sale, but the rest have either been down.
Now centering plays a role. An off center one.
Sure.
Not all PSA 7s are created equal. Right.
Yeah,
And
I
all
get
the
it.
updates
I
have
get
been
it. I
free.
mean, I've got a stack of PSAs over here, and I'm like, one's an 8, one's a 7, and the 7 looks a hell of a lot better than the 8. I mean, this shit is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen. But when
There's
we're
no big,
talking about
huge move here.
no,
Look at Nolan Ryan. These used to be 100,000 fairly consistently, or approaching that, down into the 60s. This is actually a low price, it looks like, in the last over 2 years on a Nolan Ryan PSA 9. How about the card? Fucking Mickey PSA 4. These will jump all over the place again because of eye appeal and centering, and this one's been cleaned and this one hasn't, and this one's been rubbed down and blah 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 blah. But back in October of last year, you could have bought one for 93.87, 97, about the same price. Probably would have rather, unless you get to fondle this card and hold this card, or somehow get laid from this card. Probably rather have the money in the bank and get 5%. Sure as hell rather have the money in Bitcoin. Good Lord, this shit's like at 73,000 or something right now. Fucking Dogecoin's at 17 cents. But it's even the vintage cards that hasn't moved. This market hasn't moved. Jeff Wilson's hand-picked charts have barely moved. Of fucking cards that nobody owns. And we just talked about the Will Levises, the Anthony Richardsons, the Bryce Youngs, on and on and on and on and on. Thoughts on the vintage market? Is it worrying you that these prices just they haven't moved in seemingly a couple years?
No, I think the market for it's a specific market, and it's a relatively steady market there. But like you said, there's not a lot of these cards floating around there in terms of available supply. So when one does come out for sale, either somebody that has an interest in maintaining the current market value can step in there and place some bids, or somebody that has been waiting for one of these cards to come up and want to buy one certainly can. These cards, I would say, are relatively rare. Now, they're not rare, but compared to what they're printing today, these cards, certainly like this Mickey Mantle, is a relatively rare. I mean, you don't see these walk through the door very often. You go to a card show. It's not like Trey Young PSA 10s in every case. You might see one of these at a card show. So, depending, I mean, obviously the National is kind of its own thing, but even at the National, you're not going to see stacks of these, So when people have these, they know what they have. And usually when you have one of these cards, it's very much like the stock market, Ryan. I've got 10 stocks in my portfolio, and I've got like Nvidia, or Apple, or one of these great companies we can compare to the Mickey Mantle. And I'm up huge on it. I'm up huge because I bought it, whatever, 5, 6, 7, 10 years ago, whatever. I'm up huge. Then I've got some newer stocks that I bought over the past couple of years. I'm up maybe a little bit in them, but I'm not up huge. The first, like if I wanted to sell my portfolio, the first thing I'm selling is the shit that I'm not really attached to, that I don't have warm and fuzzy feelings over. That's not paying me a dividend. That's not, buying back the stock. That's not crushing it every single quarter. I'm selling that stuff. It's like if I bought Airbnb stock and I'm up at Airbnb, I'm selling Airbnb. Why would I sell Nvidia first? This stuff is like the creme de la creme. And so you're selling this as a last resort. Guys, like this is the centerpiece of a lot of guys' collections. Like if you're a Nolan Ryan guy, this, unless you're like fucking like a mega rich Nolan Ryan guy, this is going to be the centerpiece of your whole Nolan Ryan collection. So the only time this card has a chance to really trade hand is number one, you kick the bucket, or number two, you get divorced, or number three, you want to sell everything. and you're just dumping it off. Because if you're a Nolan Ryan guy and you spend $60,000 on this card, you know, it'd have to double in value for you to want to sell it, because this is what you've been waiting your whole life to get. So these cards are in a different strat. These cards are actually collectible. Like when we talk about collectibles, these are actually collectible cards. These are cards you can actually collect. Now, will they go up in value? Will they outperform Bitcoin? Will they outperform the S&P 500? To me, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. Not everything you have to buy has to be plus EV from an investment standpoint. You can buy this Mickey Mantle just because you like it. I honestly don't think, Ryan, people that are buying into breaks, that are buying Mac Jones, that are buying Will Levis, that are buying Kyler Murray, that are buying these guys, I actually don't think they like these players. I honestly don't think Card Collector 2 really likes Bijan Robinson. They're buying them because they think, I'm going to buy it at today's price and I'm going to be able to hype it up, pump it up, and I'm going to be able to sell it for a higher price. These Mickey Mantles, I believe people buy these because they actually like and want the card. And those are two completely different things, two completely different purchases. And again, in that case, not every purchase you make has to be plus EV. We don't have to look at these are not investments. Even this Mickey Mantle is not an investment, but you certainly can buy this and want it and collect it. So these are the collectibles in the hobby space, these types of cards. And I think that goes without saying, obviously, but it doesn't mean that they're going to go up in value. It doesn't mean you're going to be able to sell it at a higher price, because Ryan, even if you bought that one in September 12th for 74,000 and you held it for, I mean, that's not that long, but you held it for like what, a month? And now one peeled off for 86. You didn't make $12,000. This isn't Jeff Wilson's show. You didn't make 12,000. There are some fees in there. And
I think you can tell there aren't investors in this market, because it would not take a lot of money to just kind of prop this up. Like if you were one of these guys who bought in, say, anywhere along here, wouldn't take a lot of money to prop a card up or a few cards up.
No, not at all.
So these are probably going oftentimes to an end user. Now, maybe they sell some of their stuff every once in a while too, but I think you're right. This goes to some Nolan Ryan geek who made a bunch of money working probably a corporate job, and now he's coming over here and splashing around.
Nothing wrong with that.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
You get a big hit, you get a bonus or whatever, and this is what you want to buy. I'm never gonna, like, that's cool.
But there's no investment money, because look, I mean, from 2022 to 2024, span of about 2 years, we're talking about like 20 sales of this card.
Ryan,
wouldn't take much money to prop this up.
The only investment money that came in the hobby was dumb money. Jeff Wilson was a tech investor from Atlanta, Ryan. I saw somewhere on Twitter the other day that Atlanta has the highest commercial office vacancies in the country, because people realized, this might be offensive to some people that are watching, but there's a bunch of low IQ motherfuckers that live in Atlanta. You ain't starting a tech company in Atlanta. You want to build cars? You want to build fucking a basic business? Yeah, set it up in Atlanta, but there ain't nobody building tech in Atlanta. The reason why, Ryan, we're an hour away from the tech capital of the world is because Stanford motherfucking University is right in the middle of it. Berkeley, whatever you say about Berkeley, it's a fucking brilliant college. You have some real universities there, real education. You ain't going to fucking Georgia Tech and getting a real education.
Yeah, shots fired, Jackson State or whatever. Yeah,
none of that. Yeah, you have fun, you get a degree, but it doesn't mean you're going to invent fucking the next tech investment. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. This is just a fact. There was no investment money that came into this hobby, not from any real investors. Because the real investors see this shit from a mile away. They're like, oh shit, I got to buy this Nolan Ryan card. Doesn't pay a dividend, doesn't cash flow. There's no business model behind it. Oh, and guys can trim and wax and clean and steam and, crack open the other ones and turn them into 4s, 5s, 6s, and 7s. And by the way, 90% of the hobby is chasing their tail like a fucking dog after this modern shit, after some fucking 21-year-old black quarterback comes into the league and all of a sudden he's the fucking next Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, Lamar Jackson combined. Or, some fucking white basketball player from another country who could walk down the street outside of Dallas, Texas, and nobody would know who this guy is. Nobody would. Oh, this is the guy.
4 million.
4.8 million. This is the future. How many times, Ryan, we were told this is generational? This is the face of the NBA. Yeah. This is it. This is it right here.
Larry and Magic combined.
Investors look at this shit and they're like, this is stupid. This is stupid.
All old prices. So,
yeah, nothing.
Like the investment money has drained out of Luka.
And Luka's had a good career. That's our point. It's like this list right here is irrelevant. Like these guys, this happens in sports. Guys suck. Teams give up on players. That's a fact. But we can bring up players that have had good careers, like Luka, like Pat Mahomes, like Justin Herbert, like Joe Burrow, like Josh Allen, on and on and on and on. And these guys have not seen their cards go up. We can bring up Nolan motherfucking Ryan. We can bring up Mickey motherfucking Mantle. And the shit just doesn't go up. It doesn't go up.
And there's no investment money.
No.
These aren't investors buying these cards.
No, because an investor realizes this is not an investment. Can it go up in value? Can the value increase? Maybe. But as an investor, then to realize any type of profit, I have to sell the card and then realize all these different types of fees. And then I have to basically turn around and do it again.
That's why the rub down game is so prevalent, because that there is a way you can chop out some margin. You can take 2s and turn them into 4s.
Yeah, it's brutal. Let's drop the link in the chat. People want to call in.
If they want to call in, they're more than welcome to call in.
Perfectly fine with me.
Call in. Share your grievances. Let us know who you're voting for hobby president, hobby first lady. Are you buying Wemby? Are you buying vintage?
No.
Are you collecting?
No, I'm buying Rolex.
You're buying Rolex, okay.
Not every one. Not every watch. But you buy the right ones and you wait till the hype wears off the popular ones and you buy those ones. It's not a hard game to play.
Okay.
You could.
We've got a video to play from a card cleaner that got busted, actually.
Oh boy.
Cleaned a Jackie Robinson card. Bragged about it on Whatnot. Somebody emailed it to me. And within hours of me posting it on the internet, his Jackie Robinson that he claimed was worth over $5,000 was deactivated. You can see, you can't even see it anymore on the PSA website. Now, the interesting thing is, we'll get to the video in a minute. You could go to the other cards probably in the submission, like go a certain number down,
Right.
guarantee you this PSA 3 Mickey Mantle has been rubbed.
Right.
Right. And then, you could just keep going down again. 595. What card is that? Oh, yeah. How about a
You
Barra?
rub that one. Yep.
So guarantee that one's been rubbed down.
Yep.
And we can play this game at least until, the cert numbers run out.
Yep.
But do we have a call in? I got our girl Christine. Why don't you want to let Christine on?
Christine is on.
Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Hold on.
Okay. Christine, how are we doing tonight?
Hey, Colin, how are you? Hey, Ryan. I was just sitting here thinking about a lot of the topics you were just sharing, and I'm a glass half full kind of person, and
Okay.
so when I've had pneumonia for all these weeks, I was thinking, like, where do I want to go from here with collecting? And I started thinking that I want to go to several different revenue streams. Get my foot in the door. I'm going to a card show this weekend.
Nice.
I'm going to give people my email. I'm going to try to buy lots at the end of the show. And, network. But there's 4 Hall of Fame hockey players there, and that's who I'm going to see. Chris Chelios, Brett Hall, Pierre Turgeon, and Mark Recchi. And I have
Where's this card show?
Where's
the card show?
This Friday and Saturday, the 1st to 2nd of November in Batavia at the race, the horse.
Where the hell is Batavia?
An hour from here. Now we're from Niagara Falls.
New York? Okay, nice.
Yeah, so I have a lot of things to get authenticated. JSA is there all weekend. And if you get autographs there, they authenticate it for free. So I got Brett Hall's OPG rookie card because that's who I want to see more than anybody. Excuse me. So Ryan, I don't know if you already got, a little deep into the goose before the show, but you were reading the Hobby First Lady, and you had me in 4th, and I was in 2nd, man. Once you saw Alex, that was it. You forgot numbers and letters, and you were so enraptured.
That happens every time I think about Alex or talk about Alex. I mean,
just throwing numbers out. So I was thinking about revenue streams, and I had a conversation with someone last night, because the more I sat here and thought, I'm not gonna get rich off of this. I'm not. But I've been listening to your show for years without you guys knowing, and I've taken suggestions, and my business increased. So this weekend when I go to the card show, I'm going to get a table for the next card show at this card show. And I'm going to send some cards in to get graded. So I was talking to someone last night about revenue stream and how to kind of use this as a launching pad to do different things and work my ass off. I mean, just go all in on it, because why not? So I do my first live show Wednesday here on YouTube under CJ's Corner. I'm so scared. I'm so scared and nervous, but I'm going to do it. If I make mistakes, I mean, I'm a hands-on person, so I got to learn as I go. I got to. But I'm not going to steal your show, but I have an outline, where introduce myself, say why I'm there, what got me into the hobby, this and that. But you could call in all different topics, sports. I've always been knowledgeable about sports, and it helped me in collecting. And like I said, I made a mistake when I came back in collecting, but I think everything happens for a reason, okay? Because, like I said, if it wasn't for Jeff, I wouldn't have met you guys. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't have got my confidence and had the nerve to do my own show. if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't want more revenue stream. I want to wear a Rolex. How about that? I
There we
deserve
go.
nice things. But I know anything worth getting is hard work. You have to work hard for it. It's not given. It's not given. And this is a blue collar town here, and nobody just gets anything handed to them. So I'm going to really put in the work. I hired a financial advisor. I'm going small baby steps, but the cards I'm looking at are the ones that don't go down in value. Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, but little cards. I want old lots. Uh, I want cards between 1 and 10. I don't mind the $10 ones. They're really nice cards. But I look at certain players in certain sports. Gretzky, he's not going down. Gretzky is not going down. Period. Basketball, Bird, Magic. Look at Kareem. See, I remember a couple weeks ago when I said, okay, about that star card. Remember when Jeff had that star card and he was saying like 100,000? Okay. And I said, who's he going to sell it to? Who's talking shit now?
Mm.
I think you're getting a fair amount of love in the chat for
okay. I
you
can't
know.
see without my glasses. I'm squinting. I look nuts right now.
I mean, any like one compliment and 10 disrespectful comments is basically love in this
Okay.
chat. So yeah,
no worries. Hey,
you're doing good.
I'm here. I'm the one that
Yeah.
calls in. So I don't
Exactly.
see too many people. And I asked, who's the customer? Who are the people lining up to buy these cards? Okay, you bought a 12,000 Desmond Ritter card. Jeff bought or I'm going to call him flip flop, bought a $10,000 Bijan Robinson card. Okay, so you're spending 5 figures on cards. All right. The person selling it only had one person in mind, and that was person dumb enough to buy it. Like a new car you drive off the lot, it diminishes in value. Like, so who's going to buy a $10,000 Bijan Robinson just to break even? So I know, I bought a few nice cards. I'm also like branching out a little bit to the old sets, but with autographs in it, like Gretzky, Lemieux, Oh, hey Rhonda, how are you? So um, so Wednesday, Colin, are you going to make your concession speech on my show?
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. We'll
Wow.
see. We'll see if they count the votes, and we'll see. I'd rather be sitting with this hat on than another one. I know that just based on what I've been seeing, but who knows? Who knows?
I didn't realize I planned my show the day after the election. But I'm not going to get into politics on the show, though. I'm not doing that, And I would like just to try and see how I do. I'm going to ask Brett Hall if he'll do a 10-second introduction with me at the show for my channel.
There you go.
He either says yes or no, And I have a lot of stuff. I'm going to bring some cards. I have some very nice cards to send into PSA. I'm going to have to get a few more under 1979 cards. I wanted even like 10 and 10 above, like 1980 up, 1979 down. And I only bought like 2 things because I'm going to wait till I go to the show. And when you go to the show, everything is overpriced. Allen, Brady, Mantle. What I mean, just overpriced. I mean, they're doubling everything just to get the price they want. So I go to the people who have those cards in a basket, and it's like 10 for $5. There's this for that. That's what I'm looking at. So when I go to the show, my plan is to bring 25-cent cards, 50-cent cards, and $1 up cards. And that's why I want to get my cards graded. I have like 30 graded cards right now, so I want to bring some other ones. And I look at other people who've been successful. Why can't I?
Exactly.
I had this thought like, wait a minute, why can't I do this? Who? Okay, if Flip Flop could do it, then I could do it. But I could do it
Exactly.
being honest and working hard. And I have solved the problem for the border. You're gonna like this.
Okay.
Drop pamphlets that said you could take Safe Haven at Jeff Wilson's card shop.
He's got the room. He's got the room for it.
Say seek Safe Haven here and just drop
Mhm.
flyers. I mean,
Start busting them to HQ.
I solved it. I solved it. I solved it.
That's as good as plan as I've heard of the past.
That's the
3
only
years.
plan I've ever heard.
We can
But,
teach the immigrants how to revolutionize retail. I mean, think about the value in that. So
So I've been like, I'm on eBay all the time. I have found phenomenal deals because a lot of people too, don't forget, just because they got a high price card doesn't mean that's what they sell it for. Some people just need the money now. And
Right.
and I have gotten fantastic deals. I mean, I bought the only pricey thing I really bought was a Pro Set autograph hockey hobby box. And there, like, you could get Howe, Gretzky, Lemieux, like a lot of. So why not? I'd rather spend that than 5,000. And if I don't get the one player, what do I have? Because I was looking at that Black Diamond set in hockey from 23-24. Okay, every card I saw except Bedard had a patch card for 400 up there. Every card I saw was for $20-$30. Those cards those boxes are $350 and up. So, and you only get what, 6 cards? So what are you spending your money for? That's what I can't fathom. Unless you're that lucky one who gets that Bedard, say, autograph 1 of 1 or something like that. What are you getting out of this box? I mean, go to a casino, play craps. I mean, seriously, you got a better shot at trying to win something there than paying money like 10,000 for a box of cards. I'm 52. My mother would punch me right in my face if I paid 10,000 for a box of cards. Even if I was a billionaire, I would get punched by her just for being stupid. So
I'd probably punch you too.
yeah, I think everybody would punch me.
Yeah.
But I want to wear a Rolex at a card show selling 25-cent cards. I want to wear it and let people see who I can't stand see it and just walk around like this,
Yeah.
like asking them what time is it,
You walk through the door. That's what I do. When I walk through the door, it's just, the wrist goes first.
But I always thought that I couldn't do anything. I always got down on myself like I didn't deserve success or I didn't deserve this or that. But, I've really worked hard in my life and it's got me to this point and I'm ready to do some really hard work and to show someone who believes in me that they didn't make the wrong choice. Because there's a different set of responsibility when someone believes you. Gonna take your teeth out and what? What do you say about what do you say about his mother going down on me with no teeth? Is that what he said? So I don't even know what the fuck I said, but
Christine,
yeah,
you're going live. What day are you going live? What day are you going live?
The 6th of November. Next
So
Wednesday.
a week from today.
Anyway,
man,
so
I'm
what I
gonna have
was
to
saying
call
though,
in.
if someone believes in you and someone's behind you and they're willing to help, that's even more responsibility and more that I have to do to not let that person down. It's different letting myself down, but not someone else who actually believes in me. So it gives me more incentive. It gives me more I'm open-minded. I want to take suggestions. You know, I mean, you guys are self-made. I'm not, but I want to be. So I want to ask advice. I want to know what to do. I want to reach out and network. You know, I really do. And like I said, I'm going to start small. When I get used to the computer and a live stream, then maybe I'll stream on Facebook and Instagram.
There we go.
And you know, I think I'm gonna do good at this show this weekend. You know, it's a great. The VIP is 153. So out of 14 people, you get 5 free autographs, whatever you want signed. Every day you get a $10 voucher to go gamble.
Okay.
So my mother wants to go with me, so I'm gonna give her like the $40 to go pay for her to get in. You get like these autographs, you get all this stuff. And the guy was like, you get in a half hour early, see who you got, and then buy who you want. And I said, no problem. You know, like thank you. And he explained it, and it was wonderful. So you know, I want things. I want to just give my parents money. I want to just give people who are struggling money without anybody knowing what I'm doing except my parents when I give
Wow.
them money. They took care of me. You know, I've had a lot of health problems growing up. So my mother, she was a single parent. She did everything for me. Their whole life is still dedicated to me. So it's time to do what I was made to do. It's time
Wow.
to be a woman, put on my big girl pants, and you know, you just take the world by the, you know.
It's like
I'm
a
ready.
locker room speech. God, it's like a
I'm ready.
motivational locker room speech from Christine tonight.
You know,
You're
that's
ready.
okay, Ron, but no sweat on these guys. I don't see them calling in.
Wow.
You're not
That's for sure.
gonna call in. Like I said, Ball said the queen if I had. So thank you, fellas. Have a great night. It was great talking with you, and thank you for everything. I hope to see you guys Wednesday. 8 p.m.
Oh, you'll
Eastern,
see.
CJ's
I'll be there.
Corner, the premiere of CJ's Corner. Thank you for everything, guys.
There we go. Okay.
Have a good night.
We'll see you then.
Have a good night.
Excellent.
Drop the link in the chat. She needs to drop the link in the chat.
CJ's Corner. Okay. I'm excited.
She needs to hit that link in the chat and
Get people subbed up.
yeah, get people subbed up. I need to call in next Wednesday, 5 p.m.
Yeah.
I need to call in.
5 p.m. Eastern time or 5 p.m.
5
Our time?
5 p.m. in our time, 8 p.m. Eastern, she said, I believe.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I can probably, it's right around dinner time here with the family, but I can probably do a little 30 minutes, 30, 40 minutes.
Might have to call in. Yeah, we got to call in.
Okay.
Drop that link in the chat too, Christine, too. Let us know your YouTube channel so we can subscribe. The Dodgers have taken the lead, killing the parking situation at Chavez Ravine. Aaron Judge just hit a double, so perhaps they can tie or take the lead here in the bottom of the 8th. They're going to have to crank it up a real quick. Former Stockton Port Blake Trinan on the mound. Boy, oh boy, Mr. Blake Trinan spent a little time.
Come a long ways.
In Stockton, California. So did Max Muncy. Boy, I've seen a lot of Max Muncy baseball when he was a prospect for the Oakland A's. Had a good year for the Ports. I think he was an all-star, like 20 home runs. He was good. He was really good. Really, really good. Had this beat up car, man. He had like the weakest car in the parking lot. So I think he got a big contract and probably solved that issue real quick. But a couple of Stockton Ports playing a major role. And of course, our boy Aaron Judge from Linden, California, which is like basically Stockton. If you're from Linden, you kind of have to say that you're from Stockton so that people don't make fun of you. So our boy Aaron, don't call him Arson Judge, trying to lead the Yankees. So we got Christine in second for Hobby First Lady. I think maybe I misspoke, but she is in second in the vote total. Now she is significantly behind Alex. but she is in second. The race for hobby president is much closer. I mean, there was at one point where Vintage Sports Shack had a little lead, and then John Mangini had a little lead. The vote difference between them is, within the margin of error. So enough ballot harvesting, enough get out the vote effort, and either one of these guys are going to win. Now, somebody rising up late, it's going to take quite the effort, and or some kind of bot program to get enough votes to win. But I do have a clip, Colin, to play of one of these. Maybe we'll call them low IQ individuals. I don't know what we'll call them. Maybe he's not low IQ. Maybe he's Maybe he's smart for doing what he's doing. But he had his Jackie decertified from PSA after the video I posted on the internet. And we'll have a small update to this gentleman as well. But should I play the video? It's about a minute long. Dave Roberts out there pleading with Blake Trinan to close this series out. But we have a minute-long video from a card cleaner, and let's roll the clip.
Here it is. So this Jackie was a 1.5. Okay. See that crease right there? There's a crease right there. There's some pencil markings right there.
Is it right, Jack?
I think it says Jack or Jackie.
I bet it does.
Okay. That right there, I could not get rid of. I don't know what that is, but that was embedded deep. Crease that was right there, that's on bitch gone.
Thank you, Barnyard. Thank
Crease
you,
is
Uncle
gone.
JJ. Thank y'all.
Crease is gone. See that crease before? It's gone. I don't see no more pencil down there.
Oh, dang.
That shit gone. This is what it got. 3.
It went from a 1.5 to a 3?
Yes, it doubled.
Wow.
And you're probably talking about a difference of probably $5,000 difference.
Oh, my gosh.
So she seemed quite impressed that he turned the Jackie from a SGC 1.5 to a PSA 3. Now, after that video came out, PSA did decertify the PSA 3. So,
it's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone.
Certification gone.
Hold on, Ryan. Let's assume this man went to college. Do you think it's more likely he went to Stanford University or Georgia Tech?
That might be an insult to Georgia Tech. I mean, you shots fired at Georgia Tech. Well, that's disrespectful to the great institution, accredited institution that is Georgia Tech.
Given the two options, which one do you think was more likely an institution that would accept a young man?
Only
like that?
Those two options. I mean, I'm taking Georgia Tech, but I'm thinking it might be the junior college attached to Georgia Tech that he tried to get into.
Online classes. The cert is gone.
But the cert is gone.
Oh man.
And somebody reached out to me about his name's Ramrod425. So yeah, story checks out on the IQ. But actually somebody who actually had to go to an accredited university reached out to me. Multiple accredited university, because he got a 1 degree and then you had to get this other degree. So this guy who had a bunch of degrees reached out to me. He said there have been red flags raised about Ramrod425 account for months. Whatnot has been contacted through lawyers with bona fide proof of shill bidding and the use of derogatory statements on the platform. Now, we use derogatory statements all the time, so I'm not too worried about those.
Yeah, it's par for the course.
He said, I am not a Whatnot user myself, but was asked to send you this message in hopes that you might get some of this information out to the public, since Whatnot has chosen not to do anything about it. There is quite a big story here. If you're interested in learning more, you can send a message to, and I cut that off just so the innocent can remain anonymous. But apparently there is more to the story with Mr. Ramrod. I wouldn't be surprised if he's involved with show bidding and trimming and cleaning and fucking all kinds of different things, because that's how these low IQ individuals hang around, and that's how these low IQ individuals make some money and impress their wife who's sitting there while they're on a Whatnot stream. Whatnot's not going to do anything about it because they don't give a shit. They're trying to make some money themselves. They're not trying to be the hobby police. And unless you probably wear a MAGA hat, they're not going to kick you off the platform. But Colin, what are your thoughts on the cert being gone and the education level of Mr. Ramrod 425?
It's gone.
It's
I
gone.
I mean, we were talking the first half of the show about low IQ people. I mean, these are the guys buying this shit. I mean, we see this shit all the time where it's like, I mean, this guy is not particularly unique. The fact that he gets on and starts bragging about this, considering how many times, Ryan, just in the last month, let alone in the past year, have we seen people brag about cards that they altered and then all of a sudden decertified? Like
It's
within,
gone.
like it's gone. Like
Cert
we saw with the Luca.
gone.
We were talking like 2 weeks ago about a Luca that there wasn't even a video of the guy cleaning it. It was just alleged to be clean, let alone when you come out and you actually say that you cleaned it. Like, of course it's gone after that. I think, Ryan, what they need to start doing over at PSA, like you said, you started going through the certs because it's like all in sequential order. They need to just certify the whole batch. That's how you like, I don't think anything ever puts a complete stop to this, but you need to start decertifying a guy's entire batch, because it's like, how much did he pay? Sure, the one Jackie's going to take a hit. He's going to crack it out and send it to SGC. SGC will slab it up a fucking whatever, 4 or 5, and he'll get out of it and he'll break even. But like this Mickey, to certify that one too.
Any amount of money, this is fucking.
Of course it is.
This is cooked for sure.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it is. I agree. They don't care. They don't care. But if they really did care, and again, this is why we're fighting for a board seat on PSA. They did care, and they did care about the community, care about maintaining their brand image. Bring it.
Right. Nobody
us a board
cares
seat.
if he wanted to soak that Jackie Robinson, take it from a CGC 1.5 and take the pencil marks out and soak it. Nobody would care. But who you're defrauding is PSA and their potential customers. We don't like to make new rules. We just follow them. PSA has a very hard set of rules. You can't use the sauce. You can't use the juice. You certainly can't openly admit that on social media. A bunch of these low IQ individuals just think they can come in and just, make the rules. Go ahead and soak your cards on your own time. Just don't try to put them in a fucking holder. And if you do, don't go on Whatnot and brag about it with your stupid, probably overweight wife sitting right there next to you. Dodgers 7-6 top 9, runner on first. Boy, oh boy, what a collapse.
Bring in the ring.
They had a 5-0 fucking lead after fucking 4.
At home, too.
At home. You got the crowd into it. The bullpen choked. Garrett Cole's hurt. I mean, he gave you 6.2. I mean, he kind of did what he kind of fucking had to do. So other guys coming in, walking motherfuckers. Former Stockton Port, Max Muncy, looking to extend the lead. So just another example of low IQ people in this hobby. I don't think it matters if the card's decertified as long as he doesn't crack it out, It's these other cards. It's the other cards he sent in. The shill beating on Whatnot, pretty par for the course. Nobody's talking about that. Nobody's trying to shut that down. Nobody cares. Because you want to talk about low IQ. It's those dumbasses buying shit on Whatnot. I mean, there's low IQ. If you've got time to essentially sit on a glorified QVC, shop at home. That's what Whatnot is. If you got time for that, phew. Your wife probably a PSA 3. Colin, we got breakers quitting the hobby.
Ooh, who's quitting?
We're just doom and gloom today.
Man, this is
on
rough.
Halloween Eve. Like we're fucking bringing
decertifying cards.
Cards, it's gone.
Cards are going down. It's gone. Now we got breakers gone.
Breakers gone. The reason why I put this guy up here is because several years ago, even probably before Jeff Wilson told you guys to collect cards, this guy, I don't know if maybe was mimicking you. I don't know if he was making fun of you, but at one point he did on Twitter show his Casio watch. This guy did. Well, his career at breaking, you can see he started in 2008. So yeah, he started a long time ago. He's gone. He posted on Twitter that his business, his company is gone. No more breaking cards. Wasn't the only one. Jag, he's gone. He's gone.
Okay.
My guess is there's no money to be made in breaking unless you do it at large scale. We'll talk about backyard breaks here in a minute. But there's just no money to be made here, is my guess. Another guy, Jag Sports Breaks. Joined the business back in 2017, right around when Jeff Wilson told you guys to start collecting. And they're gone as well. So, you know, you can start a group breaking business and it doesn't necessarily lead to a life of prosperity. Your thoughts on the group breaking business and these guys, some of these fringy guys leaving the hobby?
Well, yeah, this is just the start of it. You know, we know what's going to happen in this business. They're just going to continue to raise the price, squeeze the margin. We've already heard from numerous breakers the games that Fanatics is playing. Product comes out at one price, you buy it, goes online for another price, and then 2 weeks later they've got it for an even higher price. And you can't say no. That's the thing about the breaking business. You can't say no. You start saying no, then you're like cracking wax and you're gone. And you're a nobody. And you're back to fucking unemployment line or back to fucking working at McDonald's and shit. Or you're a garbage man. So you can't say no, but eventually Fanatics is just going to have their own team of breakers, Ryan. They're going to bring all this shit in-house.
That's what I wanted to ask you about that. I wanted to ask you about that because Burbank Sports Cards brought that up. And
what did he say?
He said he liked your quote about being the hunter instead of the hunted. And he said, you know, at some point Fanatics is just going to hire their own breakers, and he's surprised they haven't already. So you think that Fanatics is going to at some point hire their own breakers and cut out these middlemen, which are essentially breakers?
Of course they are. Of course they are. Because they basically want to eliminate you guys selling on Whatnot. They want to have everything controlled end to end. If they cut off the supply, then Whatnot is not a thing anymore. Now they don't have to compete with Whatnot. Now Fanatics Live turns into Whatnot. And people are on there selling the fucking cards and fucking everything. So yeah, they're going to cut as many people out of the food chain as possible. That is why when they're like, oh, you're our friend, you're, you know, Ryan, I'll go back to the very first time Fanatics kind of made a public appearance in front of the business community. It was at an event, a Tops event in Arizona, and we were there. We went. I can't remember what year this was. It was like after COVID, like so 21, 22, I can't remember. 23, they probably went 23. It's like 22 probably. Early 2022, I would assume. And the first thing they got after Josh Luber said he hadn't been up this early ever, and it was like 9:30 in the morning in Arizona. So I knew that wasn't going to end well. But after he said that, they said, oh yeah, we want all your data. And he was saying this to a room of guys that like, this is the room of hobby shop owners at the time. They're on their cell phones. They have to lower the glasses and they're like this. You know what I mean? Like these are fucking it's gone type guys in the room. And they're like, yep, you got to hook up a Shopify. We need your point of sale system. Like none of these guys had point of sale systems in their fucking shops. Okay. They're like, yep, we want all your data. We want everything. And I was looking around the room and I'm like, these guys just hear what these guys said? And no, it went in 1 year out the other because, select basketball was coming out a week later, Ryan, and it was going to get dropped off. Their allocation was going to get dropped off. They were going to make $15,000. Ha ha ha. I was sitting in the room thinking, damn, do these guys hear what's going on? So right now, Ryan, what's happening is anybody with a hobby shop, anybody with an allocation going to Tops is collecting all your sales data, all how much you're buying this stuff for, how much you're selling it for, when it sells, the velocity of sales, all those types of things. They're getting all this information just for the privilege of allocation. They're going to take all of that data. They're going to start opening lids and their own hobby shops in these cities where it's like, ooh, look at the Dallas metro area. These 4 hobby shops bring in X amount of money. We know the margin. We know everything. Okay, we're going to open up our own hobby shop right in the middle of that, and bye-bye. This happens a lot. And the same thing's happening with the breakers. The Fanatics Live basically has access to all the data, all the sales, the velocity of sales. They're going to take that data and use it to their advantage at some point.
Aren't breakers just the classic middlemen that Mike Rubin talked about on how he wanted to get rid of them? They're just middlemen.
Right. And there's useful middlemen. There's useful middlemen. And we're getting to the point where the middleman breaker can continue to stay around. But Ryan, we remember there's not a lot of people that are watching this that can really fully understand this, Ryan. But we would have people regularly talk shit on us, not we would come at them and then they would come back at us. No, people would literally fire off messages to us and be like, ha ha ha, select basketball just came out.
Yeah.
Panini, I just got 2 cases. That's 24,000. They would literally tell us the profit. Ha ha ha, fuck you. You're a dick. You're a loser. Nobody watches your YouTube.
You're jealous.
Blah, 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 blah.
We're jealous.
You're jealous. Blah, 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 blah. Like multiple people in this industry would do that. Okay. We would sit there and be like, well, this isn't going to last. These companies aren't just going to drop off $25,000 to your door every other day. Like that doesn't last. That doesn't happen in any business. And we knew the margins were just going to get completely squeezed out of this, like almost immediately. And so that is obviously what has happened. The margins have just completely gotten squeezed out of the business. Talk to any breaker, talk to any card shop owner behind the scenes, and they're telling you they're losing money. And we see the clips of the guys, they run if they're not shield bidding the auctions multiple times. If you run like open auctions on Whatnot or Fanatics Live and you don't have a shield bidder in the back, the stuff's going to go for less than retail. Certainly after you factor in, you got to have some supplies. You've got to have, people sort these. You got to include shipping in this type of thing. Got to have a back office. Got to have customer service. Like, no, they're going to squeeze all of the margin out of this business. And so, yes, there'll be some useful idiots that'll hang around, that'll be willing to work for 1%, 2%, 3% margin, which you could literally sit around and just flip football tickets for an 18% margin if you wanted to. But no, there'll be guys that'll sit around, suck the dick of Panini, suck the dick of, the little dick that's left of Panini, but suck the big dick of Tops. Every time there's a Fanatics Live, we saw the numbers of what these guys had to spend to get out to New York City, Ryan. Anybody who set up a table there was 5 figures deep. 5 figures deep. Just to set up at Fanatics Live. Imagine, Ryan, having a 5-figure month selling baseball cards. Like, what do you have to do to have a 5-figure month? And these guys are literally setting up at Fanatics Live for that. And they'll be out here in California in March. They'll all be here. They'll all set up. And then these guys will come out to California, especially the guys on the East Coast, and they'll pay tens of thousands of dollars just to set up.
I don't know how you do that as a breaker. I think if you're selling single cards, yeah, you can kind of take the show on the road, and you could use it as a buying opportunity. You can flip cards. If you're a breaker, I feel like it's hard to take your operation on the road.
You're not.
And
You're not.
it'd
You're
be anything more than a
You're
marketing event. You may have to be paying people back at your own office or your own, home base to break cards while you're at Fanatics Fest, while you're at the National. Now, I know they have the Breakers Pavilion there, but we used to call that the Crickets Pavilion because, nothing was really getting sold. I love some of these breakers statements. Turn into one of the most important parts of my life. We pulled some incredible cards over the years.
Wow.
But being a breaker, the process of breaking, listing, sorting, shipping, and so on is very time consuming. As our families grow, we want to take that time and give it to them. Probably a smart move. Move. Because even the top breakers probably have issues with cash flow, probably has issues with hiring people, managing it, getting enough product. The breakers aren't the ones buying the Mickey Mantle cards and the Roberto Clemente cards at auction. Even the biggest breakers seem like they're still trying to find the money for their next meal. But we could be seeing more of this over the next few years. As I think Fanatics will continue, and they have to cut middlemen out of this hobby. They have to continue to gobble up margin in this hobby. They can't continue to make the filth bombs rich.
Nope.
Or some random breaker who can hire 12 people in a polo shirt and make him rich. It's not going to work. Barely worked for Topps and Panini. The middleman system barely worked for those guys. It was a very, very sleepy business. Till Jeff Wilson came along, told you guys that these were investments. This was a new paradigm, a new asset class. Bunch of stimmy money pumped into this hobby, and now we are still, regardless of what Mr. Jeff Wilson says and said that 18 months ago we were at the bottom. No, we are not at the bottom, especially the newbies, who these are their Mickey Mantles and Roberto Clementes right here, guys. Anthony Richardson, the little Pelican case kids, that's their fucking hero. Mac Jones was supposed to be make Tom Brady look like he was the one that was supposed to be benched. Mac Jones should be on his 5th Super Bowl by now. Fanatics is going to have to continue to cut these people out. And if they ever go public and they have to report numbers quarter by quarter, why would they want any of the margin to go to you dorks? Unless you're sitting there slaving away for them. Now, many of you already are. If you're breaking over on Fanatics Live right now, you already are pretty much a slave for fucking Fanatics.
Yep.
You already are. So yeah, these shows that cost, 5 figures to go set up. If you're a single card seller, I get maybe going to those things. If you're a breaker, I don't know. I think you're best just spending that money and marketing yourself online and trying to get some sicko to come buy into your fucking breaks. Some guy who wants to dust off his mom's social security money or his inheritance or whatever, or Tom Petty's son or whoever the fuck it is. Or maybe Shine and you don't even know where the money's coming from. Get it while you can, because eventually Fanatics is going to gobble that up, eliminate you minimum. They'll do it very quietly. They'll start it very quietly.
Yeah.
They'll start breaking products and it'll be like one breaker. And everybody will kind of murmur and be like, oh, well, then it'll go to 2, and then they'll eventually try to go to 24-hour. Like you said, they'll do it with shops as well. Whether it's through lids, whether it's through GameStop, whether they have their own activations in certain cities. Like you said, Colin, they have your data. They can look at the data and decide where do they want to set up a shop. If Jeff's shop is doing well, fine, then go put a fucking hobby shop damn near right next to the Braves Stadium, a mile from Jeff's shop, and just undercut him and take all his business. Certainly not going to be hobby shops, in underserved areas. They're either going to be in dense environments, in New York City, in LA, Chicago, Dallas.
Or just where
Miami.
it's fertile, where it's people are walking in the door, because we actually know it's pretty rare to have a shop and have people walk in and want to drop $400 on some hobby boxes. But there are places out there that exist. Topps is going to find those places and then go set up shop right in the middle of those places. Just like every city can't have a major league team, right, and draw 35,000, people. But when those cities do exist, well, yeah, every major league baseball owner wants to set up a team in Las Vegas because they know the city's going to help them build the stadium. Every fan is going to want to come to the games, road and home. The city of Las Vegas has shown that they'll support local teams from hockey to NFL to any sport, UNLV even. Like this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. So if you're Mr. Chris, yeah, it's time to pack up your fucking Casio watch and go home. I mean, if you haven't made a Rolex breaking, then what are you doing? What are you doing?
He said he donated 100,000 for charities, Colin.
Sure. Okay. Wow. That's great.
Noble breaker. It's the noble breaker.
That's great. That's great. Imagine if you had fucking, instead of donating 100,000, you actually donated your time, how much a bigger impact you would have made. Instead, you sat there and fucking pictures of men.
He has a lot more time on his hands now.
It certainly does. These guys, I'm going to go spend time with their family. No, you're on LinkedIn looking for a job. That's what you're doing.
Probably already had a job and then was doing this as well. That's the crazy thing. Uh-oh. We have a new World Series champion. The Los Angeles Dodgers have defeated the New York Yankees 7-6. And the champions of the baseball world.
Well, now it's hot stove season. Are there any free agents? I don't know enough about baseball and the contracts. Are there any, I know over the past couple of years, we've had Judge and Ohtani.
You got Mr. Soto as a free agent. So there's lots of rumors surrounding him. You have Blake Snell as a free agent pitcher for the Giants. So he's certainly on the market. A couple other guys. I don't think it's a big free agent class this year, but Juan Soto, Pete Alonso, I believe, is a free agent as well, New York Mets. So a couple guys out there, nothing too amazing, but yeah, probably the best part of baseball season, unless you're a Dodger fan, is about to start in a couple days once this little World Series, they stopped talking about this World Series. Now, I did notice Ohtani 0 for 4 after he got hurt, was not very impressive at all.
Yeah, that's understandable, though.
I don't know. Obviously, Freddie Freeman was amazing. He hit a home run, I believe, in every single game except for tonight.
His cards are probably going down.
probably. Well, most of his cards are in Atlanta Braves uniform, so that's the rub on him is he's got a fan base in Atlanta. But his profile probably got raised a little bit. Ohtani, we'll see. Maybe this all but eliminates the pitching because now he's probably got a rehab an injury, even if it's fairly minor. He's not going to get back on the mound anytime soon if he was planning on pitching next year. Judge was complete trash until tonight. Couple of hits, home run, double, did his thing, tried his best. Absolutely no pitching there in New York. I mean, they had a fucking 5-0 lead, and you can't lock that down. That's atrocious. So congratulations to the Dodgers, their fans. And just remember that in San Francisco, since 2010, we still have not one, not two, but 3 World Series rings. So you still got at least, if we're counting the COVID one, you still got at least one more to catch up in the last couple decades. So we'll see. You know who isn't struggling, it looks like, is our boys over at the Backyard. They are hiring. Maybe some of these guys who quit, they can get hired over at the Backyard.
Yes.
Flexible hours. Enjoy a schedule that fits your lifestyle. Performance-based earnings, Colin. Increase your income based on your achievements and contributions.
Sounds good.
Collaborate with a world-class staff. World-class hyphenated. Not sure why. Work alongside industry leaders and talented professionals who share your passion. Relocation support. So if you live in Timbuktu, Ohio, you must relocate to South Florida or be willing to relocate. So
an upgrade.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad. Unless the hurricanes are coming in.
If you just graduated Georgia Tech, going to South Florida sounds a hell of a lot better.
Minimum breaking experience 6 months. So we could figure out a way to, fake that experience. But
there we go.
Send your applications. Apply at backyardbreaks.com.
Should we apply?
Maybe we should apply. Maybe we'll relocate to South Florida. How much? Okay, here's a real question. You sign a contract, we'll limit it to 1 year. You sign a 1-year contract with Backyard Breaks. You move to South Florida. You have to break on whatnot or do whatever the fuck I guess they want you to do. Maybe it's sort cards. How much money, real life money, would it take for you to do that for a 1-year contract, move to South Florida to work for Backyard Breaks? Real question. How much money? Yeah, how much money?
I would do it for pre-tax or after tax.
You in Florida, so it ain't that bad. So it's pre-tax.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
What's just the kind of the top line number?
I'd probably do it. How many hours a day do I have to work?
We're going 40. We're going 40 a week.
I gotta work. I gotta
job.
do 40 a week.
Yep. No laziness here. Full 40.
What about the flexible hours that fits my lifestyle though?
Well, it's flexible, but you still got to do the 40. It's probably what that means.
40.
Right. You could just do it when you want.
I would do it for probably maybe I would start to think about it like around 5 million probably.
Okay. For 1 year.
For 1 year, yeah.
Okay.
That would get me to think about it. And then there's numbers where you would instantly do it. It's probably the double, 10, 11 million bucks. I think I could work almost anywhere for a year for 10 million.
Yeah. What are we talking about now?
So, but to go all the way to South Florida. Now, if it was like Southern California, it would be a number that's lower probably. Only because it's a lot closer. And if it was like I could do it remote in my office here, we probably could go a little lower than that. But to go all the way to South Florida, I mean,
talking big.
I wouldn't start thinking about it until it was like multiple millions of dollars. So even after all my expenses, everything, I end it with like 7-figure hit. I do a lot of stuff for a 7-figure hit.
Sure. Especially if it's only a year. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's guaranteed too. So yeah, it would start for $1 million for me. So I wouldn't do it less than $1 million, but $1 million, I'd start to think about it. Okay, we got another clip that I want to show you.
Okay.
This one's a weird one. This comes from Kendra Little. She says, "Hey, Nat Turner." Nat Turner is the CEO of PSA. Backyard Breaks was breaking cards at the PSA office. That's why she tweeted him. "Hey, Nat Turner, this is absolute bullshit. Why are you partnering with these guys, Backyard Breaks, time and time again when this is regular discourse on their streams? Quote, how's your bush? I like my bush like a gorilla, quote unquote, as he pulls a Caitlin Clark card on a live stream at the PSA office in New Jersey." Well, I think that calls for us. We need to watch the clip and see exactly what was said and how this went down. So let's roll the clip. Again, this is Backyard Breaks at the PSA office. Breaking Panini Select Basketball, WNBA basketball. And let's see what
Fever Zebra. How's your bush?
Oh my. How is your bush? I like my bush like a gorilla.
How is your bush? I like my bush like a gorilla. So we have the guys over at Backyard Breaks commenting, and this Kendra Little took to Twitter to complain about the backyard. Now, regardless of how you feel about the situation, it does appear that PSA followed up. Sounded like Backyard Breaks were made aware of this and have since been told to cool it. They have tamed the backyard. I really don't think it's too much to ask to give the female athletes on the cards they are opening their respect and dignity. I guess you either understand that or you don't. Okay, do you think Kendra Little is voting for Donald Trump or Kamala?
I don't know. I'm like, I hope she doesn't watch this show. I mean, he's talking about giving people dignity. I mean, every 8 seconds we're talking about hookers and whores, and I mean, Jesus Christ. But certainly women with dignity. First thing I'm curious, Ryan.
Okay.
I like my bush like a gorilla. My wife's looking at me. I like my bush like a gorilla. What? First of all, what is? I don't. So a bush like a gorilla. You're a little bit more, active with a multiple female situation. If you were to say, I like my bush like, or if a girl, let's just say a girl says, Ryan, my bush is like a gorilla. How are you expecting the bush to be?
I'm assuming, the gardener doesn't come over once a week and mow the grass. That's
Is
what
that
I'm
is that
assuming.
how it is? Or the gorillas have like they're furry, but then the gorillas have areas of complete baldness.
Okay.
Is this correct?
Like a gorilla's
butt, like a gorilla's butt is completely bald.
We may have to ask Grant on what did he really mean by that? I like my bush like a gorilla. Like,
yeah, I'm just wondering, does this mean? I think this could be one one extreme or the other.
Okay. I got a question for you.
Okay.
Look, this wouldn't mean any 2 bits of difference if they did this in their own backyard and nobody would have cared. I mean, this would be like the 10th worst thing that they would say on stream, or quote unquote offensive thing they would say on stream. But they did it at the PSA office. Now we had another famous shout out at the PSA office where the NorCal sports guys famously, after they got the Wimby 1-of-1 back, he famously shouted out Kurt's card care in the PSA office. So what is more offensive, or what's a worse hobby crime? shouting out Kurt's card care at the PSA office, or after you pull a Caitlin Clark card at the PSA office, you say, "How's your bush? How's your bush? I
Oh,
like my bush like a gorilla." What's
so
more
wait a
offensive?
second. So this break was at the PSA office?
Was at nobody gives a fuck if this
Oh.
was at the backyard. Like nobody, come on,
Oh.
like what are we even talking about?
Oh.
But no, this was at the PSA office in New
Okay.
Jersey. That's why she was even
Okay.
offended.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So that I wasn't familiar with that context. So that so I could understand whether she's voting for Harris or voting for Trump or whatever. Like I could understand why she could have, you know, a little bit of a issue with that. So what's a bigger crime? Talking about
Shouting out
Caitlin's Bush
Bush.
at the PSA office or shouting out Kurt's card care
Yeah,
at
what's worse?
I gotta go with the Kurt's card. I think from a goof perspective, let's just look at it from that. I think the NorCal is is right on par with the is gone. Like it's right up there with that. And if that Wemby card wasn't as significant as it is and was, PSA would have just decertified those motherfuckers. But because they can't do that, that obviously isn't going to happen. But saying, "Hey, how's your bush? I like my bush like a gorilla." I mean, it's just I think this is another reason why these guys are going to it's another reason why these guys are going to get, weeded out of the hobby as it is. It's like Fanatics is going to squeeze these guys out because you don't need Grant saying, "Hey, how's your bush?" like a gorilla more than the next guy. Why are you giving Grant any margin on any of this product? You just don't need it. I might as well have my own fucking filth bomb bro opening it up for $18 an hour. Might as well. If this is the kind, Ryan, Backyard Breaks is supposed to be world class. World class. You showed the job description to go work at Backyard Breaks. Collaborate with world class
Industry leaders.
Industry leaders. Ryan, if the industry leader gets invited to the PSA office and is talking about Caitlin Clark's gorilla bush, I mean, do we really need these guys? Or are they replaceable by Georgia Tech graduates that we can pay $18.50 because 582 marketing is not hiring?
Or automation, or just automate the whole process.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I mean, I think we're 4 steps away from something like that. But I don't think we even need these guys. If this is world class industry leaders, why do we even need these guys, Ryan? Why can't you bring up the ASU fucking Instagram every once in a while? Why can't we go to ASU sorority, Ryan, and find out, if these girls need to make $1 breaking? Like these girls can't be world class at breaking? You're telling me left or right couldn't be world class breaker?
Do you think they have gorilla bushes? How do you think they're bush? Do you think they're the bush?
I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to comment on that. But
Okay.
But I will comment on, do you think those girls could be world class at breaking if the standard to be world class in this industry is these guys?
I feel like the only use that Backyard has is to rig the break. Like to either rig the break for the Panini employee or the distributor who's feeding them the product, to rig the break for themselves, to rig the break for their homie. Like, what is the use of a breaker? They might be mildly entertaining, but to Kendra, they can be offensive in certain contexts. I don't see the point of these breakers except it would be easy for them to scam and to manipulate the break. Or to service the low IQ people. They also service the low IQ people very, very well. The low IQ people love Grant from Backyard and love Nikki and the whole thing. And God, I just turn on and I just love
I love
watching those
Nikki.
guys.
I love
I love
Nikki.
Nikki too, but I'm not going to sit around and watch him do a break for 12 hours on stream. If he's
No.
at the PSA office, if he's at the Backyard, maybe if he's in Sarah's room, I might pop it on. I think these guys, they either do this to scam or they do a very good job servicing the low IQ individuals. And they're essentially useful idiots themselves until Michael Rubin and company figure out a way to get these guys out of here. Because when Fanatics is public and Backyard Breaks is at the Fanatics Live or Fanatics whatever, and they start talking about Caitlin Clark's bush on stream, that's could be a much larger problem than a private company like PSA or Panini or these other idiots. You're essentially going to represent Fanatics. You are going to be a slave and or an employee, third party contractor. I'll call you a slave, but you can call yourself a partner or whatever.
They'll set up the same structure that these the way the breakers work is I think you get a kind of a minimum base salary in most work environments. Out here in California, I don't think you can just work for straight commission. Some states that I'm not familiar with other states hiring laws, but it's possible, Ryan, you could literally just work for commission in some other state. I don't know, but I know out here in California, most breakers are low base salary, 1% to 2%, maybe as high as 3-4% commission off the top. And Fanatics is going to do the same thing. Because how much margin are they giving up? Selling to Filth Bomb, selling to Backyard, selling to XYZ Breaker. They're giving up way more than like 4 points of margin. Not to mention they've got to do the logistics of shipping and allocating and servicing the account and all that other stuff. Why don't I just have, Grant 2.0 Jr. working for, let's set this up in Alabama where the minimum wage is $7.80, right? Let's set this up in Georgia, Ryan, right outside Georgia Tech, where you got a bunch of graduates.
Okay.
Pay them $7.80 an hour, which is probably the minimum wage in some of these states. And 2%, 3% for a sliding scale commission that goes as high as maybe 5%. Why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you just do that all day long? Exactly.
They have to. This makes no sense. I think they automate it because then you can really speed up and we've seen with Jeff Wilson promotes Arena Club or whatever the fuck it is. Look, we could have promoted them too. I've got text messages from the guy too who wanted us to promote the slab packs or whatever.
Right. Well, the way I think they automated is, forget this, Ryan, where there's some bro in a room and he's chit-chatting and he's trying to fill the break. The way they're going to do it is they're just going to have all the spots up like eBay. And then when it fills, the breaker just steps in and opens the cards and boom, done. There's going to be none of this hang out in a room. I mean, there may be a little bit of that, but that's going to start to go away, where it's hang out in the room, wait till composite fills. Oh, guys, I got 4 teams left. Let's make a deal. That stuff's going to start going away. It's just going to be all the teams are up on a board and you buy in, and then all of a sudden it fills, and then boom, you get paired with a breaker and it goes off. Then it's a way more efficient process. You're wasting way less time. It's way less about the entertainment factor of the breaker, which I think is completely overrated.
Completely.
And it just gets to breaking cards.
Yeah, it's a complete joke that these guys provide any level of entertainment. I mean, I was watching a break the other day. It's amazing. You buy into this break, the wheel spins, whatever, you get your spot, whatever. But then you've got to wait for another fucking 30 rotations of the wheel as they fill this break. I mean, there's so much friction.
It's
much friction. They've got to cut that down. They've got to make it actually easier to buy into these breaks. I mean, you've kind of got to know a guy to know a guy to know a guy to get into these spots, and you got to download an app, and it's all fucking weird.
Yeah.
I think it's less popular than people think as well. I think it's much less popular than what I was at a card show fucking this past weekend. There wasn't anybody set up selling breaks. If this shit was so popular, you'd see it actually live and you'd see this stuff turn over in person. This is just sick, degenerate gamblers buying into this shit. And like you said, a lot of times these guys don't have 30 customers. They have 5. They have one whale like Shine or whatever, whoever, Tom Petty's son, who buys most of the spots. Or they funnel the top spots to themselves or whomever they want. Backyard Breaks wouldn't need a team of show bettors to set a floor on these prices if there was demand for this stuff. I think we're just seeing a very weak market, a little bit of a weak industry. Still very, very weak. That's why Fanatics was able to come in and gobble up all the licenses, because these companies are fucking pathetic and a joke. I heard there was a bunch of breakers who wanted to get WNBA Select and they couldn't. They were offered like one case because it all kind of went to Backyard. Wonder why that was. I think they're useful idiots. I think in the most malicious case, they're being used to rig these products. They're there to service the Good Old Boy Network. They're there to service themselves. They aren't there to service the hobby. Like you said, these fruitmans and these fucking idiots were so loyal to Panini for years. And now they just jump ship right over to Fanatics and be like, oh boy, Fanatics is going to 10x the hobby. And Michael Rubin, he's so smart. And God, he's the smartest guy in the room. And they can't wait to go suck the next guy's dick who might throw him a bone in this fucking hobby. It's embarrassing. And when you are representing these companies and you are at their headquarters, I don't find what he said at all offensive, but you are representing the hobby. You are representing these in some cases, billion-dollar companies. And you may have to cool it on your live streams until you're replaced. And eventually, yes, even Backyard will probably be replaced. They don't break a lot of Fanatics product. That's for sure. When's the last time these dorks broke anything Fanatics? Oh, God. This idiot. What the fuck do you want? John, Michael Jackson, fucking Diana Ross guy. What the fuck do you want?
Oh, am I here? I don't know if I'm clear.
Want?
My shit's not real good. My connection all the time, just so you know.
But get your mom to pay
I'm just seeing
your fucking internet connection. What the fuck do you want?
Yeah, so I was gonna give you. I was gonna talk about some backyard break stuff, and I was gonna talk about what you guys are talking about.
You gonna compliment Jeff Wilson?
Yeah, I got a good Jeff Wilson stuff too. I got stories. Don't forget, I'm a content creator. I've done investigations into all these people. I've got the best stories about all these people, but you guys never talk about it. That's why I started yelling at you guys, because
we never
you guys
talk
never
about it.
upon.
Oh yeah, we never talk. What don't we talk about?
Do you ever talk about Jeff Wilson being a Freemason?
What the fuck is that? What is that?
Okay, look at the Market Movers logo. Look at the Market Movers. It has the 33 right on it, which is the code for Freemasons.
What is a Freemason?
Freemason is a large organization of people. It's a secret organization that might rule the world. These are these large organizations of the secret organization of people that are top level people that really organize and control the world. And Jeff Wilson, maybe that's what his whole purpose of being in the card community is to infiltrate, to get access to children so he can manipulate them and bring them in towards his Freemason cult of what he's actually doing. It's actually a cult. And like I said, if you just want to pull it up, the reason I would say that is if you look at the Market Movers logo, what the Freemasons do is 33 is the top level of Freemason in the Freemason, like Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal is the 33 degree level Freemason. It's a big deal. These are high level people. And what they do is they put that 33 in code on their businesses to let you know that they're Freemasons. And the Market Movers is a classic coded 33 Freemason code. Now, before we get into all that, I wanted to ask you guys just a simple thing. Do you guys know what CKY is?
No.
Okay. See, it's important if you know that, because Backyard Breaks, if you actually understand, you guys know what the show Jackass, the TV show and the movie Jackass is, right? You know what that is.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, the origins of Jackass is something called CKY, and CKY stands for Camp Kill Yourself. Okay, this was the hardcore skater culture that created this Jackass thing. It was called CKY. So the real people that are the hardcore skater culture people that are into that Jackass culture, what they would really support is CKY. Camp Kill Yourself. That's what it would all be about. And if you look in the center of Backyard Breaks, it says CKY. And so what I'm saying is it's possible that the Backyard Breaks logo is actually derived from the culture of the CKY culture, the Camp Kill Yourself culture, and it fits perfectly with, that's why they don't mind screwing people over, because it's all about Camp Kill Yourself. It's a big fucking joke. Now, have you guys ever talked about that?
No, because here's why. Hypothetically, let's assume everything you said was true. Like, who cares? Like, what does that even mean?
What it means is from day one, Backyard Breaks was in here to scam the public, and they knew that they were idiots. That's why they came in. If they put that CKY logo in their name, if that's true, I'm not saying it's true. Okay, I don't know. But what you would need if somebody wants to investigate, I don't have Facebook. I've never been in Instagram. I'm not one of those people. What you would want to do if you want to investigate this, you would go to the guy that runs Backyard Breaks, go search his photographs in Facebook or whatever, see if you can find photos of him being a skateboarder years ago, 10, 15 years ago. If he was, I guarantee he's aware of the CKY culture. If he's aware of the CKY culture, that means he has no respect for the public. And if he has no respect for the public, that means the whole purpose of Backyard Breaks is to scam the public. It's the whole purpose of what it's for. That's why I'm saying it's important. Now, is it true 100%? No. I don't investigate I'm not a Facebook person. I don't do that, but I'm just throwing it out there. If you want to investigate this, you would find photographs of the guy that runs it, Backyard Breaks. If he's a skateboarder, it's part of that culture. That's why it's important. Now, if you guys don't want to talk about it, fine. But here's another thing. Do you know I've got Jimmy's Kentucky Roadshow saying the N-word at the opening of at the trade night at the National Card Show? It's in Card Collector 2's video. I made a video about it showing everybody. Jimmy just said the N-word right here on the camera. Everybody said it. Nobody talked about it. You guys never talked about it because AIH and Dan the Card Man don't report upon the real quality news that I do to inform you guys of the stuff I was actually doing. Now, that's what I'm saying. Is that a story that's a quality story that should have been talked about in the community, that Jimmy used the N-word at the opening of the trade night at the National? Yeah, that was important. It should have been talked about. But
okay. Stop.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In what
Okay.
context did he use the N word? Like, what was the quote where the N word came out?
Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, in the way he used it, joking around in the real world, I don't think it's the worst thing. I'm a real world person, okay? But him being who he is, representing to the children and being of cards, that he sells cards, and he's Kentucky and all Kentucky, the sports, it's being who he represents himself, who he is. When he used it, this is what he said. He said, okay, now we're getting ready to open these doors up here. And don't be acting like no hardcore. And he slammed his fist like that. He said, don't be acting like no hardcore. And he said the word, the N-words. He said, don't be acting like no hardcore N-word people. And everybody shut the fuck up. And Ryan said, thank you to Jimmy's people for not laughing at that too. Not just my people, but thank you to Jimmy's people for not laughing at that too. And then when I went on AIH's thing, when you complained, Colin, you complained about me on AIH's live stream. I don't know if you heard all of it, but AIH said to me the words, John, Jimmy did not say the N-word. And I said, okay, if he did not say the N-word, tell me what he did say. And he could not come up with one alternative. And it's like, okay, that's what I'm trying to say. Wait. How can you negate my clear accusation of what he said? Everybody acted like he said it. But then AIH is going to say, John, he did not say that, but he couldn't give me any alternative of what he did say. So this is the kind of weird thing that I'm like, I like Raul, but he had the nerve to fucking say that to me, and he couldn't even bring up any alternative thing. And now here, Ryan, this is the reason I called in. Justin Gamble is trying to set up a gambling, like a pyramid scheme through the gambling, through sports betting, through sports card collectors. This is what he's actually doing in here. This is the whole big thing of what Justin Gamble. I made a little short on it. It didn't get any traction. So I thought it was important enough for the community to actually understand what Justin Gamble just said in his last video. I think it was the one that you got drunk with him in. I'm pretty sure it was that video. Justin Gamble said, look I'm going to set up a new Discord. And in that Discord, we're going to offer a sports betting service, right? But in the sports betting service of what he's offering, it's a pyramid scheme where Justin is going to be at the top. Every person that Justin signs up, Justin gets a small piece of cut of their action. Then Justin is telling those people, now you go sign up 2 people. And if you sign up 2 people, you get a small cut of their action. And then those people go sign up 2 people, then you get a small piece of everybody that they sign up. But Justin's at the top, getting a small piece of the whole thing. I want to make it 100% clear. That's what he just said in the last video that he did. There's no doubt about it. There's no mistaking about it. 100% clear. That's what he did. And I'm the one here that's doing investigations. I've been looking in Justin Gamble for a long time. And I can tell you, I saw Justin Gamble do this years ago. He was setting up a gambling organization through professional networks of gambling. And he was going to bring in a crowd of people. And he was going to get a cut of their action. He's been trying to set this up for a couple years, which to me tells me the reason he came in. Now, I'm not saying Justin doesn't like sports cards. I think he does like sports cards. I like his dad. I think Justin Gamble's dad is fucking cool. Justin Gamble's dad likes sports cards. I'm not saying they don't like sports cards. But what I'm saying is the reason Justin is in the sports card community is to get access to the sports card people and turn them into sports bettors so he can get a cut of the action. I just wanted to make that clear that that's why Justin just came back in. That's what he said in his video. That's what he's really doing here. Okay, I just want to make that clear. And one more thing. I'm the one who investigated Jimmy Kentucky Roadshow about being a pedophile. I'm the only one with the hardcore videos that went after him. And like Ryan, you were saying Jimmy wanted to go to Puerto Rico. He didn't want to go to Puerto Rico. It's Colombia. It's Colombia. Okay. He did a big old organization thing in Colombia and a whole soccer network. And he's setting up a card shop like in Colombia. There's this whole, Jimmy's big time. He's a big thing that's a big time. But I actually posted the video of Jimmy like grooming this kid. And I had to cover up the kid and stuff. But I actually went hardcore on Jimmy and said, this is fucking not appropriate. Look at what the fuck he's doing to this kid. And Jimmy removed that video. Okay, that's what fucking happened when that video got removed. And Santiago Sports also, and Mojo, motherfucker too. Fuck you, Mojo. Mojo and fucking Santiago were right there at Jimmy's Kentucky Roadshow, hugging and kissing on Jimmy. We're gonna take over the world. We're going worldwide with this shit, right? They fucking support him hardcore. I got Santiago Sports, a video he had on his page. And Jimmy was in the lobby of a fucking trade night. They were doing a lobby in the trade night of this hotel. Jimmy's walking around with his fucking zipper undone. His fly is down the whole time. I made a video about it. What happened? Santiago removed the video. He didn't ever fucking come out and say, hey, maybe we should look at Jimmy. No, what did he do? His ass went to the National and hooked up with the booth and joined partners with Jimmy. Santiago Sports and Jimmy's Kentucky Roadshow. We're partners. We're the best buddies. They ain't ever going to say nothing. They could walk in on that motherfucker molesting a kid. They wouldn't say fucking shit. Fuck Mojo. Fuck Santiago Sports. Fuck Card Collector 2. I'm the only hardcore motherfucker in this place. You guys don't let me fucking speak. I got all kinds of shit to talk about.
We're letting you cook right now. We're letting you blaze right now. What are you talking about?
Are you not entertained? That's right. John Reckoning's in the fucking house now, motherfuckers. That's right. That's how it goes down up in here. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just trying to be entertaining and shit too. I'm just going off and shit. But I'm part of it's just being a fucking entertainer. Part of being a content creator is being entertaining. Goddamn, I fucking hate fucking these goddamn, the sports card community. It's a bunch of goddamn home video loser fucking morons trying to think I give a fuck about their goddamn collection. I don't give a fuck about your home videos that every single one of you fucking losers makes, and all these fucking idiots like the president John Mangini coming out here saying, we need more collectors, we need more. Are you fucking kidding me, Mangini? You think we need more fucking morons showing me their goddamn home movie fucking sports card collection? Fuck that shit. Goddamn.
I've got to add you. I'm going to put you in for hobby. You can vote for John Reckoning now for hobby president, because I've got to put you in here because
it's all right. I like being an outsider because I actually am in bad places in my real life and shit. I can't actually I can't participate in the real world with all you people. So if people wanted me to be like part of the group and shit, I actually can't. So if you want to be my friends and stuff, I'm gonna push back on that because my life does not allow for that right now. So if I was hobby president, I would be like, yeah, thank you, fuck you all, stick it up your fucking ass, right? Fuck you. That's the way it would be, right? But I'm cool. I'm not like this and shit. I'm just like, this is the fucking internet shit. I'm just trying to be entertaining and shit, right?
So do you believe that Kentucky Roadshow is like Diddy, is like Michael Jackson? Has he touched little boys? Has he touched Card Collector 2 inappropriately? Do you really believe that?
Oh, I'm not saying I don't know about Card Collector 2 because I don't know how far back they actually go. Card Collector 2 is probably 30 years old. I don't know if he met him when he was in his 20s. Yeah, I don't know. But I do believe that Jimmy intentionally befriends people like Card Collector 2 and Mojo and Santiago because Jimmy wants access to the fan base of those people. Okay? So, I don't know if Card Collector 2, I don't know exactly what their relationship is. I don't know. Card Collector 2 seems like a fine guy. But he sure as hell won't say anything about Jimmy's Kentucky Roadshow. Even if Jimmy's like looking like a pedophile, he won't say anything about him. And not only will he not say anything about him, he'll come right back and endorse him and say how good he is. What a great guy. He's the greatest guy in the hobby. All these people that say Jimmy's the greatest guy in the hobby, it's just like, what the fuck? Instantly. It's like all these idiots, all these Hollywood fuckers who are talking about like Kamala Harris and shit, right? You instantly know they're a fraud. They're one-sided. It's an agenda speak. It's a total, there's some weird agenda going on. And that's the way these, you know how it is with all the Hollywood, with all the fanatics, pro-fanatics bullshit that goes on, like with Jeff Wilson. Now, Jeff Wilson has to participate in that, and it's showing really bad right now. Jeff Wilson is right now falling into trying to kiss ass to fanatics, and he's participating in trying to be a content creator. He's doing all the stupid fucking content creator tricks that they tell you to do. He's doing all that shit, which is lame as fuck, because Jeff Wilson is not a natural personality. A way to compare it would be like a Bill Clinton to a Hillary Clinton. He's like a Hillary Clinton personality. He does not got it. He doesn't have it. But when I'm saying he's getting better, now I know how bad he was. So he has gotten a little bit better on that. And on his talk show, I watched maybe 1 out of 10 of those. But the 1 out of 10 ones that I do fucking watch, I have been very impressed. And Jeff Wilson has done very quality fucking interviews. That's one of the places I'll say he's gotten better, and he's actually brought something of value to the hobby. Like, people are bad, people are good. I can talk shit about everybody just like that. Like Michael Jackson. I'm the biggest defender of Michael Jackson. But the Michael Jackson community fucking hates me because I say shit like this. I say Michael Jackson cannot ever be allowed to sleep with children. It was never acceptable because Michael Jackson's a man, an adult man, and at nighttime, even while he's asleep, he gets erections. Just as a normal male, you get erections, and it's not acceptable for an adult man who gets erections while they sleep, not because there's any sexual fantasies, nothing at all. He just gets erections. You can't be in a bed with the other kids while an adult has erections. That's not acceptable. So I say that shit to the community, and they fucking blackball me. I'm not allowed to talk in the Michael Jackson community because I'm real. I do not. But Michael Jackson, 100%, is not a pedophile, but he did do things that were inappropriate. I'm a realist. I will say, yes, this is wrong. What he was doing is fucking wrong. Any other person would go to jail for that shit. I tell the people, I can prove that if Michael, let me make this statement real clear. If Michael Jackson is not the child of Diana Ross and Smokey Robinson, I believe that he is a pedophile then, because it's the only reasonable explanation. But we're in the real world now. We know the truth. He was an abandoned child. Diana told him the truth when he got to Motown. That's the Michael Jackson that you saw your whole life. The kid who he thought he was a Jackson. As soon as he gets to Motown, Diana says, "You're not a Jackson." But she says, "I'm the one, but the kid is not my son." This is the line in Billie Jean that is like, it's so massive and shit. Diana tells Michael, "You're the one. You're the love child of me and Smokey Robinson. But the kid is not my son," because she says, "But because the lie has become the truth, you are a Jackson now. You have to stay living with the Jacksons." That's the whole thing of Billie Jean, and why I say Billie Jean's so big. And the reason why I'm talking about this is because when I explain it to you, this is important information if you want to invest in very undervalued Michael Jackson memorabilia that is out there. But you have to approach it from my lens. Yeah. Were you waving your hand?
So you're saying Kentucky Cards use the N-word on video?
Yeah. If you pull up, if I have it on my Sports Reckoning page, I actually have it on videos. If you pulled up Jimmy's Kentucky Roadshow, use the N-word on the Sports Reckoning page, maybe that'll come up. Maybe a video will come up. But I do have it on my page, on my Sports Reckoning. But if not, if you weren't going to look for it there, you would have to go to Card Collector 2's video. Yeah, on sports, it's on my Sports Reckoning. I don't know if you can search on there and say Jimmy's Kentucky use the N-word. That should be the title, something like that. If you search through them, If you search through them, I would see. I'm not good at thumbnails, so thumbnails were like random for me. I didn't know how to put my custom thumbnail, so I can't always guarantee that the right thumbnail is going to fit the right story.
It says Sports
Yeah.
Card Radio and Sports Card Investor are working together to scam the sports card
Okay,
community.
okay. Here, let me explain. Let me explain that. Let me explain that because I wanted to ask you guys about this because there's the big thing. So when he sent you guys the lawsuit, okay, he didn't sue you. Okay, so what I'm saying there is that in the end result, he didn't sue you. So the lawsuit is just might as well be a fucking love letter. It's just nothing. He didn't sue you, and you guys understand that on that letter that he sent you at the top, the law firm, one of the names is Wilson. You guys understand that, and I do believe that that's Jeff Wilson's company. Do you understand that?
Maybe, probably.
Do you guys know? Yeah, okay, because it's Wilson. Because Jeff Wilson's mother, one of the names of the on that lawsuit, one of the names of the law firm, right, is Wilson. Jeff Wilson's mother was a huge lawyer in Florida, I believe it was. She was a big deal. So I would believe that she would be a partner of a lawsuit of a law firm, and that must be the law firm that Jeff is using. And see, there's a lot of things about that. Since he's using a law firm and they're the ones that are doing all his taxes and everything, Jeff Wilson wouldn't even file for a PP loan. They would just do it for him. They'd say, oh, Jeff, we filed a PPP loan for you. He wouldn't even know about shit like that because they would handle all that kind of stuff, right? So that's the thing about that kind of attack towards him. Okay, fine. He did it, and there's a lot of stuff I understand of how you can make him look bad, but in reality, Jeff Wilson has major law firms who are tax fucking lawyers who are handling his shit for him. He's not doing his taxes. You think Jeff Wilson collected his tax papers and sat down with some freaking accountant or whatever and did his taxes? Come on. He's got tax lawyers handling his shit. They're the ones who set up all the people. Jeff Wilson
he's not that big. John,
he's not allowed.
He's not that big.
He's not allowed to not take a PP.
John,
what? He's not that big?
He's not that big, dude. Don't give him that much credit that he's got all these fucking people doing all this shit for him. He's not that big, bro. God damn, you guys fall for every fucking little trick.
What if he owns that company? What if you don't know that?
What company?
What if that company?
What company?
The law firm. The law firm.
Does he?
The law firm that sent you guys.
So what?
How much money?
You don't think I got more money?
How much money is that worth?
Who cares?
We're talking about Jeff Wilson's money.
He's not
okay,
that big.
Let me switch off this.
What company has he ran? He's not that big.
He doesn't. He has no. What
success? I don't know his finances. You're saying that. You're saying I'm saying that a tax lawyer does Jeff Wilson's taxes. I'm saying he's big enough that a tax lawyer does his taxes. What
that doesn't make you big.
It's a difference because this is how it works. Jeff Wilson does not file for a PPP loan.
You guys are enamored with Jeff Wilson. You guys are enamored with this guy.
The tax lawyer files a PP loan for Jeff and says, Jeff, this is what I did for you. But that's not even the issue. That's not even the point. The point of where I was getting to is that after Jeff sent you the letter, your guys' page blew up. And now you guys talk about Jeff Wilson all day. How many times do you guys say Jeff Wilson's like literally?
This website was popular 20 years ago. This website was popular.
Not on YouTube.
Fuck YouTube.
We've made way more money off YouTube. YouTube is like pennies compared to eBay would fly us to Las Vegas.
Let me clear this up. When the pandemic thing started, right? You guys came back into the sports card community and started this YouTube page, right?
The YouTube page has been around for over a decade.
For a long time, bro.
Yeah,
but wasn't it stale? You guys weren't making any content.
It was. I would
say. Hey, I've seen your video. I've seen your. You look at. I'm not trying to argue that you guys are not. I'm not arguing that you're not established in the sports card community. I'm not arguing that. You guys are established in the sports card community. You guys know things about the sports card community that obviously warrants you guys, makes you credible to be here.
Buddy,
I don't have
we
the
weren't
problem
talking about
saying-
Jeff
I don't have a
Wilson
problem
15
saying-
years ago. Buddy, we weren't talking about that fucking moron 15 years ago. It's you guys who are enamored with him. You think
Okay,
he's big.
and 15 years
He's
ago,
not
what? And
big.
15 years ago, you stopped making content, right? You stopped because there was nothing there for you, because there was no Jeff Wilson for you to shout out and get all the losers on your page that watch your video that are like the Jeff Wilson hater crew, because they're all broke ass, bum ass losers who are so jealous of his TV show, of his card collection, of his family. They're all so fucking jealous. So they come to Sports Card Radio so they can feel like they're big and they're better and they can listen to Jeff fucking the big sports card hero, Sports Card Radio trash on Jeff Wilson. You guys are entertaining a pile of fucking losers. If I wanted to come in here and get rid of you guys, I would take over, and I cannot entertain those losers. I will not do that. I can't stoop to your level and perform on a fucking show of like what you guys do. So don't sit up here acting like you're some kind of high and mighty quality fucking content creators who are making entertainment without saying Jeff Wilson's fucking name. That's what you're doing.
Well, I mean, I think it's a strategy inside.
Make a show without saying his name. Then you on your next live stream, don't say his fucking name. Then
hey.
Let's see how fucking good your crappy fucking entertainment is. Then let's see if you got any skills. Then. Right. Let's see if you got any fucking talent. What's your talent going to be? Oh, look at that case. Look at that case. They're trying to sell boxes at this price. Oh, look at those cards. You're just going to be like every other fucking loser content creator out there with no fucking content. Crap. Jeff Wilson helps you guys. Now you guys can sit there and yell and cry about it all the damn you fucking want. The reality is he helps your fucking show. I'm not going to sit here in the world and act like some loser and not deal with the reality that Jeff Wilson is helping your fucking show. Now the point about that was what I was saying. When he sent you that lawsuit, that brought a massive amount of attention to Jeff Wilson too. It brought attention to your page. It benefited both of you. So I was saying maybe that was a scam from the whole beginning. Because you know what happened a few months after that? Jeff Wilson calls up Sports Card Radio and says, hey, my good friends at Sports Card Radio, can you look out for this bad guy at the Sports Card Show? Oh, please, my buddies at Sports Card Radio. He sends you an next thing we know, a few months later, you guys are buddies talking about we're going to spot out the bad guys at the card show.
You're talking about Dale Ball. I've seen quite often out here, who I've met, who goes to all these shows around Northern California. You're talking about Dale Ball. So I know exactly who you're talking about. We've done a video on Dale Ball talking about some of
I know. I'm not saying there was anything wrong with it. I'm just saying it happened. I'm making a joke.
John, you know what gets clicks on the internet? It's not anything about Jeff Wilson. It's a 2012 Bowman Chrome checklist. That's what gets clicked, John. These clicks that we got from Jeff Wilson, that ain't shit, bro. You understand that, right? That we were putting up we have 3,000 articles on this website that aren't about Jeff Wilson.
That's what I said. I give you the credit for that. I say you guys have earned your place in this community. I'm not saying you haven't. I obviously, but is your old videos that are on YouTube, are they entertaining? Are they just looking at cases?
Ago, yeah, they probably were. 15 years ago, they probably were entertaining.
Okay,
John.
So that's what I'm saying. You guys have adjusted, and in your new modern form of adjusting, in order to be entertaining to this modern crowd that you are servicing now, you guys are talking about Jeff Wilson all the time. I'm just saying it's happening. So you guys can make your own judgments of why I'm saying it or whatever. But I did what you guys do. I used your guys' name to get clickbait with Jeff Wilson, and I made up a story that I thought was reasonable. So but whether it's true or not is not really the issue. I made up a story that was reasonable.
You just made it up. That's what you did.
Fuck yeah, I make up a lot of shit. A lot of shit. I make up stuff because this is how I find out. I have to put the thought out there, and then I can follow up on it. If I don't put that first thought out there, I don't do the follow-up research. That's how I do my work. So I have to start off somewhere, and sometimes I say stupid fucking shit.
Here's a video from 2012, John, that had 26,000 views. That was a lot back in those days. I didn't mention Jeff one time.
And is that the national?
I didn't even see
there you
Jeff.
are at the national.
Yeah, here I am traveling
but
on my own
there
dime.
you are, just like every other content creator making home movies. I'm saying,
where
cool.
Were they?
Where
were they in 2012?
I've watched
John?
that video.
Where were
I
they
probably
in
have watched
2012,
it,
John? Where were they in 2012,
Where what?
John? Where were they in 2012? Where were they 14 years ago?
Am I even arguing that? Am I arguing that? We're not. Nobody's arguing anything about. I'm flat out saying
You're talking about
you
Jeff
guys.
Wilson. You're talking about Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson doesn't mean shit
I'm the one
to
that's
anybody
saying.
but you,
I'm the one
John.
that's saying that maybe Jeff Wilson. Okay, here. Let me just say real quick. You guys aren't Freemasons. Are you Freemasons? Are you guys associated with Freemasonry at all?
I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that fucking means.
Okay, so please
John.
just say no, the actual word. No. Okay.
No.
Okay. I just want to check.
No.
Fine. I'm an idiot for asking questions. So we're in this free world. I'm not allowed to ask fucking questions of people. That's why all these other motherfuckers ask. They don't ask Kamala Harris. They don't ask Kamala Harris any questions because they don't want her coming back and saying, "No, you fucking idiot." They get all the news to say, "Look at this idiot. Look at this idiot asking questions. How dare they? How dare they? We've been in here since 2012, John. We've been making videos. How dare you ask me any fucking questions?" Damn, you guys treat me like shit. You act like the fucking liberal SJW bitch ass fucking losers to me. That's what you are to me. You bitch and whine and complain. No, John, we don't want to talk about your Michael Jackson story. The best fucking quality investigation that's around here. No, John, we don't want to talk about that. No, because this is our show. 2012. You gotta respect Sports Car Radio. Where the fuck is Jeff Wilson?
Where was he? That's a great question. Where was he?
Okay, just so you know, in those videos that you're looking at, there's a picture that the one we were looking for is that he said the N-word. Just so you know, the picture would have, if I had the right thumbnail, it would have Card Collector 2 and Jimmy in a little crowd in the right before the national trade night started. But anyways, they're in there. My videos, there's a lot of good shit in there. I've got some fucking hey, you guys have to have laughed at some of the videos I made about you before, right? Some of the videos I made about you, you guys must have laughed, right?
I guess. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't. Maybe.
The reason I'm saying that is because in my point of view, I believe I have some talent as being comedy, doing some funny shit. So I like to be as aggressive and push the line as hard as I can. But as long as I can add an element in comedy and make people laugh, I feel justified to basically say whatever the fuck I want, be as insulting as I can, as long as I can add that touch of comedy, which is what I do. In a lot of my shit, I do that. And I've done the shit when I make about you guys. I've added that element. I've made some fucking funny shit.
Looks like you just talk about us a lot.
Because Colin told me to do that. Colin said, put my name in your fucking title and get views off of me. Said, I welcome you. Do it all you want. And then Colin said, hey, if you get a view and if you make a video and it gets views, make 4 more just like it. So thanks. Colin's the one telling me how to do it. Just because I was doing it to you guys, that's because there was nobody else in here cool enough that I could even attack, that I felt could ever handle the fucking shit I was going to do to them. So I thought, well, these guys at least are fucking cool. Let me go ahead and jump on their fucking ass and see what the fuck happens. And you guys bitched up and screamed and started crying. Fuck John, fuck John. I'm like, oh, well, maybe they're not as fucking cool as I fucking thought they were and shit, right?
Hey, I just heard you on a stream saying fuck Sports Card Radio, blah blah blah, and then you started slurping Jeff Wilson's dick, and I'm like, hey, this guy, you can say whatever you want about Michael Jackson.
No, you're wrong about that. I've never done that with Jeff Wilson. I just simply said a couple things, like I said, I've watched maybe 1 out of 10 of his interview videos, and 1 out of 10, the ones that I've watched were quality. And like one of them is the video he made with the star 80, the star cards with the guy. What he was an original star. Stop right there. Stop. See the picture with Jimmy's Kentucky Roadshow on the bottom left there with, oh, stop. You moved it too far. It was right there, and you could see it was Jimmy, and he had his arm around a kid, and I have the picture. Roll it down, because I think you went up too high. I see Ryan there. I forgot what I was saying before and shit, but yeah. Well, there's a picture there, and I was just going to say, see, there it is right there. Stop right there. See the bottom, right there on the bottom left with Jimmy in that picture with the kid, with the box over the kid's head? That's the video. Jimmy was fully molesting this kid. Really bad, dude. And I fucking exposed that shit. There it is in Colombia. That's the Colombia video too. That's Jimmy in Colombia right there with the guy in Colombia.
See, I don't. You came on here and you say that you just make up shit, and so I don't know what.
No, I don't. No, dude. There's a lot more to the. When I say stuff, I'm using short phrases to explain things that are much more complicated. So when I say I make stuff up,
wait.
No,
Sports Card Radio are frauds preying on victims in the sports card community. So there we go. You know what I mean? I don't know what's real and what's not.
That's a cool video. I'm telling you, if you watch it, it'll make sense. I'm telling you.
I hope you appreciate that we're giving you the time of day. Nobody else, except for probably AIH, would do this for you. Nobody.
Okay, but also, am I providing entertainment here? If I'm not providing entertainment, you can tell me get the fuck out, because I'm earning my fucking keep here. So you're not giving me nothing. I am earning what I'm getting here. If you don't like me here,
giving us anything either.
Okay.
Yeah. What the fuck do I get?
You can ask me to leave. You know, I'm fucking. It's about bedtime for me, anyways. I gotta go to bed, smoke some weed, fucking crash out. So it's been good talking to you guys and shit, right? Okay, I said enough and stuff, and how to get you guys could let somebody else on. Let's see them entertain the people and keep them interested the way I kept your fans interested. All right, so you're welcome.
That we gave you the time. I hope that you appreciate that we gave you the time.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
And nobody else in this hobby would give these people the time of day. They just hit the block button, the mute button, or they'll just ramble on about Fanatics or Wembanyama or whoever the fuck they're pumping in the moment. I don't know what to believe here. I don't know what to believe. He's accusing us of riding off of Jeff Wilson's coattail when goddamn every other video on here is about us. Sports Card Radio's fake Rolex exposed. So I don't know what to believe. The guy's a fucking kook. I mean, that's putting it nicely. There's low IQ, and then there's John Reckoning. He definitely has something against Justin Gamble. But he seems to go nice on Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson threatened to sue us. He's got this big business. We've been just riding his fucking coattails for the last whatever couple years. I always like to make the point that, yes, we did make a lot of content. This website does have 3,000 articles on it. The best content was Bowman checklist, Topps Allen and Ginter checklist, top Series 1 checklist, Series 2 update, wholesale list. The most boring shit you can imagine. That's what's good content. That's what's the content that gets the clicks in the sports card market. Probably to this day. Fuck YouTube. Fuck YouTube. Guys are a bunch of fucking morons who sit around here and make videos every day for pennies. For pennies. So I don't know. We're subscribed now. I'm going to watch. I don't know. Colin, your thoughts on John Reckoning?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like you. He's more than welcome to come on here. This is at least the second, third, fourth time that he's been on the program. Everybody can come on here and say what they want.
If you want to say nice things about Jeff Wilson, you can come on here. If you want to say bad things about Jeff or us, I'm totally fine with that. If you think that Jeff's this big, again, I think, Ryan, we come from, I think, not to blow up his spot, but I think Homeboy is from Southern California. So he has to run in. I know he says he's not like out in the real world, but if you're in Southern California, you have to run into actual people that are successful. I just look at Jeff and I'm not impressed. You know what I mean? Like, what he's done in this hobby has actually been relatively mundane. And there's been many people that have had successful YouTube channels, that have had successful podcasts, that have had successful websites. He hasn't done anything over and above what we've already seen before. So we're not going to bow down. And, if you are so successful, I don't know why you have to sue other people.
Why do you need a double dip PPP loan?
Why do you need 2 PPP loans? If you're so successful, Ryan, why do we need 2 PPP loans for millions of dollars? If you already had so much money, why would you need even more? I understand how the PPP loans worked. I understand who took them out. I understand that there were multiple big businesses that actually took them out. The first one was it is far more understandable than the second one. The second one, you actually had to show that your business was struggling. And these were documents that not just your normal CPA, your normal tax, or your attorney would actually fill out for you. This was stuff that came from the ownership of the owners had to actually sign off on this stuff. It wasn't just your tax professional filling this shit out.
I love these guys who just, oh, Jeff, he's just the fucking absentee owner and he didn't know anything about it. And they just willy-nilly just signed up for 2 PP loans and he didn't have any idea that it was going on. Like, shut the fuck up, guys.
When he would be, if there was any fraud, he would be the one that would be on the hook for that. So either Jeff Wilson is even dumber. In that case, Jeff Wilson is even dumber than we think he is, Ryan. Because if you have your attorneys and your accountants signing you up for multi-million-dollar PPP loans you may or may not need, that could land you in jail. We're not talking about just being financially liable. People go to jail for PPP, for taking out PPP loans that they don't need. We're not talking about just paying the money back. You go to jail. So Jeff Wilson is even dumber than we think he is if he has people around him just filling out PPP loans willy-nilly without him even really making the decisions. He's even dumber than we think he is, if that is the case.
He's got these big businesses in Atlanta, calling the tech capital of the world. Jackson State University and whatever the fucking
and Ryan, people tune into the show. This is a charitable act for me. Now, I don't want to say that I'm here against my will. I don't want to say I'm not here because I don't want to. But you guys are kidding yourselves if you think I'm on here and I don't have businesses to run. I don't have money coming in. I don't have a life to live outside of this. You know what I mean? Like, people are on here thinking, oh, we're on here taking shots at Jeff because, we have to get some views up, Ryan, and we need to get the clicks up because I'm not nearly
trying to tell. There's 3,000 articles on this fucking website. Like, if I wanted clicks, like, I know how to get clicks.
We know how to get clicks.
Jesus Christ,
Ryan. If we needed to make money, we know how to make money. You know what I mean? When we were at Fanatics Fest, Ryan, did we stay at some fucking slum hotel in Manhattan, or did we stay at literally the nicest hotel Not just the nicest hotel.
You didn't
but
post
the
an
nicest
Instagram
room.
reel about it, so they don't know.
No,
they didn't see
I-
it. You didn't post an Instagram reel about it.
I mean, we recorded a live. We did record a live. Again, this is not just some hotel next to the Javits Center. It was the nicest hotel next to Javits Center, and it wasn't just the regular room. It was literally the most expensive room in the whole hotel. I don't get on here and talk about Rolexes and all this other stuff because I can barely afford them. I mean, do we need to get on here and be like Jeff and start suing people and list off our account? Because literally Jeff Wilson sent us a lawsuit that listed off companies that he had invested in. And it's a list of companies that no one's ever heard of. And that many aren't even around anymore.
Literally.
That aren't even around anymore. So, I mean,
but you can't say anything bad about Jeff because a couple of his videos are well produced and they're really nice. He did such a great job on that interview with Josh Luber the other day.
Oh, wow. Yeah, wow.
Just hit him with all the hard questions.
Yeah. I mean, is he doing it for the hobby's benefit or is he doing it for his own benefit?
Well, would he have John on? Would Jeff have John on?
I don't know.
Would Jeff ever give him the time of day? Let him ramble on his platform for whatever that was, like 20 minutes about Freemasons and fucking whatever. I mean, my God.
I mean, hey, I'm down for the conspiracy, the Illuminati and all this other shit like anybody else. But, at the end of the day, Ryan, it doesn't feed the.
Well, at the end of the day, who cares? If Jeff's a Freemason, a fucking the Waco cult or whatever, who cares? So what? So what? He runs a market data tool that nobody subscribes to. He has a YouTube channel with 20 employees that has 100,000 subscribers on a platform where if you have 1 million subscribers, you ain't shit. But I hope John Reckoning realizes that Jeff would never give you the time of day. Never give you the time of day. I would be stunned if Jeff ever gave you 5 seconds of his time. Unless it was an accident. Like you approached him at a card show and he didn't know who you were. So you can hate on us all you guys want, but at least we give you the fucking time of day and let you rant for 20 minutes about Freemasons and fucking whatever else is going on in your life. My God. Is that? Does he need medication? Does he need what is that? Like, because he's off the reservation. That's not normal.
I don't think so. No, I think I think he was acting. I think that
No.
I think there's that he plays it up, and I think he does.
I think he plays that he's acting. I think he plays that he's acting.
I don't think so. I don't think that's like him in real life.
He says he can't leave the house, Colin, because of some whatever social anxiety or whatever the fuck it is, mental health.
I mean,
there's some weird shit going on there.
It is what it is. I can understand that to a certain degree.
There's a reason why he doesn't show his face, I'm sure, as well.
And
the reason
there's no requirement in that. There's no requirement in that. So
all right, I'm just pointing things out. So
perfectly fine.
All right.
Christine, you're back.
I called back in because number one, I don't like when people come on and talk about my friends, call it loyalty. But why can't you talk about Jeff Wilson and what he's done? Why did he take a lot of those videos down after he gave financial advice that he legally wasn't allowed to do? I don't understand this. Why can't you talk about somebody who actually did wrong and wronged others? I don't know why he took out the PPP loans. Maybe his wife was getting tired of giving him money. But I'm not going to make fun of him because he can't go outside or stuff like that. But I have a problem with him saying you're riding the coattails of Jeff Wilson, but every video he makes is about you. And then comes on here and calls everybody a loser. And can you hear me?
I can hear.
My mic
I got you.
Okay.
I got you. I got you.
And he calls everybody a loser and stuff. And then he did what other people did the other week when he said, I'm just joking. I'm just trying to make humorous content. Well, accusing somebody as a pedophile, I'm sorry, but you better know, because you could ruin somebody's life with an accusation. You better know before you say something. Number two, I just don't understand why when you stand up against somebody who's doing wrong, you get bullshit back. I don't understand why you can't criticize someone who deserves criticism. And I'm sorry, but he has done a lot of damage to this hobby and to other people that he doesn't realize. And I'm glad you did videos about him, because I finally found people who would say something against him. I don't understand what this is. Like, it's like a cult. He might be right about that, because these people follow him around like he walks on water. And I just don't get it. And if you want to talk about whatever you want on your show, that's what you talk about. I have really deep-seated feelings about Jeff Wilson, and I've explained that. But what I'm saying is, why come on here, rant and rave, call everybody losers? You guys suck. You can't make videos. If it wasn't for Jeff Wilson suing you, you had nothing. And you planned it, like you're in cahoots. See, he didn't sue you because he was wrong and you called his bluff. That's what happens to people like that. A lot of bluster. I call it phone muscles. What people say over the phone is a lot different than what they'll say to you to your face. So I have a problem with someone coming on this show and lashing out like that, because it bothers me. It bothers me. When people talk about my friends, I'm sorry, I'm biased, obviously, but what was the point of that? If he is in the Illuminati, if he's in the Freemasons, what is the point of it?
I mean,
that's what I didn't get. What
you bring up a good point, because you also caught a lot of criticism too when you came on our show. I think it was the first time.
I got destroyed.
And you said you wanted to slap Jeff with a flip flop, and I think it was Mario Alejandro and some of these other people were like, "Oh, fuck her, she should have known," or "Oh, it was her money," or "free will," or I think if he wasn't a well dressed white man, first of all, none of these guys would simp for him, but because he's a well dressed white man, there's a line of people who run to defend people just like Jeff all the time.
And I don't mind the criticism, because sometimes doing the right thing doesn't always feel right, but it is right. And I called when no guys were calling in the show, and I took a beating. I still do. But my point is, who is Jeff Wilson that nobody can talk about him? You can't criticize him. The guy hasn't picked a winner in 4 years.
He did a good interview, Christine. He had a really good interview the other day. It was really good, Christine. That was it. It was really good.
Oh, you guys must have called each other and said, I'm going to expose you for giving fake financial advice, and then you're going to sue me.
Yeah.
And then some girl we don't even know exists is going to call in and slap me with a flip flop. Yeah, we're all in cahoots. We're in our own Freemason cult here. But my point is, thank you. Why? I don't understand this fascination with Jeff Wilson. Like that guy Denny. Was that picture taken after he was on the show a couple of weeks ago?
Oh, with
when
Jeff?
he was that you put up
That was
tonight with Jeff?
that was before. That was prior.
That was
was before.
before? Okay, but
Yeah,
it
yeah.
made sense because he wouldn't say anything. You know? Um, he wouldn't say anything about Jeff Wilson. And he did what this guy did. I'm just trying to be funny. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're coming on here. You're yelling. You're hysterical. Okay, we get it. He said the N word. It wasn't right. But you don't have to keep saying it over and over and over. Okay, we get it. We're grown-ups. It wasn't right. That's it. Thank you, Phoenix. But what I'm saying is I'm sorry. I don't like phone calls like that. If you want to talk like that, make your own video. I'm being serious. Make your own video. Every other video is about you guys. You got a Colin, did you hear you have a fake Rolex? That was one of his videos.
I mean, that's. I mean,
I mean,
that's been said many times. Like honestly, people have said that many times, and it never bothers me. Never bothers
but what
me.
I'm saying is, who cares what's on your wrist?
Well, who cares? Somebody that doesn't have a Rolex is calling mine fake. So it's never bothered me.
You know, I wanted to come on when he was on. To be honest with you, I would have debated him to no end. I'm serious. I don't know. I was offended by it, if you want the truth, but that's me. That's all. That's just me. And that's just how I feel. And I just, I don't know if you, no, you're right, William. But what I'm saying is I like to stick up for my friends because I have loyalty to it, but I mean, I just don't understand the point of any of this fucking shit. Diana Ross is Smokey Robinson. What the fuck? I mean, if it's true, it makes sense because I mean they had hit after hit after hit. The Supremes were one of the best bands that are never mentioned, but
Sure.
I don't care. I don't care if he's not my son. Billie Jean was a badass song though. I will say that, but like some things if you accuse somebody, like I said, of being a pedophile, man, you better be right. You better
He might be right about that one. He might be right about that one.
I'm serious. And that guy who called in, the Emmy Award winner,
Queen City.
Didn't he say he won an Emmy for his documentary?
I think he said that.
Two. Okay. What I'm saying is you came on public and in a public forum and openly said you were investigating somebody and looking into their tax records, how they make their money without realizing. How do you know this guy's background? I'll tell you what, if I was in that life and somebody came on here and started talking shit like that, I know what I would do. I'm just saying, like, I what do you care? What do you care? Big Al, Christina's phony as a $3 bill. At least I got $3, Big Al. But
Christine responding to the haters.
But it's just like I just don't get it. I mean, just I don't know. That was weird. That was weird. I'm not talking about not leaving the house or having social issues. I'm not really gonna pick on that. I don't believe in that, but I am baffled. I am really like, okay, Jeff Wilson's great. What's so great about him? That he opened a 25,000 square foot empty store? That his wife sold her business for $100 million. And no, I ain't no rat. I definitely wouldn't set Dirk up. I ain't no rat. But I just don't. $100 million. You could do whatever the fuck you want. So yeah, take out PPP loans, do this, do that, and you still haven't picked a winner. You have a $10,000 Bijan Robinson card that not one fucking person, even in Bijan Robinson's family, would buy that card.
Wow. Damn.
I know my family wouldn't spend $10,000 on a card of me, especially if I was mediocre. But I'm just saying, you know, like I think I was also attracted to this show because it's refreshing. Speaking your mind. And I just no, I didn't grow up on the Love Canal. Big fungus. You obviously did because your feet got fungus, funky motherfucker. So my point is this. Everybody's got phone muscles. Come on, Big Al. Call in. Show me you got more than $3. So I'm just saying my loyalty sometimes is too loyal, but I was just a couple
We
things
appreciate it.
offended me in that call. That's all. And if that's that, oh, is Auburn in? This is going to sound weird. Is it in California or Alabama?
California, baby.
It's California, up north.
Oh, okay. Where you guys are from, right around there?
Yeah, it's a it's a hour and a half, 2-hour drive.
When is that show? The Auburn show?
2 weeks, I think.
November 16th. Yeah.
16th.
Well, I didn't know that. I would have
one
been
day. One day.
You know, maybe next year I would like to go, you know. But I'm sorry, fellas. Just sorry. That just kind of hurt me. That's all. So you know, call in next week. Even if he wants you to call in, he's welcome to. I'm not gonna only pick people who agree with me. God, how boring would that be? And speaking of flip-flops, where are they?
I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to look for them. I will have to look for them. They're somewhere in my house. My house isn't very big, so I'll be able to find them. But I will find them.
I'm teasing.
Should have sent them to me. Should have sent them to me, man.
Holy shit! Man, forward them to Ryan, Colin.
Might have to do that.
All right, Big Al. Good talking with you too. Even the haters and people, that's cool. No worries, man. People are gonna act how they act. I don't have to act like them. Sometimes I do, and I got to work on that. So, fellas, thank you. Sorry to call in twice, but that kind of bothered me.
Well, we appreciate it. Always here for you, and appreciate your support.
Thank you.
That's right. Christine. November 16th, Auburn Trading Card Show, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm excited about that. I was invited Ryan. Now I was invited to, I think it was Scottsdale, Arizona, or let me see what part of Arizona. 3 days. Let's see what the days are. Let's see when he called me. I gotta find when this guy called me. I gotta call him back. Actually, I don't know, dude. My credit score went up, and I swear to God, I got a call every other minute for some kind of loan. Was he Miami? No. I don't know. I'll look for it. But I got invited to some event in Scottsdale. But I think it overlaps. I think it overlaps with the Auburn Trading Card Show.
Bummer. Damn it.
So I think I'm
priorities.
Yeah, I think I'm going to the Auburn Trading Card Show instead.
I think you have to.
I think I have to.
Event. We've got the likes of Mary Gamble, Justin Gamble,
Dr. Collectible.
Dr. Collectible, the whole Northern California scene will be there. Slab Frames. Shout out Slab Frames.
Yeah. Hooked it up.
So
nice guy.
Yeah.
Too.
Our boy Talon will be there. Promo code Talon15. Talon25 on PSA.com.
What's up, boys?
Tim is in the building. Somebody was wondering if AOC is pregnant and if you could potentially be the father.
Good question.
Wait, that's a question for me?
That's a question for you.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Okay.
I bang this shit.
That's not saying a whole lot, but
This bitch is fucking hot as shit. Like, let's be real.
I agree. Like I said, I like her. I got a Trump hat on, and I like this lady. And honestly, like
How
if
she
we would,
looks? Or just
no,
policy?
not for all her policies, but I respect her positions on all of her policies. That's for sure. So I like her. Like I am not annoyed by her at all.
Really?
Not at all. Not one bit. It's the fucking Mitt Romneys and the fucking Cheneys and all the fucking Bushes. Those are the people that annoy the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, one day you're a conservative and you're pro-life, and then the next day you're a Democrat and you believe in abortion. Go fuck yourself. Get the fuck out of here. At least with this woman, I know exactly where she stands on every issue. Every issue, I know exactly where she stands. So I love that. I love that. Don't be a fucking Republican one day and a Democrat the next. Don't be pro-life one day and a fucking anti-abortion the next. Like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Pick a lane and stay in it. Fuck this shit.
Right.
So I like this girl. We need more people in politics like her on both sides. Everybody clowns on who's the attractive girl from Colorado that everybody shits on or
she
whatever.
had that little date or whatever.
Yeah, and then there's the blonde girl, Mary Tyler Green or whatever her name is. Everybody shits on her.
Green.
At least motherfucker, you know where she stands. We know where she stands.
Well, Colin, these people do a great job because they're literally like representatives of fucking like an area with like 50,000 people. And
Exactly.
everybody knows their name. So
Exactly.
they're doing an effective job.
I agree.
Like Marjorie Taylor Greene, what is she representative? Like Wisconsin or fucking Minnesota? She like 12,000 people probably. She's the representative.
She can win with like 8,000 votes or whatever. She wins her district with like a block in California could vote for her and she would win. No, like I love that. Like we need way more people like that in politics, not these motherfuckers that say whatever they want out of convenience. Fuck these motherfuckers.
True.
Fuck these motherfuckers. AOC, fucking run for president. I'll hear her out. I'll hear her out. I probably won't vote for her.
If she's pregnant, that might kill her career, but
I don't know about that.
I don't think so.
I think more young ladies need to
I think it'll be empowering with how many single mothers there are.
Wait till Taylor Swift has a kid, guys. Then then you're gonna have to get off the apps, guys, because then every girl is gonna want to fucking have you drop some nut in her, and so she can be pregnant too. Wait till these young girls that are anti-fucking abortion and oh my god, free choice, blah blah blah. All of a sudden, then they pop out a kid. Then it'll be oh my god. It'll be like right now, the cool thing to do is fucking get nutted in and then go take the morning after pill. That's like the cool thing to do now. And we got to fight for that right, Ryan. We got to fight for the right to fucking get nutted in and then go get rid of the baby. That's what everybody's all pumped up about. It'll change, Ryan. It'll change. All of a sudden, it'll be Taylor Swift will have a kid. Fucking Nicki Minaj will have a kid. Fucking whatever, they'll all have kids and it'll be them showing themselves as a mommy. And then it'll be like, oh, what's empowering as a woman is actually raising a child. And then you get on these apps and every girl's going to want, get that nut.
Baby fever.
Yep. That's what's going to happen.
You make a good point. Good point. It's like kid influencers. Yeah. It's like who are the big influencers that could.
Yeah. Well, that's what we need. Honestly, as a society, that's what we need. And that's it's going to come. It's going to come. I don't know when, but
would you want John Reckoning to have children? Would you want John Reckoning to have children?
Honestly, that might be actually what's good for him. He says, oh, I can't go out in society. Oh, I'm stuck on Michael Jackson. He's been talking about the same Michael Jackson. Have a kid and it'll change your fucking life. It'll change your perspective. It'll say, well, fuck Michael Jackson. Fuck not being able to go outside. It'll make you do things that you're actually, somewhat uncomfortable with.
A little bit.
Yeah, push you. I mean, I've had way more success. Like I put off having kids and kind of that all thing because I thought, oh, I need money. I need to be able to provide for my kids. Fuck that. once you have kids, then you turn into you go, it's like steroids for an athlete or whatever. You go from like being a middle, of the lineup, lower lineup player. And then once you have kids, if you care about them, there's people that have kids and then they don't care about them. These are just losers. But if you're not a loser and you have a kid, all of a sudden your financial wealth and everything just goes through the roof. And you gladly do these things. I was up this morning, dropped my kids off. My son went to the pumpkin patch today, took basically the whole day off to walk to the pumpkin patch. Walked all the way to the pumpkin patch, walked all the way back, had lunch at the park, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like, you want to do these things. You want to do these things. So, and it's like, we do these, we sometimes go on these events and go these places. It gets harder and harder. You know what I mean? Reminds me of, like, Ryan, you've been here. It's like you start dating that girl in high school and you find out, like, damn, this girl doesn't want to spend like half a day without me. You know what I mean? Like, they have that kind of love for you. I never understood that love. I was just like, man, this bitch just wants my dick or whatever. I never understood that love. And then you start having a kid and then you're like, then you feel that you're like, I don't want to spend half the day. Like, I don't want to go to the National because that means 3 days without, being able to hang out with my son.
Well, that's why I'm saying AOC's political ambition goes out the window when she has a kid, because she's going to be,
it could motivate her. It could motivate her even more. Instead of being a representative of the great state of New York, she wants to move up to senator. My guess is they'll have a senator seat open at some point. Schumer's got to, he ain't getting any younger. At some point, they're going to want to kick him to the curb. He's probably even too middle of the road for what a lot of New York wants. So she'll run as the progressive senator that New York needs, and boom, there's her kind of scale up. And then I don't even think she's old enough to run for president yet, so she's probably got to wait another 10 years for that.
I think next round. The next round is going to be the exciting round.
God,
honest to God, that'll be.
Ryan, we got to quit this fucking baseball card shit and fucking just get on here and start this. These motherfuckers talking about politics are making hella money. Like, we ain't making shit doing this. So.
Well, that's next.
We be on here interviewing fucking Bo Barrett and fucking AOC.
Yeah, and somebody will call in and be like, "Oh, you guys always talk about Jeff.
You guys always talk about Trump." It's like, yeah, because Trump pays the bills, motherfucker. I love that. I'm always talking about. We're always on here talking about Jeff. It's like, yeah. I have 3 other YouTube channels where I've never mentioned Jeff Wilson's name at all. And I actually make money.
Well, he threatens to sue us, and then we're just supposed to sit around and not talk about him, I guess. That's what we were supposed to do. 3 days before Christmas, he sends us a 26-page FedEx, and we're just supposed to be like, oh, he has a big business, and Jeff, his well-produced interviews. Oh, gosh.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think from the outside, you always have to kind of like put yourself from the outside perspective. If you're doing YouTube and you're not like, getting a ton of views or whatever, you look at maybe other people that are starting to get views or have views and stuff like that. And you kind of think like, oh, that's got to be this great thing. That's got to be, if you're in that position, you're just like, in a different stratosphere or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's like, it's all fun and games. We're just on here having fun.
Yeah. Just on here having some fun. That's for goddamn sure. There you go. You can vote for Hobby President over on Sports Card Rate. Speaking of clicks, 15,900 votes. I shudder to look right now how many we're up to right now. Probably well into the 16,000 votes now for Hobby President and Hobby First Lady. 25,000 clicks, guys. 16,600 votes. Over 700 votes since we started the live stream. 26,000 votes. And motherfuckers talking to us about clicks and shit. Jesus Christ. Guys have bent over backwards to get clicks, and I put a little poll on our website, and we get 26,000 votes.
Right. And we've said this before. It's like people with less subscribers than us and getting less clicks than us are talking to us about getting clicks and getting subscribers. It's like, dude, if you're Warren Buffett, if you're David Einhorn, if you're Carl Icahn and you want to come over here and start talking about investing, I'm all ears. I'll sit down, I'll listen, I'll have questions to ask. But if you just opened up your Robinhood account and you have $18 in there, I don't think we have a whole lot to talk about with investing until you scale up a little bit. You know what I mean? And the same thing when people start talking about, oh, Sports Card Radio is doing this for clicks and subscribers and this, that, and the other. And it's just like,
yeah, if I wanted to get subscribers, motherfucker, I can get
oh
subscribers.
my God.
I
wouldn't have a Trump ad on. If I gave a fuck, Ryan, about subscribers and getting clicks and making money, I wouldn't have a Trump hat on right now. Because how many people you think we've turned off by me on here talking about Trump, pumping Trump?
They've emailed us. They've publicly said they're done with us because you wore a Trump hat or whatever.
Right. And I've gone through that. I went through that in 2016. I pumped Trump in 16 too, and in 20. I pumped Trump the whole time. And people would write it, oh, you're turning off. Why are you wearing Trump hat? Blah, 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 blah. I don't give a fuck. None of you all are paying my bills. And I started wearing a Trump hat with one Rolex, and now I got a lot more. So it ain't hurting nothing. It hadn't hurt nothing. So we're gonna keep wearing it, keep pumping. And I swear, next cycle, Ryan, we need to get off this fucking card shit, and we need to turn ourselves into Theo Vaughn or one of these motherfuckers that are making hella money. We ain't making shit. I mean, there's motherfuckers doing interviews on the Illuminati and they're making millions. We talking about the Illuminati and fucking Freemasons on here and we making $20.
Nothing. I know.
So we need to start reevaluating our life.
I told y'all my ideas.
So we need to reevaluate our life over here. Because this trading card shit, everybody wants to, people wonder, oh, what does Jeff have subscribers? Jeff tells you exactly what you want to hear. People want to listen to people that just reinforce the belief that they want to be true. They want to believe that the $400 box that they just bought was a good investment, was a good buy, is worth something, is going to be worth something in the future. That is what people want to hear. They want to tune into people that just reinforce beliefs that they hope are true. That the star 86 or star 84 or whatever year it is, that is a good buy. That was a good investment. They just want to see that. They don't actually want to hear the truth. People don't actually want to hear the truth.
I agree.
They just want to tune into the people. I mean, politics is the most beautiful example. Nobody wants to listen to the other side. They just want to watch MSNBC and hear about how the other side is garbage and how Hitler, Nazi, crazy, lunatic. That's all they want to hear about. And so maybe, Ryan, fuck the card shit. Because, yeah, we could pump it like Jeff Wilson does. And it's not like I haven't flown first class before, you know. It's not like I haven't. What's that?
That ain't even first class, I don't think.
I mean, it looks like it to me, but it better be. If you're on an airplane and you ain't first class, then why are you pumping tops? It clearly isn't profitable enough.
Yeah, I'm down to make quality, high quality content. That's
I think
if
I
it's
think,
video.
Ryan,
If it's video.
I think we seriously need to reevaluate because again, the only thing people want to hear in this hobby is just reinforce the belief that these cards are amazing, that pictures of men are good investments, pictures of men go up in value, pictures of men are worth buying. They don't actually want to hear what you're buying is a picture of a man. And you're buying these from other men, and that you log into these streams, and when they do pull a woman, they actually make fun of her. When Backyard Bakes pulled a card of actually somebody that probably is worth buying, that is a transformative athlete, they actually make fun of her. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that Jeff is actually not successful. that it's actually his wife that has the only successful business in the history of the Wilson family. So I think we seriously need to start reevaluating things. And that maybe we need to pivot like some of these other people have had. I've seen people pivot before and they've had huge success. Pivoted outside of some narrow niche. Maybe it's the firearm industry, or they only did this style of content and then they pivoted to a much wider thing and they started crushing it. I'm not on this world, Ryan, to live the middle class fucking lifestyle. That's not for me.
Okay.
So I'm not trying to be middle of the fucking road.
Okay.
Now we get on here, we have fun. It's great. I'm more than willing to do it, but fuck me. Fuck. I mean, like you said, this hobby may not be worth, maybe not worth the time, because all these guys want to hear about is what reinforces the beliefs that they already have.
Well, it's a boring industry as well. It's controlled by one large corporate company in Fanatics, and that control is going to get tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. And when you don't have competition and you don't have kind of prosperity in the industry, it becomes very boring. There was a few years there where things were very exciting. You had all this moving and shaking. You had all this kind of new people.
Yeah.
You had all these little scams popping up and all these different types of things. But now as the Fanatics control has become tighter and tighter and tighter, they've got all the slaves, all the minions kind of giving the talking points and the company line for them. It's going to become essentially a cookie cutter, very boring industry. It's not going to be a whole lot of excitement.
No, because
everybody be able to say anything. Nobody can say anything in a critical way.
It's going to get worse.
When you do, Colin, and when you do, we've seen what happens. You get a 23-page letter 3 days before Christmas, and then you get John Reckoning calling in, being like, "All you guys is dick ride Jeff Wilson." Like, well, we were just supposed to shut up after he sent us a 26-page legal document. We were just supposed to shut up and just be like, "Oh, that was a really good interview with Josh Luber. He did. God, oh, yeah." Super.
Like the eighth time somebody's interviewed Nat Turner. But boy, Jeff, you did a great job.
That was really well produced. Your 23 employees did a fucking amazing job.
Didn't ask him anything about trimming or waxing or the NorCal sports situation or anything like that. Nothing controversial. It was just, just another plain vanilla Nat Turner interview. But oh my God, Jeff.
Yeah.
Because he had great lighting and some sound, which your wife was actually a specialty. And that's actually your wife's doing.
Yeah, she knows something about that.
She does.
That's the hobby.
I don't know.
For you. That's the hobby. So they
I
deserve Card Collector 2 and the like. Even though I'm softening on Card Collector 2 because of all the John bullshit, I think Card Collector 2 was touched by Kentucky, and there was a Diddy situation here, and
wow,
Card Collector 2 is a victim. He's a victim.
Wow. So he deserves it.
He's traumatized. He's going through trauma right now. And
wow.
I think
that's intense.
It's intense. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I'm going to cut Card Collector 2 some slack because, are we talking shit on the guys that, were in the at Neverland with Michael Jackson? Absolutely not. So I'm not going to talk shit on Card Collector 2 because he's a victim and he's traumatized. That's my full belief.
There it is. All right.
I believe that to be true.
Wow.
The Freemason shit and the Illuminati and the this and the that and the Waco cult and David
Ryan,
Ryan,
I'm telling you, if we're going to be talking about that shit, why don't we make a bunch of money?
Yeah, for real. Yeah, I know.
Exactly. Look at the Cat Williams interview. Like half of it was about that shit.
I know.
And how much money did fucking Club Shay Shay make? And how much attention did they get from that? You know what I mean? Like we don't necessarily have to. We're not going to be able to get Cat Williams on, but we're going to be able to get people on that know about this shit, that can tell us all kinds of crazy stories. If we go off the deep end, we might as well go and make money.
Yeah, maybe so.
Not get on here, go off the deep end, and then get criticized for talking about a tech investor who's never made money from tech in his life.
Well, Trump's going to win, and that's going to set off. I mean, people are going to be triggered and mad for the next
right
decade. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities to tap into, resentment, conspiracy theory, anger.
Yeah.
Just the anger of this country is going to be elevated substantially, no matter who wins, but especially if Trump wins. The anger from the left is going to be astronomical.
The mental health breakdown is going to be off the charts.
You're going to have a bunch of people claiming that they're going to leave the country, but
no, they'll just be
shockingly they stay.
Shockingly, yeah.
Breaking news: U.S. citizen doesn't revoke citizenship after Trump wins
and starts making more money.
Yeah, stays living in Nashville, Tennessee, and fucking lives their life. So yeah, we should have been nicer to Jeff. He's threatened to sue us 3 days before Christmas. It's our bad. We should have just been nice to him and gave him a pass and just,
That's fine if that's what somebody wants to think. I actually don't. I think, and it may be in the context of the show that we talk and think about Jeff Wilson, but I think people get the sense, Ryan, that we turn off this mic and we're still thinking about Jeff. You know what I mean?
Buddy, I scanned 2,000 cards this week. I wasn't thinking about Jeff, and scanned and listed 2,000 cards. I sat at a card show. Colin, I sat at a card show from 10 to 4 in San Ramon, which is a lovely place. You know what I mean?
It's I was going to ask you about the card show. Like, what was the vibe?
These card shows are, these card shows, it's not bad, but I'm noticing less attendance, less money flying around. I did fairly well but really just from a couple people coming up and trading with me. Didn't know who I was. So, there wasn't like, oh, I'm going to go, give Sports Card Radio money. Guys didn't know who I was. And we did some jails and little cash, little trade on the side. And so I did good, but we're talking about very small amount of customers. And I probably had the box. I probably had the best box with the cheapest cards in it. And barely anybody looked at it because it was just, the clientele's just a little different. And when you're charging to get into these shows, it's $5 to get in. The families aren't coming. The casuals aren't coming to that show.
Right.
Free parking, free admission. Those are always going to be the best shows and the shows where you could or if a repacker's there. If a repacker is there, comes by your tables, buys you out or buys most of your stuff, you're going to go home and be like, I had a great show. But in reality, the last couple shows I've been to, there hasn't been the same velocity of transactions. There hasn't been the same buzz. There hasn't been the same type of hype. There hasn't been the same type of crowd. Now we could be getting, into the late October, winter months when these card shows kind of die out and there aren't a lot of big shows and people are focused on back to school, on their family, on holidays, on all that stuff. Very well could be the case. Kind of the prime time for shows are, spring through the national. Interest in cards actually dies off after the national, and this has been true since we've been covering this hobby dating back to 2010. Once the national happens, things kind of die off. Maybe there's a hot quarterback and there's a little bit of football market juice.
Yeah.
But until Top Series 1 comes out in January and the baseball market gets rekindled and you start thinking about baseball cards again, you kind of have a dead hobby from, late August until January, in my opinion. You have a lot of people focusing on Christmas gifts and so on and so forth. And even some of the data on market movers and Card Ladder too will back that up, and Card Ladder will back that up, that you do get this little bit of a slide toward the back half of the year. And we're in it right now. We're in it right now. And these card shows that I've been at, the one in Sacramento, what was it, about a month ago or 2 or 3 weeks ago? It was fucking dead the last couple hours. Now, the one I was at in San Ramon, I wouldn't call it dead, but I also wouldn't call it what I've seen in this area in the last year or two. So
you think attendance is slipping a little bit?
Look, I can only talk about the shows that I've been to. and the market that I'm, the local market that I can witness. You could be in another area of the Midwest and these fucking things are popping, right? The ones I've been to, it's a little less juice at these shows. Doesn't seem to be as much money flowing around as there used to be.
Yeah, that
Could be a
makes
season.
sense.
Could be a seasonal thing. Could be there's a lot of shows now. Well, there's a fucking show every week, and they
Yeah.
mostly charge to get in, and that's always going to be a hurdle to get people to come to these shows if you're charging to get in. It's free parking, free admission. You're totally different ballgame. But when it's $5 to get in and you got 3 kids, now all of a sudden it's 20 just to get hit before you even hit the door.
Right.
And let's face it, of the 150 tables, maybe 10 tables might have something worth buying. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's still a lot of,
Well, and you're competing against, I think we had somebody in the chat saying, I haven't watched a football game all year. No, on Saturday and Sunday, I literally sit on my ass.
That's all people do.
And I watch football all day. I just bought a Samsung TV that was really expensive. I have surround sound. My living room is nice. I just bought new couches. So no, all I do on Saturday and Sunday is I turn on College Game Day at 7 a.m. I watch it till 9 a.m. And then I have YouTube TV where you can turn on 4 college football games at once. And I might have the 1 or 2 games where what I'm watching it for is, okay, if this team wins, it means next week is going to be even bigger juice on the football game that I'm trying to sell.
I thought you were going to say the cheerleaders. I thought you said you were when they cut to the crowd.
Come on. I mean, Jesus. Come on.
They show
come
the
on.
merchandise.
Well, let me tell you what. TCU. Motherfucking CU is, man, let me tell you what. Quality there.
You've already applied your son to go to TCU. You've already
fuck my son. I'm thinking graduate school for myself. I mean,
good idea. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Maybe that's our next move is go to graduate school.
Hey, that's a great idea. No, yeah, I sit on the couch. You can't get me to go to one of these card shows if there's a football game, football games on, even if it's a bye week for the Bengals. I'll turn on the Niners. I'll turn on the Red Zone and just watch all 4 games. I mean, usually the Bengals I'll have in one TV and I only watch it 1 game at a time. But when they're not playing, it's the Red Zone's up and I got the 5 games on. And now I might not know who the running back is or the quarterback is, but I'm watching.
A sports card show on a Sunday during the football season is stupid.
Killer.
College football out here now college football is bigger in other areas.
Different.
Now you could have a show on a Saturday out here because nobody gives a fuck about college football out here. So it's different, a little different.
But I would say I look forward to Saturdays more than I look forward to Sundays. I love just watching college football and just watching all the games and teams I don't even know. The style of play is different and I just enjoy it.
Yeah.
So
it's fun. Yeah, it's fun. I enjoy watching because I have no rooting interest. I have no rooting interest in the NFL. I have no rooting interest. I literally don't give a fuck. Whoever wins or loses doesn't matter. Usually during the Super Bowl, I fall asleep because I'm like fucking game's so long and halftime's 40 minutes and I'm like fucking out, because I really literally don't care. Now that I don't sell tickets, I really don't care. I used to care because it was like, well, if this guy wins and it sets up this, now I don't give fucking 2 shits. I'd rather, I'm more concerned about who's going to be hobby first lady and hobby president. 26,000 votes, guys. Motherfuckers in this industry talking about clicks. Okay, anybody can get YouTube views. Somebody show me a website that one of these dorks have set up that had 26,000 fucking clicks. I'm very proud of that. 16,000 votes for hobby president.
It's a lot.
So the ballot harvesting is in full effect over here at sportscardradio.com.
But I think we need to, at some point, like in your life, you start to get kind of just a routine. We're on here every week. We're doing these all the time, but maybe we need to think about this shit. And maybe we need to do these once a month and then go do 3 times a week, fucking some real shit where we can actually,
make some money.
Make some fucking real money.
I'm open to making good content.
I'm down as well to like start making content in other areas that we can actually make real cash in.
I mean, you can't really do it just for the money. You still have to do it because you're passionate about it and you want to do it. But I'm just saying this hobby, we've been in this hobby.
Like, we can make more money in porn, like doing stuff on porn or like whatever than we can on sports cards.
I think maybe not the super hardcore stuff because it's like it's so hard to get distribution for that. But I think we can talk about women, we can talk about pretty girls, we can talk about society, we can talk about these types of things, and that has that if you do done right, that has a big audience.
We have our own podcast.
Right. We're on here. It falls on deaf ears. If you're not sucking off Jeff Wilson, if you're not sucking on the tea to fucking Mercury fucking basketball, how much does that Mercury box go for?
Not in the good old boys.
It's got 20 hours left.
Oh, it's tomorrow. Okay. Oh, that's right. That we're on a Wednesday.
Like what, 8 to 12 grand, I think.
I mean, I just think this hobby, all they want to do is hear exactly what they want to hear. That's all they want.
Well, they want to hear they want to be told what to hear.
Right.
They want to be told what to think or what to buy or what like people don't want to do their own research at all. That's why there's so many sheep in this industry. Like cards is a big time way to manipulate sheep. So if you can't think for yourself, you're gonna get racked. Like you're gonna get fleeced by these people.
I think that's what's happening.
I mean, yeah, you've got dozens of quarterbacks who have gotten benched or flamed out, and so I mean, it's easy to get fleeced.
For sure.
Right, for damn. Right, but all we're talking about though is Jaden Daniels.
That happens in the financial industry. People go to prison. So
yeah,
saying like, "Oh yeah, buy Kyler Murray or whatever all these terrible quarterbacks that are going nowhere that just get pumped for like $100K."
It's wild. I don't understand it.
No regulation. That's what it is. So people take advantage of the sheep.
The low IQ voters. That is the sports card hobby.
Nothing wrong with that.
Damn, certainly. The low IQ voters. And the off the reservation voters. I mean, look at John Sports Reckoning. I mean, you want to talk about off the fucking reservation.
I mean, I don't know. John doesn't bother me. I'm just saying, like, hey, if we're going to be on here talking about the Illuminati, we need to be like making money off that shit. Because look at fucking Club Shay Shay, Like, if we want to go off the deep end, we should just go.
I just want to scan cards. You know what I mean?
You just want to scan cards and
the scanner don't talk back. That's my favorite saying is the scanner
don't.
I don't mind. Scanner hasn't talked back one damn time to me.
Right. I don't mind it talking back. I'm just saying, like,
the last 4 Mercury box sales are 9,500, 96, 99.75, and the 12K.
Sounds about
12K.
Right.
I mean, seems to me, yeah. I mean, it better go for that much, right? I mean, how much do these boxes fucking retail?
8. I
like
think they came
8 or 9.
That's the I got that off 130 points, so that's all eBay sales.
I mean, they better be going for that. You know what I mean? Like, Ryan, you don't get on Zillow and look at the value of your house.
Dude, unlicensed.
It's I mean, I don't care if it's licensed or not. This shit better be going for this much 2 weeks after the release. Or what are we doing? We're talking about the most hyped player, maybe other than Caitlin Clark, over the past 12 months. If this guy can't move the needle, if he can't move the needle, what are we doing? Like, what kind of hobby? I mean, yeah, we're in deeper trouble than I think we're already at. If this guy can't fucking at least hold the retail price, because this is before fees. $9,000 after fees on an eBay. I mean, I know it's a sliding scale. I don't know what you're paying on the fee there, but it's not an insignificant amount. And then to ship that insured, because you're not shipping a $10,000 box not insured. Like, that's not going to be cheap. Even if you're not buying the insurance straight through UPS, you're going to need some kind of policy.
Sub 10% margin. You're probably talking about a five or less margin on this.
And with all the risk in the world that he gets hurt, or that Topps has 10 other cases that they're about to unload onto the market, or that the 2 or 3 incremental buyers of this stuff basically dry up.
What did you have to buy to get allocation of the Victor Wembanyama product?
Right, and was this the hit?
League and tennis.
Right. Oh, we talk to people all the time that they're losing money on a consistent amount of the product that they're bringing in, but they feel like they have to bring it in. They have to stock it, because if they don't stock the money losing shit, then they don't get any of the stuff that makes any money. And Ryan, this is the game as old as time. We got our wholesale license 25 years ago. And that was the game back then. That you had to buy the 2 or 3 you had to buy everything to get the 2 or 3 products a year that you could actually make money on.
Or they'll bundle it. You've got to take all the prestige if you want national treasures. You got to take 9 cases of prestige for one.
You had to buy WNBA, or you had to buy whatever. The football sucked that year. You had to buy a bunch of football to get the basketball, or vice versa. This is a thing as old as time. And it's so funny to hear these guys that are like complaining about it now. And it's like, this was the game the whole time. And there's a reason why there's not any of these like old wax dealers that are absolutely crushing it, other than like the 2 or 3 that have found themselves in the Good Old Boy Network.
Yeah, I think we're entering the boring stage of the hobby. That for the next several years, as Fanatics takes control, Panini's on the way out the door. I mean, when's the last time Panini spent a nickel on marketing? Or
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to spend money on marketing, because again, these guys will literally clock in and just buy it, and half the hobby will clock in and just be their marketing agent for them. So I think any spend on marketing by these companies is absolutely retarded, when these guys will literally clock in and market for them without any money. And that's what Topps is building. They're building in people that are going to be buying the product and marketing it for them, and won't be able to say a negative thing about it.
And they'll have all your data.
And Ryan, the hobby is just going to lap it up, because the people that buy the unopened wax, that is all they want to hear. They want to hear that, the new Cosmic Chrome Mosaic Prism that just came out for $380 a box for 18 cards. It's the hottest smoking best deal in the world. And that, oh my God, you got to get it because it's going to sell out. And oh my God, there's a player in there, Ryan, that's 18 and a half years old that's batting 180 in AA. So you got to get in there and buy it as fast as possible. That's what the hobby wants to hear. That's all they want to hear.
Well, yeah, it feeds into the system. Fanatics doesn't make any money off 1981 Topps baseball. They have to sell 2023 Topps Victor Wembanyama and hype the shit out of it and get rid of it, and then do the next product.
Yep.
It was Topps Chrome. Remember, it was Topps Chrome basketball a few weeks ago. We were told, "Oh my God, Topps Chrome basketball's back." And,
Every shop I walk into, they have fucking a whole wall of it stacked up. Shit's just stacked up. So that's what's going to happen too, is because, like you said, you're going to these card shows. It seems like sales are down. You look at the high end sales are down.
Yeah, we looked.
Eventually, this shit is just going to be stacking up from an inventory perspective. Then everybody's going to be sitting on all this dead inventory. Not Topps, but all these card shops that have been suckered into buying this stuff. They're going to be just sitting on a ton of dead inventory. And they're going to have a bunch of money tied up into it. And then at the same time, they have to be pumping whatever is coming next for Topps. So they're sitting on $250,000 of dead inventory, and then Mercury 2024-25 comes out, and they're going to have to pump it.
Well, that's how you get less wax prices. That's how you, if people want cheaper boxes, one, stop buying it.
Stop buying it.
That's step one. But if it does start to stack up, yes, that's when you will start seeing the clearances and the discounts.
I mean, yeah. Or just the quit out. You talked about two examples, or you just outright quit. You're going to see a lot more of this.
You'll see way more of this coming. Like, this is coming.
Just outright quit. Without those, without the
they don't make an announcement. Yeah, they don't. Yeah. A lot of times, they don't make an announcement on social media, for this shit. They just quit and go about their way.
And so if that's the market we're moving into, Ryan, providing the liquidity, buying this stuff, kind of being that incremental buyer on the downside, to me, that seems like maybe a better business than us getting on here, basically telling the truth, telling everybody what's about to happen. Like, I don't think we're going to make any money. And I think we're going to just consistently see our audience continue to dwindle if we just get on here and that's what we say. That we get on here and actually tell the truth. That, hey, if you're a breaker, you're probably going to go out of business. Hey, if you're a breaker, you're probably going to have to work for Topps.
Well, just don't buy this shit.
Or, just don't buy this stuff. I don't think that's going to resonate with anybody. It's going to be a smaller and smaller audience as we go forward.
Well, yeah, there's people talking about the CT scanning thing. Colin, you want to know the number one way to not get scammed by CT scanning?
Is don't buy it.
Thank you. Just stop buying. Does anybody give that advice? Just stop. Just literally stop. Just stop.
See, but that's not that's going to make us $0.00. And our audience is going to dwindle. Like, it's going to shrivel to zero if that's our message.
Then next week we'll come back with some Wembanyama boxes and some what Allen and Ginter came out. We'll just start ripping it. We'll start hyping it. If people want to hype, then let's show them how to hype.
Let's
actually
properly.
Show them how to hype. Let's actually show them how to hype.
So that's what I'm saying. Either we need to start dick riding fanatics, or we need to make some changes. Like, we need to dick ride fanatics.
A board meeting. We're having like a board meeting right now.
We are having. I mean, because here's the thing: it's like the same thing happens in the stock market. If you're on there talking shit on all the popular stocks, you're only going to get so far. You know what I mean? Like, at some point, the Tesla guy, after you talk shit on Tesla 19 different times, it runs its course. Whereas if you dick ride Tesla, like, there's guys that just dick ride Tesla where they could have bought in probably 50 Teslas by now, just based on their dick riding of it. So either we dick ride fanatics or we get out.
Okay.
And we do it like once a month, where we come on here, we spew the truth, we give people an alternative fucking viewpoint. But if we're on here every single week spewing the truth, it is going to go nowhere. It's like people that post middle of the road news, Ryan, where it's, well, Trump said this, and here's what it means. Kamala said this. Here's what it. No, you need to go full blown attack mode on Kamala, full blown Trump's Hitler. That's what you have to do. If you're in the middle of the road, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. I watch some of those programs because they're actually relatively entertaining. I feel like I learned something from an investor standpoint. I like to know, hey, if Kamala gets elected, here's, I already kind of know what will likely happen from a policy perspective, but I like to be able to figure that shit out. But from a money making standpoint, no, you need to go full blown attack one side or the other.
One or the other.
Right now, I think we're finding ourselves, we're floating towards in an area that I don't think we want to be. That if we're not going to be out there full blown attacking, killing these guys 24 hours a day, then we're fucked.
You can't. It clearly doesn't resonate, because what resonates is, do a good interview with Josh Luber every once in a while with good lighting.
Right. You have to suck these guys' dick, right? Like you said, have good lighting and some good sound on an interview. Ask the same 24 questions that have been asked 24 different times on 24 other programs. And that's what gets eaten up these days. That's what people want to consume.
That's really good. Yeah. I'll probably just retire then.
You'll just retire? Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, that's
my gut. That's my gut reaction.
So this might be the last show.
It might be. Yeah. Like I said, my scanner don't say nothing to me. So it's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. And it makes money too. Money just comes in. I think it's going to sound really modest, but I mean, I sold like $120 worth of cards, and the most expensive card was $4.99.
Yeah.
Imagine if I had 100,000 listings. I got more listings on Check Out My Cards than I do on eBay. So imagine if I actually had fucking a real quantity of listings.
I mean, I heard that maybe SCV is coming back. Maybe SCV comes back and then we ride off in the sunset.
There we go.
Okay. Well,
good enough for me.
Heard it here first, guys.
There we go.
Les says that he wants to debate Denny.
Content.
Can he make it happen? Les, whatever you want to make happen, boss, we'll try to make it happen.
We'll try to do it.
I'll reach out to Denny. I know that you'd be an interesting interview. You guys would have a good time. It wouldn't be overly controversial, or overly hostile. Probably there might be some controversy, but maybe it won't be hostile.
Not like me.
So yeah, well, clearly. David Snyder says, I think Cards HQ keeps changing sponsors. One day it's Whatnot. The next time it's Arena Club. Next day it's Fanatics. I went to the store twice and the magic factor was not there. Tim, I expected more from HQ. I mean, Ryan, if these card shows are dead, if commercial real estate has the highest vacancies in Atlanta, where the store is basically located, we know the demographic that lives around Atlanta. Not putting it down. But Atlanta is not particularly affluent. I know people are like, oh my God, there's some really rich people that live in Atlanta. No, guys. Not really. There's guys that live in like fucking shacks in Los Angeles that have more money than the quote affluent people in Atlanta.
Yep.
So it's not that nice. And setting up a gigantic store in really the middle of the ghetto is not a good idea.
How does he only have 2,800 listings? That's what I don't understand.
Know. Ryan, I think I'm up to
Pull a street view of the place.
I'm
we
sure
know where it's at. It's in a strip mall. I mean, we know where it's at. Yeah, we know
sure
what's around. Like
I'm up over 2K. I had
it's in a strip mall. It's in a strip mall.
I know, but like, what's like across the street?
A freeway, I think, literally. Yeah, it's just in a strip mall, in between a couple freeways.
Maybe the street view has like homeless.
And then here's the Brave Stadium. You know what I mean? So it's just, it's just in a suburban area.
Ryan, if you had a
ton of homeless people around, like the prime LA stadium areas.
Right. I mean, if we had a 24,000 square foot card shop within 4 miles of the San Francisco Giants stadium, you'd be like, you ain't not going to make any money there. Same with the San Francisco 49ers. They're in Santa Clara. That's much nicer than where the Giants stadium is. You ain't going to make no money. No money.
Well, nobody's making any money in retail.
Street
Not
period.
unless you're breaking. He's not even breaking.
I thought he had 6 cabanas.
I don't think any of it.
Allie's breaking.
My girl Allie, yeah.
Our girl Allie's breaking.
Yeah, she's great. We love her.
Why is David like addressing me like I own the place?
I think he respects your opinion.
Yeah.
Thought Jeff would be the gatekeeper to the Matrix, Wizard of Oz. Colin, I think a card shop and ROI is tricky. Would Fanatics maybe have SEC trouble with a monopoly? I don't think so.
No.
Owning print plants? No, I don't think so.
No.
The SEC guys go after companies with tens of billions of dollars in money. Or
if they
like
Colin, if they didn't go after Fanatics because of the apparel monopoly, like why the fuck would they go after them for trading cards?
Yeah, I think it's way overblown that that the government really cares about monopolies. Ryan, we have a search engine monopoly. We have a cell phone monopoly. We have monopolies, Ryan. Clearly, the government doesn't give a fuck. If they actually gave a fuck, Ryan, we wouldn't have multi-trillion-dollar companies. But they literally, and this is the funny thing about like the government. Everybody thinks, oh, because the government talks about it, they care about it. No, they talk about it to make you think they care about it, to gene you up. Like everybody thinks, Ryan, Harris is going to pass some national abortion law. No, she's not.
She can't.
Ryan, even if she could, Ryan, forget abortion. Let's go to the Second Amendment. The reason why the Democrats have never passed any significant Second Amendment nationwide thing. Why do you think that is? Because
they get no more donations.
Right. They make millions of dollars and the lobbyists make millions of dollars. Why would a lobbyist lobby for something, Ryan, and then pass a law that basically eliminated their ability to lobby for it?
Doesn't make any sense.
Once you guys start figuring this shit out, you realize, oh my God, they don't care about monopolies. They don't care about abortion. They don't care about gun laws. They don't care about any of that stuff. The only reason why they care about it is because it gets you to donate your money and then go to a ballot box and vote. They're never going to pass any law that pertains to any of that. And the SEC doesn't give a fuck about monopolies. They don't give a fuck.
Colin, there's some argument that the best thing to happen to the Democratic Party was getting Roe versus Wade overturned.
It is.
Because it just funneled a bunch of money and a bunch of anger. It just created all this anger.
And they sit in the back and they laugh. The same thing about Second Amendment. Oh, we'll do this about the Second Amendment. We'll have nationwide background checks, red flag logs. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not going to do that. The abortion thing is the greatest thing ever. Why would they kill it? By passing some kind of national mandate that you can kill your baby. Why would they ever do that? Be the stupidest thing they'd ever did. And they're not stupid. But no, the SEC will not care one bit about any of these companies. Not one bit. Not one bit. Now, if you're Kroger and you're trying to buy the other largest grocery store chain, then they get involved and they act like they care and they squash these deals. Every once in a while, they get in there and they don't allow a deal to go through. But it's billions, multi-billion-dollar companies in an industry that people vote on and care about, the grocery stores. Everything else, they don't give a fuck.
A grocery store is more of a utility. I mean, these pictures of men, I mean, come on, guys. You don't need these pictures of men. You need groceries. You need food. You need access to groceries. You do not need sorry to break it to you, a Victor Wembanyama Mercury box.
Ryan, you're killing the audience by saying that. I mean, I'm telling you.
You're right.
I think our message resonated for a while, but I swear to God, I think if we're sitting here doing this thing, it's to less and less people as we go along, because it's not going to resonate.
Well, yeah, they want us to talk about CT scanning. Guys, this is how you not be a victim of CT scanning. Stop opening wax. There we go.
Stop opening wax.
Done.
Stop. Just
It's
stop.
done.
Just stop.
Done. Oh, you guys want cheaper wax. You actually want cheaper. You want to be able to buy some wax, but you want it cheaper. Stop buying wax for at least a year or two.
Yeah, boycott that shit.
Yeah. Just stop.
They can't. It's not possible. It's not possible, because the second you get a whiff of a young black quarterback or black athlete could become a GOAT. You guys.
What about a white guy?
Come on, we know Luka Doncic sucks. I mean, come on, we know.
Okay. All right.
Luka's trash. Come on.
Who else is eating Halloween candy?
What's your favorite Halloween candy? What's your favorite Halloween candy?
Candy corn. Candy corn.
What? Okay. Are you serious?
Candy corn. Are you kidding me?
No.
What the fuck's wrong with candy corn? That's the quintessential Halloween. Every other Halloween candy you get anytime you want.
Candy I'm throwing away immediately.
Hey. Nope.
Save it.
Nope. Candy corn.
Reese's.
You get Reese's any day of the week, all day long.
No, candy corn has no place anywhere.
Why does my shit keep cutting out? My audio keeps coming. Low budget shit. Oh, stop.
The
I might get you off for that.
It's the Freemasons and the Illuminati.
Yeah, Illuminati candy.
Christine called in. Mojo, you missed this one, Tim, but Mojo donated $20 to the cause.
That's not content. That's drama.
It's very well timed. Very well. That was worth $20 right there, all on its own. Here was the question: if Tim, you knocked up AOC's ass. I know you would knock her up, but we were just wondering if that was possible.
I mean, I would. For sure.
Do I have a favorite business news source or leaders that I follow? Bill Ackman. I subscribe to Seeking Alpha. I plug all the companies that I want press releases or to hear the news of, and it just feeds, like Seeking Alpha will just feed your phone all the news, the press releases and any news the company makes. And so that's how I follow it. Used to be free, but now I think they charge. But when you have a YouTube channel, you may or not get the service for free. So I like Seeking Alpha because it's what I've used for a while, and I think it's like the cleanest and easiest, and it's the purest from a financial perspective. You sign up, you get the app, you follow, put all the companies that you want news from in a portfolio, and then turn on notifications, and then
that's cool.
Boom, you basically get notifications all day long. Apple did this, Microsoft did this.
Do they do affiliate stuff?
Yeah, they keep contacting me for the affiliates stuff. So
I can run that on my finance channel.
Yeah, I can link you up with the lady because they'll give you a discount. I think
I would want that.
It's maybe $200 a year, and my guess is they'll offer a little bit of a discount, but yeah, I'm a fan of that website, and I contribute to it every once in a while.
I have like 52,000 on a 24/7 channel, so
yeah, it's worth it. I mean,
24/7 finance channel. So
in terms of affiliate revenue, I'm sure it produces. I've never tested it, but you know, they keep trying to get me to. They want me to do it, but it's like, dude, I just do it for free. I put it on my videos all the time. It's the best source for. And there's no ads. You know, it's like Yahoo Finance has got a ton of ads on it. Most of these other sources have tons of ads rolling on the page, where it's like, if you're doing a video, you just want the text and you don't want a bunch of shit on there. I just want a Topps Chrome basketball delight box. Don't know anything about basketball. Is it any good? I don't know. I'd put it on eBay and sell it. That's what I would do. I would not open it, because that delight will turn into a nightmare really quick if you open it.
Algorithm had it right today.
What happened? Algorithm?
Algorithm was right today.
Hey, Seabless says we can get on the algorithm. So
let's do that.
I think his brother was like at a final table or something too.
For real.
Yeah.
His brother is good at pot limit Omaha.
Yeah,
He's
he was
one of the
final table pot limit Omaha, the super high roller.
Yeah.
He's one of the best for sure.
That's gonna be
Jared
hate it.
Blesnick. He had a box of cards with him at that tournament, and he had it at the final table. I don't know what it was actually. But he's like, I'm not gonna open it till I feel like it's right. So, and he was like in a massive lead when I.
Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Our boy's bed situation could he could spend a little bit of money on the bed situation.
Hey, no, you got to keep the cash flow. Keep the cash flow ready for these bets, man. I mean, gotta keep that cash flow.
No kidding. It's all going to the bets. I can see. Oh, he's getting a manicure.
Hey,
he's getting a manicure.
See, he knows what to spend on.
Seabless, bro.
I mean, I'll be in Vegas at CES in January, so in
January.
In January, I think it's
I'm
gonna be there the whole week, entire week.
We can create content there if you want.
That's why I'm going. So
help you.
It's a big week. It's a big week. So
I can be your photographer or videographer.
I might be able to get you. Well, obviously, I can get you a media pass. So maybe I'll look into that because I think since I have a media pass, I think you can like tag on a photographer or something.
Perfect.
I'll see if I can do that.
I'll be your stage crew.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see if we can do that because you can get a lot of money. You can make money from the content right away, but then you have all this kind of long tail content you can post later too. So
yeah, I'm down.
Like you can get some big views like right away with it. So
and we should just cater the content to phone format.
Oh yeah. I think you can do. I think there's so much to do there that it's like CES is by far the best conference I've ever been to, and it's like the most fun, like by a mile.
I've never been. I've been to SEMA, but I've never been to CES.
SEMA's cool. Yeah. What's cool about CES is it's like there's a whole convention center with just cars in it. So it's damn near like a SEMA show and everything else. So it is the most it's the most intense conference I've ever been to.
It shows you the cutting edge technology. So
yeah. And you can kind of you can get all this video and then fucking I see guys post videos from like last January CES and then fucking people are like, oh my God, that's amazing. It's like, dude, that shit's like 9 months old. So it's like people like dig that shit.
Yeah.
So I and last year I didn't even know what I was doing. So this year I'll have a better sense of like what to do and what to like go up. Yeah. Know where to go and shit.
Man, I tell you at CES, boy, the hookers come out for that, boy. Talking about CES, man, that is prime hooker fucking. I mean, Vegas is good for the ladies of the night, but boy, during CES, they like fly them in. Man,
Super Bowl and CES, it's the same.
CES might be better because they're not broke. Like the guys who go to Vegas for the Super Bowl are usually broke, but man, at CES, woo,
yeah,
corporate money, baby.
I don't know nothing about that, Ryan. We also don't know the Dallas Card Show heist. I'm assuming that has not been solved.
Oh, shocking! The police didn't look into a picture of a man.
Should we do it, Ryan? Should we do our next video on that? Should we do another video on that?
No, I could pull up comments where some dork was on our channel being like, "You guys haven't talked about it. You must be involved with it."
No, stop.
So that,
Ryan, do you think you can turn a 6 into an 8 with a nose job and a new rack?
An 8's a big score. An 8's a big score.
But what a 6 is not like hideous, right?
Yeah.
So you get this girl who's a 6.
Yeah.
To
go to an 8 though is
no makeup on a girl that's a 6 and just her
maybe
average
Ozempic boob jobs and a nose job. I could maybe. Maybe.
No, but she wasn't even like overweight when she was a 6. She just is not like,
But why is she a 6? Why? Yeah, I don't
Because
know if
she's
the
just,
nose job and the tits are gonna
her
fix that.
nose is a little crooked, and her
Nah.
tits are
So
non-existent.
I gotta turn you into. Might turn you into like a 7. An 8's a big number. Like our girl Kristen might be a fucking 8.
I think all done up. Yeah.
8's a big number.
Big move.
If we're ranking
Big move.
females, 8 is big number. Big number. You don't just hand out 8. This ain't like PSA and you just handing out 10s and shit. Like,
No,
nah,
PSA ain't doing that. PSA ain't doing
No.
that.
Not to you, to the good old boys. I mean, come on. You
Oh,
didn't
right,
juice
right.
your cards either. You didn't rub down your
Sure.
fucking cards. Come on.
That's true. That was a mistake.
8's big number. I don't think nose job and tit job you're getting 6 to 8.
Okay.
6 to 7? Sure. 6 to 7.
Are we having an election day live stream?
No,
I don't think so.
No, because it's so good watching it. Oh my God, that's like the best. Oh, it's like
I just want to be watching it.
We know who's going to win this time. I think I don't know. Maybe I'm out of touch, but I'm pretty confident who's going to win. Whereas the last actually couple times it was a little bit of a.
It was a toss up.
It could go either way. It could really go either way.
Of that would actually on that day would be interesting.
There's so many other ones going though. Like I just don't think.
Yeah, I don't want to ruin it. It would ruin my fun. Like it's fun. For me to watch that shit and watch people lose their mind and just now.
I just think there's so much else going on that day that I don't know. Yeah, election broadcast. I don't think so. I don't think so. Jason Moran says the funny part of that Jackie video is that the guy bought a card of a black man. So a lot of racial undertones to tonight's show. That's we're not scared of scared of that issue. Other people are. 8 p.m. Eastern time, November 6th. CJ's Corners live on YouTube. Call-ins. Ryan, can she go live, or do you need a certain amount of subscribers? Can you just go live on YouTube?
Maybe she has some subscribers.
Oh, maybe.
I thought you could just go live.
I think you can go live.
Really? Okay.
We got to figure out which CJ's Corner it is. She got to drop the link. Tell her to drop the link.
Yeah.
You got to figure out which one she is.
If it's a new channel, you're not going to be able to find it.
Yeah. We need the link. I'm gonna
Sean.
Oh wait.
Early.
Speaking of Christine, can you send her my info because she was asking for it?
Oh, Christine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a fun game, Ryan. Your favorite hobby influencer just got arrested for tax evasion. Is it Jeff Wilson, Roth Cards, Mojo, Card Collector 2, or Ty Wilson?
All right, Shine. Can I do D Shine? First of all, I don't think. No offense to anybody, but most of those guys on that list don't pay enough in taxes to even, warrant a tax evasion charge, right? I mean, it costs more to go after them than what you would get back in terms of what they were trying to avoid. Probably Jeff. I mean, Jeff, because of the PPP stuff, and he's a little more high profile than those other guys. Some of those other guys, I'm not even convinced pay taxes. So maybe they would get it busted for tax evasion. Because are we even sure Roth pays taxes? I mean, let's be real.
I mean, you have to actually make money to pay taxes,
right? And you got to actually file. So it wouldn't shock me if he's like 50% of the country and doesn't even pay his taxes,
or he doesn't have to.
Or you just don't.
Well, I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, that's what Jeff.
A great idea, but
I think it's a bad idea.
Jeff would tell you. Jeff would tell you to do that.
Big Al's one of these white dudes for Harris, Ryan, and he's asking us if SCR talked about the guy that got tasered over stealing Pokemon cards at Target. It was the funniest thing he's seen in a long time.
And no, I didn't see that. It does sound pretty funny. I know it must not have been in California, because you can just walk in there in California and just take whatever you want and walk out.
In Hawaii.
You guys see the video of Vivek on the back of a garbage truck. Yeah, he got out and loaded it. My boy Vivek. I love Vivek. I think he's great. He's fantastic. Need way more people like that in politics.
He speaks, very well. Speaks very well.
He's great.
Yeah, I like Vivek.
He's
honestly.
great. He's great. He's got a shot. He's got a shot at winning it one day for sure. Him versus AOC. My God, that was just
classic.
Oh,
I'm telling you, the next election is going to be the one.
Ryan,
that'll be the one.
Oh no, it'll be completely. Yeah, it'd be completely open. Well, obviously, if Harris wins, it'll be different. But we're assuming Harris does not win. Even if Harris wins and if she's not very popular, then in 4 years there'll be a lot of people gunning for her. There'll be a ton of people. So the backstabbing on that side of the party would be very interesting. And theoretically, Trump could run it like a fourth time if he doesn't win. Oh, wow. So, but if you do get a Trump victory, then yeah, I think that ends Kamala's career as a politician, and she turns more into like a Hillary Clinton type, and then it's completely open. And it's completely open. It's going to be amazing. Telling you, it might be our
maybe we can get back to actual ideas and issues and less about this person's a Nazi, this person's whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Well, yeah, at least for a short period of time. I think, it depends on who's running, but I think it'd be fantastic. So I can get on here and debate the issues. That's the thing, is most people can't because they're so emotionally attached to one side or the other.
I listen to so much politics shit and they never talk about the issues.
Well, no, I
never talk about something specific,
Well, no, they don't listen. They can't get past they can't get past that.
Oh, there was a comedian at the Madison Square Garden rally and he said something about Puerto Ricans. I'm like, he's a fucking comedian, Colin. Like, what are we talking about?
I mean, we think the people in the hobby are low IQ. Trust me. Maybe we should just get on here and talk about hot women. I mean, God.
I think it should be like, I would do a relationship advice, or you talk about not even advice, but just you kind of vent about your relationship or your marriage or your girlfriend.
Let people vent. Yeah.
Yeah. That would be fun.
Or get advice from chat. Get advice.
I have so many good stories.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to date a girl whose brother was on the Yankees. I mean, I have relevant stories about baseball, so it's like, I think it'd be fun to just hear people's stories about relationships, about their wife, about dating. Kristen could call in. I mean, she's going to break up with the fullback player once it gets cut by the Niners.
Oh my God.
You could talk to anyone about that, about their relationship life.
Well, he calls in.
She's in the 8 range. I mean, you ain't going from 6 to an 8 with plastic surgery. I'm sorry. You're not going.
What if her body wasn't super hot? Like, she's got a really smoking hot body, but like, let's imagine like her body's not as smoking hot as it is.
Then you're not getting an 8. If your body ain't hot, you're not an 8.
No, but I'm saying she turns her body into a smoking hot body.
Okay, so Ozempic, a boob job, and a nose job.
Yeah,
maybe.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Maybe.
Like, I know a girl that has a really pretty face, but the rest of her body is like flat as a board.
Oh, then she's like a 6.
Right. So if she gets like a body job and a little booty job or something,
yeah,
then she turns into like a 8.5, like or more if their face is that good,
Damn right. Freemasonry is literally just adult Boy Scouts. We're learning something today. This guy is giving the Burger King dude a run for his money. Was it a hard R on the N word? We never got clarification on that. The Ark of the Covenant in the backyard. Tim, you missed the.
Oh God.
You missed the drama. Yeah, trust me. Santiago is the man.
I came 4 hours into the show, so
yeah. That's probably about when I wish I would have came in. Jay Cyrus with the $2. The goose is not loose tonight. The goose will probably be absent from the show. I don't really want
trouble last time.
No, it's not that. No, it's actually nothing like that. It's actually, I swear to God, I'll tell you guys privately.
Yeah.
I'll tell you guys privately. It has nothing to do with my wife. It has nothing to do with me not wanting to drink. There is a very specific reason though why I'm not goosing and then I won't be goosing.
Yeah. I kind of get you.
You guys will laugh at the reason. You guys will laugh. Is it gay if I finalize car deals by kissing the dealer? I mean, I guess if it's Kristen Uchek, that's not, but you do you. I got no problem. I got no problem with people want to kiss car dealers. That's fine. I would applaud
Well, if they try to
SDR
kiss
for
you.
pivoting to a bigger audience. Make the money while you can. Well, we have some support there. Appreciate that. I mean, I'm not saying that we would not come on here and do card content, but I think we're kind of wasting our time doing it 4 days a week because, like, I think our message is the same every week. I don't think we're offering anything that the community doesn't already know. I don't think that I think that we continue to have the same message. Don't buy this stuff. It's too expensive. The quarterbacks are weak. Like, people just want to hear and reinforce the beliefs that they think are true. And I don't think
Our time and effort.
Yeah.
Our time and effort can be spent in better avenues for sure.
For
Like,
me, it's just
for
hanging
this
out,
type
being
of
able to
stuff,
hang out with my kids on a Wednesday or a Thursday. So
Yeah.
now, could we come in here once a month and do a big blowout and have people call in? Maybe. But
Oh, I like the community that we have, though.
yeah, obviously. But at the same time, you know, at the same time, you know, I feel like the community is just going to get smaller and smaller.
Do you think that? I think we're definitely gonna have steady. Like if we did a weekly show, we'd still have we'd have our core people for sure.
You'd have the core people, but
they carry, and then the donations, and if we turn the sub stuff on, it would like actually carry.
But would we be like Kamala and be just in a middle class family? You know, like, are we trying to live middle class lives here? Or are we trying to fucking get to Pebble Beach and Bel Air? You know what I mean?
But I mean,
are we
then we
going to
have do
get
a
to Pebble Beach
bigger
and Bel
podcast
Air?
type thing, not like on sports cards.
Right. So it's like, do we want to sit here and be middle class, middle of the road, or do we want to like try to get to the top? Because if we're going to sit here and
build a new community too,
right? If we want to sit here and do trading cards and get to the top, we know the recipe. You've got to get on here, suck fanatics' dick, suck these athletes' dick, tell everybody this shit is worth it. It's hyped, it's pump, it's let's go. You know,
how do we get in? How do we get in? How do we do something to get in with athletes directly?
I mean, I don't know if that's going to bring in any kind of money or if that's going to bring in like any significant amount of audience, because the athlete's just going to get on here and kind of pump his energy drink. He's going to get in here and not say a whole lot because he's been well trained at this point in his career from a PR perspective. So I don't even know if that's like a road that is going to lead to anything. Because yeah, we could have Victor Wembanyama on the podcast, but what does that do? Like, I don't think it does anything. Whereas if you get Michael Rubin's daughter on here and she's talking about partying at USC, like, and we're
now we got something.
Now maybe now, you know what I mean?
Now I'm interested.
You'd be interested in that, right? You would say that?
How do we can just have people come on to talk about like their party experiences that they've been through. Just to be like the Tucker Max channel, if you know Tucker Max, but
I'm not familiar, but I'm sure he's.
I'm familiar with Kylie Rubin. That's
Max is like one of the OG.
Don't go back too far, Ryan.
I'm not gonna go. Wait, yeah, you're right. Wait. We're not gonna go back too far.
Freshman in college, so you got to be a little careful.
Got to be a little careful there. All right.
Tucker Max is like one of the OG blogger, like party boys, and he has a book and all this stuff now. But like he would just write these wild stories of like insane experiences. And then, I mean, I think some of them are made up, but he's just also a good storyteller overall. But if we got like people talking about their party experiences or just wild life experiences, like that would just be a hit overall.
Right. I mean, I think it could always be a mix. I think the shows that I see that are pretty successful here on YouTube, they're like one day it'll be about that, another time it'll be something else. You know, I mean, you think about the OG like Howard Stern, it's like the guy's had everybody on. And he just did it in a style that was interesting. And you know, Joe Rogan's kind of the same way. Joe Rogan's going to have a porn star one time, and then it'll be this super serious doctor talking about vaccines. It'll be fucking, you know, Trump. It'll be a hardcore Democrat. Yeah. He just has interesting people on.
Yeah, for sure.
I just don't think this hobby is very interesting anymore.
Agreed.
You know, but Will Grier. Ryan, what would be interesting though is if you took out a second mortgage of your house in 2019 to buy Will Grier cards, what would happen if that was you?
You know, it just depends what you bought, I guess.
Well, to buy Will Grier though, yeah, definitely doesn't look good.
See, his contenders was $40 back then. That's not good.
He had a 90% success rate, Ryan. That's what's so funny, Ryan, is like people like John Reckoning will literally get on here, and so it's $2 now. And so it went from 40 to 2, and at a 90% success rate. People like John will get on here and say, well, Jeff's getting better. So we're just going to ignore the fact that he said he was going to have a 90% success rate on Will Grier. And then a value rating of 21.84.
What does that mean?
Right. I mean,
Jordan Tuomu, who's that?
Ryan, this is the hobby though. They slurp this shit up. They eat this shit up.
It went from 40 to 5.
Ryan, you could literally put out this type of content today and people would slurp it up.
That chart just justifies bad purchases.
Right. But that's what people want to know. They just spent a bunch of money on Caleb Williams. What they want to know.
That's their way to justify.
Right. Yeah.
Look, I didn't want to embarrass anybody, but I when I saw that Anthony Richardson got benched, I just went to our comments and I just searched Anthony Richardson, and it was like comment, oh, time to buy Anthony Richardson. Next 2 months, his shit's going to go up. Oh, in the next year, his shit's going to go up. And these people were dead serious, like dead serious. Like actually a really fun piece of content is if Jeff just went through his videos and typed in Zach Wilson and just posted all the comments of people simping for Zach Wilson. Oh, time to buy it. Oh, yeah. This is the hobby. You're right. They just want validation that the little 19-year-old quarterback that they bought.
Right.
Or that they're off doing coins. Making coin content would be better.
Dude, you could make coin content, and yeah, the 50-year-olds. I mean, you go look at the views that coin content gets. You
get people with money. You get people with the demographic of money,
right? And that don't have ad blocker. You know, it's like the problem with like advertising to like young kids is they have ad blocker and they don't click on ads and they don't do shit. It's like fucking old people. They don't have ad blocker. They don't know what that is. They don't have a VPN. They click on ads. They don't even know what an ad is.
Yeah,
they'll sit there and watch a 40-minute ad thinking they got to sit through it to watch the video. So, I mean, I think
I'm
we
interested
can do a number of different things.
I don't know a lot, but yeah.
I don't know a lot either, but I do know the market, and I do know that it's ripe for it's certainly ripe for you know, it's a sleepy industry. Content. At one time, cards was a sleepy industry. And so we made a bunch of money putting up card content because no one else did. And so it was a good business. It was a good business for a while. So I don't know. I think we need to reevaluate our life. That's what I think.
We had this conversation at Sea Sprite. Well, I was ready to pivot there.
Yeah, I think
like the only way to stay in cards, to stay big time would be only breaks.
I think, and I don't even know. I at that point now you need to buy wax, and you need to, it's like you would need
Yeah,
it.
not
To
even
me, it's
worth.
just like, I don't even think it's worth it. I don't even think it's worth it.
You have to be in the good old boys and get the free
I
wax.
I would, if I'm gonna go OnlyFans, I might as well just pump OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Because OnlyFans is a multi-billion-dollar business. You might as well just be on there, try to find the hot
Might
girl
as
that's
well.
trying to get people to go to her page, bring her on, talk to her about 40 minutes, have her flash her titties, and then boom, she gets money on OnlyFans, and we get the
And
audience.
affiliate sex toy
Yeah,
sales.
yeah, something. So have you guys heard of the scam up in Canada? What is it, Justin Trudeau? Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know.
Christine 16 underscore is her YouTube
That's
channel.
our
I try to
YouTube.
find that shit. I don't know if I
Yeah, it's tough. See, maybe it's 2 underscores. I don't know. But yeah, the
Or
problem is
case sensitive, maybe.
YouTube is, if you start a new channel, you ain't getting found for shit.
you fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, you ain't getting nothing. Unless you pump at Kamala, then you'd be on the front page. She should post videos about how she likes Kamala, and then your channel's gonna blow up.
Yeah.
Set up a Patreon. I mean, we could set up a Patreon and we could milk you guys for an extra $5, $6, $10, $20 a month or whatever. But is that, again, like, I hate to sit here and act like I'm fucking all high and mighty and I'm fucking, whatever. But that's not going to move the needle for me. You know what I mean? Like, it an extra $1,000, $2,000 a month does nothing for me. Doesn't change my life at all. Like, we have to be making $20,000, $30,000 a month. Then it's like, oh, this is exciting.
Agreed.
If it ain't that much, then you might as well just sit on your ass, smoke weed, fucking, and not even do it.
Let's
You might as
focus
well
our
just do it.
efforts on something. Yeah, we have to reevaluate.
I think we just gotta. I think we just
There's
gotta.
people making millions a month off of their content.
Way more, way more, way more. Now,
I
could
know.
we
I'm
monetize
just
this thing
saying the
better and
baseline.
milk this? But it's like, I just feel like
It's not
unless
worth
we're on
it to
here,
promote this industry.
Reinforcing these guys' belief in the hobby, then we're going to get a small segment of the market that actually has an IQ, that actually thinks logically about their purchases. That market
And
is
the
going to get
rest
smaller and smaller.
and the rest of the industry hates us. It's like, why do we want to fight to be in an industry that already hates us? Or like,
I think they hate to love us. I think they're watching. I think they watch. I think they,
yeah, but
they,
why give them that fuel? We can be putting our efforts in something to make real money.
Scanner don't talk back.
Like, imagine each one of our
Scanner.
videos that we put out, or get like make 100K each.
Maybe I would be down to make some sports card content. It would have to be really good.
Sparingly.
It'd have to be
Sparingly,
really,
yeah.
really good. Yeah.
And it'd be for you, it'd be a passion thing. Like, you would want to make it because you're passionate about sharing.
Yeah,
that story.
somebody actually at the card show came up to me and he said, I don't watch your live streams. They're too long. And I said, yeah. I said, when I make a video though, it takes me longer than the live streams. To make one of these 10-minute videos, that could be 8-10 hours.
Well
then if
produced.
I got to talk to some motherfucker on the phone for 2 hours, probably. Because I've got to get this side of the story, and this, if I say something wrong, I'm going to be threatened to be sued, or John Reckoning is going to call me gay, or But literally, we could be on here for 9 hours, but it's going to take less time than it would be if I made a 10-minute video. Because one, I'd want it to be quality. 2, I probably have to do some level of research. I write a script, and those things take a lot of time. So, and I don't think people realize that those things take time. So, and they're not worth it. We got 90,000 views on our last video, and what did we make on it?
Like
$40.
I mean, see, that's the thing, is that you have a top performing video, and
How do I?
You don't.
How do I?
You,
Oh, right
you
here.
made $500.
I made $500 on a video that got 94,000 views, which is a lot for sports cards. This is like a home run. Like people would kill for this.
10x that. 10x that.
I'd rather just scan cards. I don't want my face on camera.
Right. For sure.
I'd just rather scan cards.
The
Or make
Burbank
something
video
really
is
good.
great.
Or make
The
something really
Burbank
good.
video is really good. How you
That took me
chopped it
forever.
up and
It took me
I
forever.
know.
I was in Bel Air
I know.
editing. I should have been down banging sluts in Westwood. Like that video took me forever to watch.
I know.
And of course, I got made fun of it because you're selling out to Burbank or this.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't worry about the like 5 people that
Haters.
criticize or whatever. But I can confirm there are sluts in Westwood. I was there last weekend. I can confirm. Not that I enjoyed any of them, but walking around Westwood, you do see plenty of slutty things going on.
There you go, $500 on a video that got 95,000 views.
That's what I'm saying. Like, even if you did a video on some other industry and you got 94,000, you're going to make the same amount. So it's like you either need to have this very repeatable, and every day you can. I mean, yeah, if every day you're making $500, it's not bad. But
that's why I'd only want to make something that was really good, because you're not going to make any money. I'd only want to make something that was really, really good. That was really good. That I thought was really good. I don't care if anybody else thinks it's good, but I thought was really good.
Yeah.
That's the only time I want to make content. Period. Video content. I'll put up scrubby articles and little scrap and ChatGPT written articles. I'll do that every day.
Right.
But when it comes to video, I only want to make really good content, because it takes forever to make these videos. It takes forever.
Yeah, it takes a while.
Because if we fuck up, Colin, we get 26 pages 3 days before Christmas from some no-name lawyer. So they better be somewhat accurate.
We didn't even fuck up. It was just so good that he had to sue us. The video is actually so good that he had to sue us. That's what happened there. Let's see how much I made on this video. I posted a video a while back that was like similar views, slightly higher views, but I want to see like if the money's better. Yeah, I made 1.5K on a
How many views?
161.
That ain't shit. That's not.
But dude, it took me. This video is only 16 minutes, and I probably only spent 30 minutes on it. Like that's the thing.
That's good.
Really nice.
Like I didn't produce this. This is not a heavily produced video. This is literally turn the camera on, a screen record, do some light editing. It's just taking out parts where
there are not those opportunities in cards to get 94,000 views on a video. Those are like few and
this
far
happens
between.
all the time. This happens a lot. Like you could literally just talk about NVIDIA every day.
No, you can't.
Or real estate. Like real estate's a good one too. Like I had this home price one. How much did I make on this one? This was a while back. This was like during the pandemic, but this was a good one. I think you like real estate content's actually really good because you get the same reinforcing element on real estate. Somebody buys a house or they want to buy a house and they want to be told that it's a good investment. It's, or just real estate porn where you just show like the really cool houses or whatever,
I would want to make like a documentary, and I don't know the specific topic, but with cards, a documentary where it looked like a documentary. You went and you had the one-on-one interviews, well lit, 2-3 cameras, B-roll, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah,
whole story,
people aren't going to watch that though. I mean,
no, I don't care. No, I don't care.
Oh,
I don't care if people watch it. It doesn't matter if people, Colin, it doesn't matter if people watch it. You're only going to make $500. Like it literally doesn't matter.
Yeah. See, I wouldn't be able to do that.
I would only do something
I
really wanted to do.
I'd rather do documentary on fucking something that's going to get 3 million views, or do like that one dude. What's the dude for Daily Wire that's like how to be a woman, or are you racist or whatever? That dude's making fucking hell of money.
Matt Walsh.
Yeah. That type of shit. It's like, that's worth it. If you're going to be putting the effort, you might as well have the upside to make big money.
He actually has his own like streaming platform, Daily Wire or something like that.
Yeah.
And he just puts all that shit on there now.
Yep. So I don't know. I think we should think about it. I think we've already have. So I just think, new year, new changes, make America great again.
Here we go.
Let's, think about these things. We'll probably be back next week, but whatever. Probably.
I mean,
It's like a
we can
it's like a girlfriend
we
that's
can
putting out
figuring out like a transition overall.
something.
I'm not trying to change
maybe-
the world. So you know what I mean? Like that's my
No,
I'm
I
not
don't give a
trying to
fuck
change
about the world.
So
I don't give a fuck about the world. I just, I don't, I already have my world. So to get me to like step outside the world, I need to start making some money.
yeah.
Because this is like charity.
I've been thinking about making some content now.
So yeah. Goose loose next week. No, the goose will not be loose, guys. I have a very good reason why I'm not goosing, and it is nothing to do with the wife or nothing to do
You
with
can't
being
get hard.
hungover.
You can't get hard or
No, I have no problems with that.
no, something medical.
No, it's I'll tell you, Ryan, but not I don't want to do it live.
You don't
I
want to
don't
have
wanna
it
do
out.
No, I don't. I really don't. But
I heard
you'll
goose
understand.
Good time.
Once I tell you, you'll be like, "Oh, okay,
I'll be
that's
like,
cool."
okay.
You'll
got
probably want to try it too. So
Wow. Okay.
yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah. So it's very yeah. Once I tell you, it'll make sense.
Okay. Our girl Kylie's not able to drink yet, so you're staying sober for her. Is that why? she's not able to drink yet.
I don't want to comment. I don't want to comment on that. I don't want
You're following Kylie Rubin now. Sorry if I blow up your spot, but you're following.
Right. I've been Ryan. I have been, I've seen her journey. Let's just say that.
We can't drop too far down. We really can't drop too far down.
I may or may not have dropped further down. Just
we're not dropping down. We're
I may have been
down.
on this account, which I don't log into all that often. I have another account. So let's just say, I know her. I know her whereabouts. So
you know her whereabouts. Okay.
Yes.
I believe it.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Folks, 5 hours, 30 minutes in. It's now midnight here. We started late, so it's now midnight here on the West Coast. Tomorrow's Thursday, right? So I don't have much to do tomorrow. I was looking at tea times. I think I'm going to go to the golf course. It is Halloween. Obviously, we're going to do some trick-or-treating and stuff like that with the family and do those types of things. You got to be careful, Ryan. Telling you what, you got to be
real careful here.
You got to be careful. There's some photos going back. I know. Don't ask me how I know, but I do know that
I'm on the boss's page. I'm on the boss's page.
Oh,
so,
okay.
I'm on, yeah,
Okay.
I'm on the boss's page. Yeah.
You gotta be careful. Folks, thanks for tuning in. We'll be back some other time, some other place. I do mean that at some point. We'll be back. We're definitely not going to quit Sports Card Radio.
You dip, Daniel?
Right, it's always an evolution over here. It's constant evolution. And we're going to keep evolving and keep moving and keep having fun. Keep exposing the hobby for what it is.
No.
And keep bringing the truth. Because there's a lot of people out here that want to tell you what Fanatics wants you to say, what a breaker wants you to say, what a grading company wants you to say. But over here at Sports Card Radio, we'll always tell you exactly what needs to be said and the truth. That will never change. We hope you all have a wonderful Halloween. Don't go too far down on Kylie Rubin's page on Instagram.
Don't do
it.
And at
That's what
some
Ryan's
point,
looking at right now.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
Sold to Baker Mayfield. I'm back. Sold to Baker Mayfield. $1.99.
Well,
I'm fucking
he's
back.
actually playing. The fuck you bragging about that? He's actually playing. I've been selling guys you don't even know who they are.
I only sold 5 cards while we were doing the live, so that's not that good. We could do better.
That's not that great. That's not that
Yeah, we
great.
could do better.
Thank you all for tuning in. We'll be back some other time, some other place. For now, we're out of here.
You've done a lot of talking, not a lot to see. Up in the millions, like 2.3. But Jeff got it all, getting off scot-free. Try to talk tips like we talking about stuff, but you're talking
At the white party.
printed on cardstock. When you open your mouth, I take it with a grain of salt.
That's a white party.
Hey, you know what you used her account for is she's got a bunch of friends, so she'll like post pictures with her friends and she'll tag her friends, and then you go click on her friends. You go down a rabbit hole real quick.
Yeah, that's
not that I did that. Not that I would do that. Just saying you could.
You could go to Brooks. You could go to Brooks' account and then
Right.
Brooks' account.
You could do this. I didn't say that I did do that.
30,000 followers, man. We in the wrong business.
Just saying you could do that. You could do this. Not saying I did. And I did.
You stayed on the boss's page.
Right. Yeah, I may have been following his daughter before I followed him, but
probably
saying that may have happened.
Probably.
USC looks like a great time. Up in the dorm room, Ryan?
What grad programs do they have going on at USC right now?
Fuck it.
Fuck this content shit. Like, yeah, I'm trying to go to grad school.
Go to grad school. It's like, sorry guys.
Man, look at these comments. Look at these comments. God damn.
Oh.
Damn, cooking them in the comments.
Look at them. Look at them.
Look at them.
Like, there's 5 hot chicks there, and he's talking about her dad.
Like, yeah. Who fucking cares?
Buddy. Come on, buddy. Come on. Ooh.
This
Well, who do you think has hotter?
Fucking woman.
Who do you think has hotter girls, UCLA or USC?
USC.
You think so?
Coin flip.
Yeah.
Coin flip.
I mean, it's pretty equal, honestly, but I would
Same
say
demographic.
USC probably has the edge.
See, I think we could do a show like on that. It's like who has hotter chicks?
Who has the hottest girls?
Yeah, like
and just your research.
You just grade them. I think we should just grade women like PSA grades pictures of men.
No.
Like, let's just fucking
We'll
grade
get
women.
canceled so hard.
I doubt it.
I mean, getting canceled is like
I'm
actually
pretty
like,
sure.
I mean, how many times did we get canceled here? Like when we were getting canceled, like the show was like great.
I don't know. We can try.
I think we should just grade women.
Just grade women.
Yep. Just grade them.
Just like one day it's like volleyball players, the next time it's like
Right.
next time
The
it's
women,
just like,
yeah. Just go down the list.
chick.
But you have to start at the top so you know what the baseline is.
You just grade like 10 women per show or whatever. Like a batch.
Like an S tier, A tier, like you put them in tiers or whatever.
Yeah. These dorks do it with pictures of men.
My Miles' roommate would be down.
I think we should grade them. Should have like a leaderboard.
Miles would be in. And he would have like pretty funny commentary, honestly. Because Miles has like a Greek god body.
Your algorithm hit, guys.
We got Miles Evans.
Betting. Get into betting
We got
content.
Miles Evans.
Bring Seablaz on and just pump the lines. We probably made more money posting links to I Bet US than on the last video that you posted. Right?
Easy.
BetUS.net or whatever.
Easy, bro. Yeah, he pivoted.
Yeah, he did.
He's smart. Smart.
Right.
Very smart.
And he's doing good. I mean, I think he was doing good before, but
did he
look how
lose
much
that
money?
bet?
Look
Oh,
how
he
much
had
money.
minus 1.5. Yeah, he had minus 1.5. He won that. Won that shit, baby. Got
What kind of
it.
shit I want to be doing.
Love that shit.
All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in.